Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday show with your hosts Ken Tizzard and Music for Goats. Brought to you in full color and stereo sound amplification provided by Trainer. Broadcasting into the world from Storyhouse Studios in Campbellford, Ontario, you'll hear the best of old country, folk, Americana, punk rock, and 80s music delivered into your homes every week for free. And don't forget your regular dose of new and original songs from Music for Goats. Never be alone on a Wednesday night again, 8 p.m. Eastern and 9:30 for those of you in Newfoundland. Join the Whiskey Wednesday regulars on Facebook to be a part of the conversation, or watch on YouTube as well. Pour a drink, a cup of tea, or a nice cold long tooth. Roll up your best smoke and sit back and relax. Don't forget to hit the share button to help spread the word. The Whiskey Wednesday show, every week. Cheers. Hey folks, oh my goodness. Happy Sunday. Caesar anyone, Richard Gereltrek, you are the first. We have got quite a show today. Oh my lord. We are at it's the beginning of the 12-hour telethon. I got a coffee, just had a draw, just getting ready to do the day. Allison is going to be doing the switching for the next 8 hours. And then Barry is going to be here for the last 4 with the band. This is a brand new day for all of us, and Allison is nervous as hell about pushing the wrong button. I don't know, it's a 12-hour telethon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome very, very, very much for being here, for those of you who are here. Hey, Roger Price, how are you? Excellent, we got some Newfoundlanders in the house, too. So, yeah, we are looking to spend the day, today is the start of the telethon. It goes to the 4th. You can donate at any point in time between now and then to get entry into the contest. We got some great prizes. We got a Gibson J45 from Epiphone. We've got a $250 basket that Eric Contreras from Spirit Leaf sent over, and a long tooth package, and as well a Whiskey Wednesday pack. So those are going to be cool. Any donation gets you an entry to that stuff, and it's going to be a great day. We're going to go through Allison went through like 600 hours of videos, and picked out the best stuff, and we've got really cool things happening all day. We've got the musical guests, we've got everything. But the one thing that's really interesting about the video today, and all the videos we're going to watch, is there's so much of Steve, and I want to acknowledge Steve Dagg before we even get started here today. Steve Dagg was our drummer who passed away earlier this year from cancer, and it really sort of rocked our boat here, and we've been dealing with Steve's passing, grieving, reassessing, doing all that. Me and Neil and Mr. Grant have been sort of continuing with what we've been doing, and we've got the good fortune of meeting Mr. Dave Lawrence, who lives down the street, and he's a drummer. He's been sitting in with us for a while. He's learning this stuff. He's doing really well. So we're going through that sort of shift of reevaluating everything again. The music always changes when you bring a new musician in and stuff, so it's kind of an interesting thing. So it's been an interesting year for us. But today we're going to go back through all 3 years, right back to the first time I sat on the couch during COVID. And hey, Matt McPhee, good to see you, brother. The first day that I sat on the couch, right through to all the guests we had, all the musicians we've had, all the experiences we've had. You're going to see it all today. So if you're here for the long haul, settle in. If you're just dropping by, thanks for coming by. There is a link that I'll be keeping posting, and that is the support the show link. Anyways, we're going to start now with a little, it is the morning, and it is the Pastor Ken hour, so we've got some good stuff coming up. I'm going to start with a little song called "O Come Angel Band." My latest sun is sinking fast, my race is nearly run. My strongest trials now are past, my triumph has begun. Oh, come, angel band, come and around me stand. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to
holy ones, behold they come. I hear the noise of wings. Oh, come, angel band, come and around me stand. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. Oh, bear my loving heart to him who bled and died for me, whose blood now cleanses from all sins and gives me victory. Oh, come, angel band, come and around me stand. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. Oh, bear me away on your snow white wings to my immortal home. There you go. Little Pastor Ken throwback there with a song called Come Angel Band. I'm going to dedicate that one to my mom today to start the show. Mom was a big Charlie Pride fan. We listened to the Charlie Pride album every Sunday. Oh, I'm going to have to change the album behind me. I got Paul Simon up. I'll have to do that before the night. Paul Simon's great, but he was on the Whiskey Wednesday show on Wednesday, so we got to move it along, you know, make sure everybody gets a chance. Richard, Roger, Matt, Dave. Nice to see you, Dave Pinot. How you doing, brother? Debbie Parson, Dave Hurst. Nice to see you. Reminds me when I did 20 bands in 12 hours of the air, and yeah, I remember that one, yeah. RJ Musgroves, good to see you. In and out all day. Oh, that's excellent. Well, we'll see you throughout the day. We are now currently in the gospel hour section of the day, and we do have love songs and our girls coming up at 11, but we're going to continue with love songs for right now. We're starting off the day with a nice little donation of $150 there, which is in. Thank you very much. The goal for the telethon is, you know, it's a hefty goal of trying to raise $15,000, which is a lot of money. But when you think that this is a free show that happens every week, you know, and there are 4 people in the band plus Barry and Allison, we work pretty hard at this show, and we just want to make it a little bit better. There's one new camera that we're looking to bring in. It's a movable camera. It's going to cost about $5,000. In some of the videos today, you'll see Caitlyn. You'll see some of the stuff that Caitlyn used to do with a movable camera, and that's really a reminder of why we want to do that. Also, the expenses of the show. You know, the monthly expenses of a couple $100 to just to keep the electricity on, so to speak. And then there's promotion, which I haven't done any of. You know, the Whiskey Wednesday show has been really sort of working just with a little bit of social media. There's been no sort of paid for promotion, so we want to get into a little bit of Google ads and let people know about this show because it is a lot of fun. I'm going to send this one out to my mom too because it's Sunday. She likes this stuff. I am a pilgrim. Oh, there we go. It's way up there, eh? No, that's not right. That's where it starts. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, folks. Come on, give me a break. I am a pilgrim and a stranger, traveling through this wearisome land. I've got a home on that yonder city, good Lord, and it's not made by hand. I've got a mother, sister, and brother who have gone this way before. I am determined to go and see them, good Lord, for they're on that yonder shore. I'm going down to the river of Jordan just to bathe my I can just touch the hem of his garment, good Lord, then I know he'll take me home. I am a pilgrim and a stranger, traveling through this wearisome land. You've got a home on that yonder city, good Lord, but it's not made by hand, but it's not made by hand. There we go, 2 songs for Mom to start off the day. Lambert Drive Studios, nice to see you there, brother. That's not Kirby Lambert, is it? It could very well be. I'm not sure. Well, nice to see you, Lambert Drive. If it is Kirby, hey, buddy, we're going to be out in Regina in, when is that? The end of October, the 28th, coming through. Looking forward to seeing you and spending some time with you. Jigs and Reels, thanks for checking in. And a cigar. Okay, cigars early in the morning. Good for you. Drink of choice today. Stay hydrated. I know I'm on the coffee first in my, Cassidy's boyfriend got me this one for Christmas. On the inside of the lip, it says "Best Buds," and I think he thinks he's my friend, which he is. He's my best bud, but I kind of there's the buds on the. It's weed, you know how it is. It's Sunday. A little bit of a morning puff and a coffee, get you going. Coming Alberta, anyway, again soon. Now we've got Winnipeg and Watchmen out for Winnipeg, Regina. I don't think. We'll be out there again before too long there, Matt. Don't you worry. Hello, Robo21875 over on Twitch. I hope you're having a good day gaming your brains out there, buddy. Hope everything is excellent. I did talk a little bit about Steve. You're going to see him in these videos coming up, and it's really quite something. It's going to be an interesting day for me to be watching all these videos. So we're going to go over to video right now. We're going to get Allison to do her first switch. There you go. It's pronounced Rob Bow, not Robbo. Okay there, Rob Bow. Gotcha. Rob Bow. It's like I used to know a friend named Ryan in Winnipeg, and he used to go by Rybo. Rybo was his name. Just Robbo. Okay, I got you, Robbo. I hope you're having a good day. Dave Lawrence, good morning, my friend. You're over having a puff and a coffee, waking up, I'm sure. Okay, let's get into a couple of the videos and look back at what we've done. Now, Allison's going to turn off my mic. So I play a song for Bob Reed. Some glad morning when this life is over, I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away, oh, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. When the shackles of this life have gone, I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Just one weary day and then to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. when I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Oh, when I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. That's for Bob Reed and for Bill and Joan down the street, who are still dealing with the loss. So send that out for them tonight. So you've all got the Amazing Grace chart up? Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, how I first believed. Through many dangers, tolls, and snares, we have already come. 'Twas grace that brought us safe thus far, and grace will lead us home. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we're first begun. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others, and let others do for you too. May you build a ladder to the stars and climb on every rung. May you stay forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you stay forever young. May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth
and see the light surrounding you. May you always be courageous, stand upright and be strong. May you stay forever young, forever young, forever young. May you stay forever young. May your hands always be busy, may your feet always be swift, may you have a strong foundation when the winds of change do shift. May your heart always be joyful, may your song always be sung, may you stay forever young, forever young, forever young. May you stay forever young. Mary, Jill, and Robin, may you all stay forever young. The Pretty Dicky Sisters.
Fret. So again, you're putting your cape on the second fret. You're using 3 chords. You're using G, C, and D. Now you'll see me using my thumb when I play the D. I like to put that F sharp underneath. Some people do it like some people can actually do it as a chord. I don't do it that way. So if you see me doing that, don't get confused. It's still just a D.
Well, I wandered so aimless, my life filled with sin. I never let my dear Savior in. Then Jesus came like a stranger in the night. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Well, I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more night. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Just like a blind man, I wandered along. Worries and fears blame me for their own. Then like the blind man, that God gave back his sight. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Well, I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more night. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Well, I was a fool to wander and stray. Straight is the gate and narrow the way. Now I have traded the wrong for the right. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Well, I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more night. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. Well, I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more night. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw, oh, I saw the light. Oh, I saw I saw the light there, folks.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof. Her beauty in the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to a kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. And from your lips she drew the hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room. I've walked this floor. I used to be among the crowd before I knew you. I've seen your flag on the marble arch. Love is not a victory march. It's a cold and it's broken. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. There we go. We pulled that one off a little bit. Nice.
You skipped the verse.
Cassidy and Caitlyn. We skipped a verse. Did we?
Yeah, just.
Oh, there is. Let's play it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever learned from love is how to shoot somebody who outdrew ya. And it's not a crash you hear at night. It's not somebody who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah,
Whenever I chance to meet some old friends on the street, they ask me, how does a man get to be this way? You've always got a smiling face, anytime and any place. answer is in this song that I always sing. You've got to kiss an angel good morning, let her know you'll think about her when you're gone. Kiss an angel good morning, love her like the devil when you get back home. Some people, they try to guess the secret of my happiness, but some of them never learn. It's a simple thing. The secret I'm speaking of is a woman and a man in love, and the answer is in this song, as I always sing. You've got to kiss an angel good morning, let her know you'll think about her when you're gone. Kiss an angel good morning, love her like the devil when you get back home. Kiss an angel good morning, let her know you'll think about her when you're gone. Kiss an angel good morning, love her like the devil when you get back home.
That's a fun one. Oh God, there was that laugh again. There was that laugh again.
You sit by the ocean, but they won't make you into a shell. Be the first there on Sunday, that don't mean one day heaven's there. But faith without action is just spinning, no traction, what the hell? Like a life with no dream is just waking and sleeping till you're dead. And we're all just old, old, old souls. First you crawl, then you walk, walk, then you run, crash into things now and then. All too close to the sun, generation numb, burning the tips of our wings. And we're all just old, 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 old souls. Yeah, we're all just old, old, old souls. You can live for the moment or dwell for atonement in disguise. Author your fate or lay down and don't even try. But direction and hunger will one day uncover and align. Oh, purpose and meaning, restitution and healing for your time. And we're all just old, 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 old souls. First you crawl, then you walk, walk, then you run, crash into things now and then. All too close to the sun, generation numb, burning the tips of our wings. And we're all just old, 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 old souls. Yeah, we're all just old, old souls. First you crawl, then you walk then you run, crash into things now and then. All too close to the sun, generation numb, burning the tips of our wings. It's just the push and the pull, the yell and the whisper, hallucination of time, the concept of distance and some old souls. Yeah, we're all just old souls.
Thank you so much, William.
Oh, my pleasure, Ken. Thank you.
Take time out for Jesus. He took time for you. Take a little time in the morning, and you'll feel better all day. Take a little time for Jesus, to get down on your knees and pray. He took the time to die on the cross, so all our souls wouldn't be lost. If you find yourself slipping, then the thing to do is take time out for Jesus. He took time for you. Sometimes you may be in a hurry. You've got so many things to do. Don't forget about Jesus. Remember, he didn't forget about you. He took the time to die on the cross, so all of our souls wouldn't be lost. If you find yourself slipping, the thing to do is take time out for Jesus. He took time for you. Take time out for Jesus. He took time for you. Take time out for Jesus. Many years I've been looking for a place to call home, but I still didn't find it, so I must travel on. I don't care for fine mansions and good spanking sand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land, in the shade of the tree of life, that it may ever stand, where I can just hear the angels sing and shake Jesus' hand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Lord, listen, I'm not asking for life in your midst, for I know I'm not worthy of such splendor as this. When I ask for mercy, humbly I stand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land, in the shade of the tree of life, that it may ever stand, where I can just hear the angels sing and shake Jesus' hand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. I've many dear loved ones who've gone on this way. On the grapevine of morning I will hear them say, come join me in singing and playing our band. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land, in the shade of the tree of life that it may ever stand, where I can just hear the angels sing and shake Jesus' hand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Oh, Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land, in the shade of the tree of life that it may ever stand, where I can just hear the angels sing and shake Jesus' hand. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land. Lord, build me a cabin in the corner of glory land.
There I am. And there I am. The audio is coming through. Excellent. Allison, your first seamless transition. That's amazing. Allison is working the switcher today. And this is her first day at it. So just a minute ago, she was just sitting there, and Jack and Jasper decided to come over and get on her. So she was over there trying to balance the cat and the dog, the iPad, the computer, the TV screen, and the mixer. And I thought she was going to just sort of get crushed under the weight of it all, but no, she's doing just fine. Sunday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even afternoon yet. It's still morning, isn't it? Oh, we're still in the gospel hour. That's right. It's still praise the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Praise the Lord. We are still in the gospel hour. See, it's that time of day. How am I going to get through 12 hours of this? Good Lord. I think we'll be hearing Neil's song, Close Shave. Not during the gospel hour. We might get to it at some point. I think we might move that into the set. People are asking for that one more and more. What a great time to see that video. Oh man, things have changed a lot. It's really interesting to see the evolution of it all. Even in the way that we all look, sort of, people have more teeth and more hair, less hair. Hello, Jillian. How are you? Jillian just did a good face palm for the idea of close shave. We got a couple more religious tunes here for you, ladies and gentlemen. Geraldine says, hello, Allison. Good work. I'm just remembering how the chords go here. Oh, it's really just those three chords. It's pretty easy to remember. Do remember me. Do Lord, oh do remember me. Do Lord, oh do remember me. Way beyond the blue. I've got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun, way beyond the blue. I took Jesus as my Savior, you take him too. I took Jesus as my Savior, you take him too. I took Jesus as my Savior, you take him too. Way beyond the blue. Oh, do Lord, oh, do Lord, oh, do remember me. Do Lord, oh, do Lord, oh, do remember
got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. I've got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. Way beyond the blue. Oh, do Lord, do remember me. Oh, do Lord, do remember me. Do Lord, do remember me. Way beyond the blue. Oh, way beyond the blue. There we go. Little do Lord, oh do remember me. Way beyond the blue. I was just singing this. I was just looking at the lyrics. I'm like, I get some of them. Way beyond the blue. I'm trying to figure out what that line means. Way beyond the blue. I'm going to have to do some research on that because that happens at the end of every verse. I get the other part, do remember me. I've got a home in glory land. I took Jesus as my savior. That makes all sense. Way beyond the blue. Not quite sure what that's all about. Sunday, we're spending all day together, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm spending all day with 2 microphones and it's some computer stuff. And you're doing whatever you want, but it's nice to see you here while you are here. This is the Whiskey Wednesday Telethon. This is the first time we've done this. There are, as I've mentioned, the operating costs, being able to provide a free show for people every week. And I know that the people that have been holding on, the COVID thing is sort of what brought the Whiskey Wednesday show sort of into a regular thing online. And the idea was to phase it out once COVID was done and everybody was back to the world. But there's a good group of people that like to be here on Wednesday nights. So we're just keeping it. And now that it's sort of turned into something else, we're going to build on it a little bit. Oh, here's the thing. Let's take a little look at this. Keep that up for a second. So every donation gets a chance to win. Every $50 donated, you get an additional entry. We've got the great prize packages, and here's the day if you want to take a look. There's some real the Love Songs and Our Girls is coming up next. That's a nice hour. Evolution of the Studio, that's an interesting hour for the gearheads out there. You want to check out sort of how this studio has evolved and what we've done. We got the Watchmen coming up. Evolution of Ken Tizzard, that's going to be a weird hour at 2 o'clock if you're around. I've seen some videos that Allison picked for that, and that's a wacky one. Punk Hour, musical guests. We'll get into all that again after as the day goes on. But we got Love Songs and Our Girls coming up in a few minutes. Before that, I've got another song for you. And, we try and time this show as best we can. It's kind of hard to put a 12-hour show together when a lot of it's based on my jabbering. And depending on my state of mind, I'll either jabber for way too long or not long enough. So we're hoping that these things are going to line up just perfect. I want to thank Barry for coming over and helping us tweak everything this morning to get everything set up for Allison. That was really nice of him. If you like the show and you want to continue to see it grow, drop in a toonie, $5, $10, more if you've got more, whatever you do. You know how it works. Thanks for supporting the Pastor Ken shows, which I've done a few times every year. If you'd like to see that continue, let me know. We're going to get going in a second here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still just waiting for things to kick in today. Glory, hallelujah, I shall not be moved. Anchored in Jehovah, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved.
In his love abiding, I shall not be moved. In him I'm confiding, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved. Though all hell assails me, I shall not be moved. Jesus will not fail me, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the water, I shall not be moved. I shall not be, oh, I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved. Though the tempest rages, I shall not be moved. On the rock of ages, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the waters, I shall not be moved. No, I shall not be moved.
I Shall Not Be Moved. I'm not sure who wrote these songs. I'm not sure about these old religious songs. Some of them are hymns. Some of the country ones come from the hymnals and stuff. I'm not sure. We are 5 minutes out from starting the girls, the Love Hour, and the Love Half Hour, and then the girls half hour. We have a split hour coming up, so it's a Love 30 half hour 30, Again, I want to thank the sponsors. You know, Trainer in Yorkville. I've been working with Trainer for a long time. I sort of came on board with them during the Thornley days, and I've been using the Trainer stuff for so long. They've been a great support to me professionally, and they've been a great support of the Whiskey Wednesday show. So thanks to them for reaching out and providing the grand prize today, which is a J45, Epiphone J45. Beautiful Gibson-inspired J45, they call it. There's a picture of it there. It is a lovely, lovely instrument. Also, the Spirit Leaf has sent this over. And this is I'm going to take a look through here, see what we got. Let's see what we got here in the way of prizes from Spirit Leaf, because this is always fun. Spirit Leaf have provided us with this $250 prize package. Now, when I say Spirit Leaf, it's not actually Spirit Leaf. It's Eric Contreras, who owns the Spirit Leaf Campbellford branch, and he's a big advocate for getting involved in the community, and he's been sort of very involved in enjoying the show and helping to spread the word. And when we were doing the fundraiser, he offered to put together a basket, and this is a beautiful $250 basket. It looks like we've got some sativa pre-rolls in here. Oh, we got these little pearls. Are these the CBD ones? Oh, these are the CBN CBD THC pearls. Blackberry lemonade. I tried some of these. These are just really good for general pain. Really nice pain management. Looks like we've got some mint cookie kush, which is just a little bit of dried leaf. A battery for I imagine some other part of it. Blueberry Blaster Explosion. This is this is the vape cartridge that goes with the thing. And these are great. Like I've got one. I think I showed you it earlier. This little thing here, this is something by Royal Cannabis Supply Company. I like this one. It's just a little thing that fits in your pocket. You want to have it, you just kind of, that's it. And it's really nice and strong, so you have a toke, and it's like smoking a half joint. I'm not sure what this is like, but it is the Shreds, which is really good company as well. And there's another something down here. What's this? THC quadruple A
Oh, it looks like more herb. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And then you've got some Spirit Leaf stuff here, a bong, you know, a cooler, a koozie, all kinds of cool stuff from Spirit Leaf. Thank you very much from Eric for providing that. And Spirit Leaf, you know, we were in Kingston. I saw the Spirit Leaf store down there too. It was pretty cool. Spirit Leaf's a nice branded company or franchise, I guess is the right word. Do we have one more song before the top of the hour? We don't, so I've got 3 minutes. Longtooth Lager. Yeah, Longtooth is doing a package as well, which will, I'm imagining, have a couple beers in it. And I'm not sure what else Lucas is going to put in. You know, maybe a piece of poetry that he's written, some autographed headshots. I'm not sure. It might be. I don't know. Lucas is always up to things. You never know what you're going to get with Lucas. But yes, the Longtooth package is another one, and of course the Gibson, and then the Whiskey Wednesday package. There'll be some merch, a T-shirt, some albums, stuff like that, and it's always a bit of fun. So we're getting to the top of the hour again. I think I know what this hour entails. We're doing. Let me look at my schedule here. Love songs. Oh yes, love songs. And Our Girls. Okay, so before we get into that, we've got one more minute. I'm just going back and forth to the phone here. This is a telethon, folks, so it's a weird sort of thing today. Les Smurl, thank you very much. We've had a few people contribute already. Tony Arkell, R.S. Musgrave, Richard, Ron Bisonet, Jeannie, and who was that I just mentioned? Les. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so that's good. We're about $400 into our $15,000 goal. Yeah, I know I set it high, but you know, we'll see what happens. Allison, am I missing anything here now? In the last minute of the first hour, we're doing well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Love songs.
We're gonna wait out the last minute. Let me look at my phone here. I want to change exactly at 11 o'clock. It'll be exactly 11 o'clock when we change over here, folks. I'm not doing a thing, so I gotta sit here and stall. Oh, I'm gonna do this here. Oh no, I already did that. Anybody got any questions or anything? Type them in too. And that'd be great to hear from you. Keep me chatting too. You know, it's always good if you think of like put up topics. Roger Price running a tight ship. We're trying to, buddy. We're trying to. We've got 17 seconds left. And we are now pretty close into the 11 o'clock hour. Allison keeps things nice and tight. She's got the schedule all done up for me all day.
It's 11.
It is 11. See, there goes Allison. It is 11. It is 11 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second hour. Oh my God, we are, I guess, about 7.8% of the way through the night. The day and the night, the day, the afternoon, the morning, the dinner hour, and into the evening. We've got the full band coming in later on tonight for a couple sets. We're going to play some Ron Hines stuff. We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff. Hey, Katie, what are you doing coming in to see me? I already fed you. Kat usually only comes to visit me when she hasn't been fed, but she's here. Yes, I know, it's the Love Songs Hour. Do you want to come up and show people how much you love me? This is Kitty. Can you all see Kitty? Kitty's quite nice. This is Jasper. Jasper is Cassidy's cat. I know he's totally comfortable here now. Doesn't want to leave. You gonna stay for the first song I'll play? Yeah? No, you want to hang out while I tell the Ellie Kelly story? How about that? I'll tell you a story. There once was a lady named Ellie Kelly, Jasper. Yes, I know. Ellie Kelly was an accordion player. She lived in town. She had a husband named Joe and a bunch of kids. Terry's my friend. Joe Kelly got sick and passed away. While he was in his battle with cancer, I went up and spent some time with him. Real nice guy. And we chatted a lot about things, you know, got a little bit chatting about the Bible and all kinds of different things. And when he passed away, and it was terribly sad. And a couple years later, I was hanging out with Ellie, and she told me that her cancer had returned, and she had been given a diagnosis of about 6 months, so she wanted to come in and record an album. So she came in to record the YOLO record, and we had a really good time recording that. But while we were recording, she left the studio one night, and I sat down, and this song came to me. And I happened to have the mics up and stuff, so I just sort of turned around and pressed record and captured this song. It kind of flowed out of me almost complete. And I didn't quite know what the song was at first. And then as I started listening to it more and more, that's all right, come on in. Allison's PSW is just arriving here. She's gonna come in and do a little kitchen cleanup and do some stuff with Allison here while I'm sitting talking to my cat. What's going on with the cat here today? This is wild. Anyways, Jasper, the whole thing was terribly sad, and then this song appeared that I didn't know where it came from. So after listening to it back a few times, I realized it was a song that I'd written for Ellie from Joe. And it was a little ditty called Fare Thee Well. And really strange. I've never written that perspective before, so it was kind of interesting. So this is a song called Fare Thee Well. I'm going to play it for you now. And then we're going to move into some other stuff. Thank you for the visit, Jasper. That was nice. Now I'm totally hairy, covered in hair, and yeah. This is for Ellie and Joe. And Terry and the whole family. Fare thee well, fare thee well. I'll see you again in heaven, or I might see you in hell. If there's nothing more when this life is through, let it stand that I've enjoyed my time with you. On golden shores we'll hold each other once again, or in the depths of hell we'll suffer through the wars of men. If there's nothing more, then I'll say it once again. You made my life as full and bright as any man. Just one last kiss before we part. Let me hold you close and feel the beating of your heart. Just one last kiss on a night so blue. I can't bear to spend another minute losing you. May your hearth grow bright and you stay safe and warm inside. May these four walls protect you from the winter winds outside. When you lay your head down it's tired and dark between your sheets, and you close your eyes and dream of when we'll meet. Just one last kiss before we part. Let me hold you close and feel the beating of your heart. Just one last kiss on a night so blue. I can't bear to spend another minute losing you. May your hearth grow bright and you stay safe and warm inside. May these four walls protect you from the winter winds outside. When you lay your head down and it's tired and dark between your sheets, and you close your eyes and dream of a place where we might meet. Fare thee well, fare thee well. I'll see you again in heaven, or I might see you in hell. On golden shores we'll hold each other once again, or in the depths of hell we'll suffer through the wars of men. If there's nothing more, then I'll say it once again. You made my life as full and bright as any man. Babe, you made my life as full and bright as any man. Oh, babe, you made my life as full and bright as any man. There we go, a little Fare Thee Well for Ellie and Joe and Terry and Lisa. I saw Lisa last night. Doing a recording with Terry this... What am I doing the recording with Terry? Well, it's already started. Terry's been recording some stuff in Ireland and sending me the tracks, and I'm mixing it in with some of his niece Ava. So we've got a nice little thing going on for the fall there. Rod Will's birthday today. Eh? Oh man, that's amazing! Happy birthday, Rod! Even though you're not around with us anymore, man, I miss him. You know, there's so many of those people from Newfoundland.
what a hard few years it's been. You know, that sort of the 40s lost a lot of my friends in Newfoundland. You know, I guess a lot of living hard and not living well, and I do miss Rod. Rod was the drummer in Waffet with me and Clark. We did a 4-track recording once in Rod's basement. There's a cassette version of it kicking around somewhere. It's got songs like Rap Attack and Shadow Chasers, 5 Minutes for High Sticking. Oh, I'm sure there were so many more. We should get Waffet back together. Get Barry, Don Ellis on drums, or Llewellyn on drums. That'd be fun. 5 Minutes for High Stickings. Oh my God! I know it's a trip when it hits you, doesn't it, Roger? When you remember those whole things. So I'm going to show a couple videos now. These are all part of the love songs things. Waste Your Time was a song that I recorded for. Oh yes, happy birthday, Ron Bissonette. Waste Your Time was a song I recorded for No Dark, No Light. It was another song that was Fare Thee Well was on that album as well. Waste Your Time was that song, and Allison, sort of one night we were going to bed, and you know, why haven't you written me a song? You know, sort of all whiny and being nasty, and so I went to bed that night and I wrote her a song. She's sort of in all the music, but it's kind of hard to write a specific song for her. So this one kind of fit in, and even though it's a song about her, it's really sort of more about me. Sort of the way that I work sometimes, but either way, it was a nice song. So I didn't shoot a video for it, but what we did was we went down to the pub, Church Key Pub and Grindhouse, Stinking Rose, that little pub. Those were the incarnations of the venue over the 11 years. I did the Whiskey Wednesday show there, and it was a beautiful thing to do, to be working there. But we went down, me and Steve went down one day, and he shot a video for Waste Your Time. It's interesting, it was back in my mustache days still. Hey Joe Murray, good to see you, buddy. It was still back in my mustache days, which are interesting to see. And Crazy Love is in the video as well. That was a Tony Arkell video anniversary, right? That's his anniversary. So Tony Arkell, that video is in there as well. What else is in this video coming up?
Song, but Steve's not.
Steve is in all these videos? Yeah.
And the moving camera.
And this has some moving camera stuff. Oh, cool. So this has some moving camera stuff and some Steve stuff. It's a love songs compilation video from the last couple of years. It's about 10 minutes long. So sit back and enjoy. Allison is going to do her switching now. So the first thing is to just mic off.
Sun goes down over Wichita Falls. I've seen the best and I've seen them all. That days and nothing more beautiful to see. You wring your hair and you drape your clothes. The sun lights your silhouette shape exposed. It's clear you're bringing out the best in me. Why you wanna waste your time with me? Why you wanna waste your time with me? Morning breaks, I haven't slept all night. The sunlight warms to your skin's delight. I'm dying just to sit here and watch you breathe. Pressed to your chest lies a mother's joy. Dreams, little dreams of a little boy. This feels like a luck I can't believe. Why you wanna waste your time with me? Why you wanna waste your time with me? 10 years or maybe 12, and we've had some times that have felt like hell, but you held your ground and stayed strong and true for me. And the good times far outweigh the bad, and the happiness outweighs the sad. There's just one question here, and my friends agree. Why you wanna waste your time with me? Why you wanna waste your time with me? Now the years have passed and they've grown and gone, and all I can do is sing this song in a voice that cracks, a melody carefree. On the porch we sit as the sun fades away. We wave to the neighbors across the way. I still can't believe you did all this with me. And you say, do you want to waste some time with me? Do you want to waste some time with me? Do you want to waste some time with me? Do you want to waste some time with me? I can hear a heartbeat for 1,000 miles, and the heavens open every time she smiles. When I come to her, that's where I belong. So I'm running to her like a river song. She give me love, 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 crazy love. She give me love, 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 crazy love. She's got a fine sense of humor when I'm feeling down low. Yeah, when I come home to her, the sun goes down. Take away my trouble, take away my grief, take away my heartache, and I'd like a thief. She give me love, 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 crazy love. She give me love, 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 crazy love. Yes, I need her in the daytime. Yes, I need her in the night. Yes, I wanna throw my arms around her, kiss and hug her tight. Yeah, when I'm turned from far away, she gives me sweet love, yeah, and brighten up my day. Yes, it makes me righteous. Yes, it makes me whole. Yes, it makes me mellow down into my soul. She give me love, 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 crazy love. She give me love, 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 crazy love. Give me love, 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 crazy love. She give me love, 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 crazy love.
That's for Tony. There you go, buddy.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. Oh, nah. one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I were a sculptor, oh, but then I've been no man who makes paintings at a traveling show. Well, I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is your song. Well, it might be quite simple now that it's done. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. I sat on the rooftops and I kicked off the moss, and a few of those verses, well, they got me quite cross. But the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. Excuse me for getting, but these things I do, you see, I've forgotten if they're brown or they're blue. Anyways, this thing is what I really mean. Yours are the sweetest eyes that I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It might be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. Oh, there we go.
I'm back, and I think we've got sound. How's that looking there, Alison? The reverb's on or off? The effects.
Effects. Lights on.
The light is on. That's perfect. Excellent. Alison's doing great. Working on a Sunday during gospel hour. Who's working during a Sunday? Oh, Joe Murray is. Of course he is. Joe Murray working on the cottage. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. So, where are we here now? We're at 11:21, so we've got a few more minutes. Thanks again for coming by and putting some money into the coffers. Appreciate that. More than anything, though, just thanks for being a part of the Whiskey Wednesday show for the last few years. You've watched me develop my own tunes. You've watched me put together a new band, new members, bringing Neil in, Steve, Dave. It's quite a trip. One of the things that, one of the big things that happened in my life in the last decade or so was the loss of Ron Hines. Ron was Newfoundland's king of songwriting, for lack of a better word, phrase. Strange guy, nice guy, horrible guy, amazing guy, angry guy, loving guy, frustrated guy, multiple personalities. Perhaps. I'm not going to say that for sure. But there was definitely a few Rons. I got to know all of them, and I miss all of them. And this is the first song that I ever played with Ron Hynes. It's called 1962. It's a perfect love song. Here we go. And I dreamed it was 1962. I dropped a quarter in the jukebox and I played a song for you. I kissed you by the pinball king. We were listening to Del Shannon sing. I had all his records, he was my favorite then. And that's all gone, it won't come back again. That's all gone, it won't come back again. I woke and I put on my father's shoes. Well, I stood out on the front porch like he used to do. I stepped across the morning sands. The skyline only showed a sign of rain. Mine would be the only footprints that remain. That's all gone, it won't come back again. That's all gone, it won't come back again. There was something I meant to say. Too many words got in the way. And I dreamed that it was 1962. I lit a fire on a beach and I lay in the sand with you. We'd sing songs until the rains would come. Straight across the fields we would run. You wrapped your sweater around my first guitar. I walked you home. That's all gone, it won't come back again. That's all gone, it won't come back again. There was something I meant to say. Too many words got in the way. And I dreamed that it was 1962. I dropped a quarter in the jukebox and I played a song for you. Kissed you by the pinball king. We were listening to Del Shannon sing. I had all his records, he was my favorite then. And that's all gone, it won't come back again. That's all gone, it won't come back again. Hey, 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 yeah. 1962 there for you all. As Allison reaches for the effects button. There you go. She's having a good time over there pushing buttons. You see a smile on her face. Every time it's something to do, she gets all lit up. What am I pushing? There's 3 buttons. They all have tape on them. Which one to push? 3 buttons with tape on them. Out of 1,000, though. The thing is, what happens if she pushes the wrong button? Because sometimes you can't just push the button again. It changes everything. Now I'm freaking her out. She's like, don't freak me out. Don't freak me out. Oh my, it's 11:26 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. 11:26 a.m. brings us into the girls thing. We have a video for the girls of 14 minutes, and then we have me playing a song, which is amazing. And we're going to talk about the girls. Yeah. So, the girls during the pandemic, my girls are strange. They got into music young. I was really happy that they got into music, and it was actually West Bend that really sort of got them into music. No, I shouldn't say that. They were really into music. I think West Bend gave them, hey Neil, how you doing today?
Good, thanks. Yourselves?
I'm doing excellent. Excellent. There's coffee in there. It's not made, but if you'd like to make yourself some coffee.
No, I'm good. I have one at home, and I've finished.
Oh my gosh.
Neil is here gardening?
Yeah.
What'd you finish?
Well, I put in all those.
Oh, you put in-
Shasta Daisy
Yeah.
and Stilby and that ladies, whoever it is.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that was Peggy O'Connor brought some stuff. Neil's been working on our yard for the last month. He's decided that it was time that our front yard got that I've been talking about doing forever got done. So he went out with a shovel, and we hired a young kid to do the backbreaking stuff. Well, some of the backbreaking stuff. Neil, I think, ended up doing most of it. But he put in probably a 60-foot by 4-foot garden in front of the house, 2 feet of new earth, something about that, and a bunch of new plants. It's just amazing, just great. Roger Price says hi, Neil. James Thomas, you haven't missed Broken Hearts, King of Broken Hearts, or the Weaker Thans. I think they're both coming in through the day. Well, it's good to see you. You excited for the day?
Oh, just thrilled to death. Yeah, now I get to go home and work on my garden.
And then you get to go home and work on your gardens. Jillian says, hi, Dad.
Hello, Jillian.
Neil will be back later, of course, with the band, and they will be... we're going to play a bunch of stuff tonight, which is going to be fun. And we've got some food. Oh, Neil's making dinner. How's your cottage pie coming along?
Well, that's what I'm going home to do.
Yeah.
Neil's going home to make dinner for us all. Oh, this is such a great day. I get to do nothing but just sit here and play guitar and chat with you all there.
Oh, but I get to see the sunshine.
I know, you get to see the sunshine. That is a nice thing. That is a nice thing. So, so the girls, they got really into music, and West Bend was a great avenue for them to explore. They got to work with Donna Bennett and Brian Finley. Donna, as an opera singer and as a vocal coach, is incredible. And the work that Brian and Donna do with the choir, both the adult and the youth choirs and the teen choirs, is incredible. Hey, Ron Bisonet from San Francisco. Watch the hills. It's pretty steep down there. Ron and Brian and Donna really helped sort of get the girls into that, which was really nice. And it got them on a pathway to music, which, because being their dad, Cassidy, the first time I saw Cassidy play bass was in the jazz band. She'd never asked me anything about bass. And all of a sudden she's playing bass in the jazz band at high school, and she's like playing Stevie Wonder lines and stuff. I'm like, where did she learn this? She didn't come to me. And Caitlyn was the same, picking up piano and acoustic guitar, and just, I'd try and show her stuff. And Dad, you don't know what you're doing. And of course, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm the dad. Dad never knows what he's doing. But during the pandemic, the girls were home with us, and they were actually way cooler with everything than I thought. They came up and spent time with me on the show. Caitlyn produced it. Caitlyn and Cassidy sat in on it regularly, which was amazing. And Caitlyn even started writing her own songs, and I think we've got a version of This Ride is in this video, isn't it, Caitlyn? Alison, yeah, this is the song that Caitlyn wrote. So we're going to start the video. No, hold on a sec. We're going to start the video in a minute. It's only at the top of the hour right now.
It's up to you. Do you want to do the video first or your song first?
No, I'll do the song after. But hold on, I'm not finished talking about the video yet. I'm just looking at the time here. I'm thinking it's exactly on the hour, exactly on the half hour. So it's now 11:30. We are starting again. See, we keep this ship tight, Roger, like you said earlier. Welcome back to the telethon for those of you who are just turning in for the girls section of the hour. This is where we spend 30 minutes with my lovely daughters and some of their music. And Allison is going to right now do her next bit of switching as she hits the video. And when she hits the video, she's going to turn off my mic. And we will see you in a minute, folks. How you doing tonight, Cassidy?
It's fine.
How you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah, you finished your classes?
Yeah.
For now? You're going to do some summer classes, though, right?
Yeah.
Down at where?
Online, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what? No, I know that. But what school? You're doing that? Is it Yale?
No, Harvard.
Harvard. You're going to do some Harvard classes.
Well, they're free.
They're free. Yeah. Harvard has free classes over the summer. Mm-hmm. And what classes are you going to do for fun?
I was thinking of biochemistry.
Biochemistry for fun. That sounds like a fun thing to do for the summer. Yeah. Wow. And you heard from your bosses that work might be starting again soon, right? I mean, they're still in the work. I know. Okay, well, we've got some time. hang out, play some piano and some guitar, and
Yeah.
do all that. I'm so lucky to get to play this song with my kids and to share a little bit of Newfoundland culture with them. They didn't have the pleasure of growing up in Newfoundland. They grew up in Campbellford, which is equally excellent, just completely different. But we've been playing this song for a long time, and it's always a nice one.
Sonny lives on a farm in a wide open space. You can kick off your shoes, you can give up the race. You can lay down your head by a sweet riverbed, and Sonny always remembers what it was his mama said. 1, 2. Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. Your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. These nights get so long, and the silence goes on, and I'm feeling so tired. I'm not all that strong. Sonny.
2 a.m. and she calls me 'cause I'm still awake. Can you help me unravel my latest mistakes? I don't love him. Winter just wasn't my season. Yeah, we walk through the door so accusing, their eyes like they have any right at all to criticize hypocrites. They're all just here for the same reason. 'Cause you can't jump the tracks, we're like cars on a cable, and life's like an hourglass glued to a table. No one can find the rewind button, girl. Cradle your head in your hand and breathe, just breathe. Oh, breathe, just breathe.
3.
Empty whiskey glasses on the piano ledge. Alarm clock sits idle. Can't remember when it was last said. Chair in the corner, collecting all the clothes from past days. Door is open wide, but I'm still trapped inside. Put on some show I've seen too many times before, to have some noise to block the screaming of the voice inside my mind, and I'll find my paradise is where I go to help me feel alive. I can't do this on my own, I just need a vice. Some have drinking, some just smoke, but my paradise is coming home. Life goes by in such a blur, can't tell apart the days. Bloodshot eyes match the red hues of the sunrise. Put on the smile I crafted many years ago to show the world that I'm still fighting off the voice inside my mind, and I'll find my paradise is where I go to help me feel alive. I can't do this on my own, I just need advice. Some have drinking, some just smoke, but my paradise is coming home. My paradise is coming home. Feel so numb inside, just wanna try to get off this ride. My paradise is where I go to help me feel alive. I can't do this on my own, I just need advice. Some have drinking, some just smoke, but my paradise is coming home. My paradise is coming home. When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I would offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows and the stars appear, and there's no one there to dry your tears, I could hold you for a million years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made your mind up yet, but I would never do you wrong. I've known it from the moment that we met, no doubt in my mind where you belong. I'd go hungry, I'd go black and blue, I'd go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you feel my love. The storms are raging on the road and sea, and on the highway of regret.
What happened to the door? What happened to the door over there? Did it just slam for some reason?
No.
Let's take it from the storms are raging. 1, 2, 3.
The storms are raging on the road and sea, and on the highway of regret. The winds of change are blowing wild and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I could make you happy, make your dreams come true. Nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you, to make you feel my love, to make you feel my love. I've got a girl crush. Hate to admit it, but I've got a heart rush. It ain't slowing down. I've got it real bad. Want everything she has. That smile and that midnight laugh she's giving you now. I wanna taste her lips, yeah, 'cause they taste like you. I wanna drown myself in a bottle of her perfume. I want her long blonde hair. I want her magic touch. Yeah, 'cause maybe then you'd want me just as much. I've got a girl crush. I've got a girl crush. I don't get no sleep. I don't get no peace thinking about her under your bedsheet. The way that she's whispering, the way that she's pulling you in. Lord knows I've tried. I can't get her off my mind. I wanna taste her lips, yeah, 'cause they taste like you. I wanna drown myself in a bottle of her perfume. I want her long blonde hair. I want her magic touch, yeah, 'cause maybe then you want me just as much. I got a girl crush. I've got a girl crush. I've got a girl crush. Hate to admit it, but I've got a heart rush. It ain't slowing down.
Yeah, Girl Crush, that was nice. Here I am again. Still here. It is 11:45 in the morning, which means we're an hour and 45 minutes on this already. This is like wow. How great was that to see the girls? Man, oh man, they're grown up so much. How old are they turning this fall? Is it
24 and 22.
It is 24 and 22.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, time has just blown by. Went out to see Jim Jeffries on Friday night, and went down to Kingston. Went to a new restaurant, Baja, down by the water. Really great food. Some nice martinis, margaritas and stuff. But it was great to see the girls. But it's amazing. Like they're adults. It's just wild. They are just so grown up. But when they were younger, we're going to round out the hour with two songs. One about my girl, both about my girls. We sort of had an agreement. We traveled a lot when we were younger, and we did a lot of RVing, and it was kind of some of their music, some of our music, some of their music. So it'd go from Bob Dylan to what was her name then, Hannah Montana,
Miley Cyrus,
and then Miley Cyrus, and then it would go from George Jones to VeggieTales. Yeah. And we'd do all this stuff back and forth. But eventually the girls settled in and they both fell in love with One Direction, who eventually went four directions, as I used to always say to the girls. girls. I said, don't, you just give it a couple years. They're going to go in more than one direction, believe me. So I'm going to do this song for the girls. I don't actually know it, but... This is one of those songs where I get to the bridge, and because I don't really know the song, I go, oh, it's time to make something up. As you can see, my girls learned to do that as well. You can see that in the last video when Cassidy dropped her phone and pretended. We got the reverb on there now, love. She's so good.
Written in these walls are the stories that I can't explain. I leave my heart open, but it stays right here empty for days. She told me in the morning she don't feel the same about us in her bones. It seems to me when I die, these words will be written on my stone. And I'll be gone tonight. The ground beneath my feet is open wide. The way that I've been holding on too tight, with nothing in between. The story of my life, I take her home. I drive all night to keep her warm, and time is frozen. The story of my life, I give her hope. I spend her love until she's broken aside. The story of my life. Written on these walls are the colors that I can't change. I leave my heart open, but it stays right here in its cage. I know that in the morning now I'll see us in the light upon that hill. Although I am broken, my heart is untamed still. And I'll be gone tonight. The fire beneath my feet is burning bright. The way that I've been holding on too tight, with nothing in between. The story of my life, I take her home. I drive all night to keep her warm, and time is frozen. The story of my life, I give her hope. I spend her love until she's broken inside. The story of my life. And I've been waiting for this time to come around, but baby, running after you's like chasing clouds. The story of my life, I take her home. I drive all night to keep her warm, and time is frozen. The story of my life, I take her home. I drive all night to keep her warm, and time is frozen. And time is frozen.
Yep, just the mute of the... Nope. There you go. Trying trying to remember which to mute, the effects or the channel. The channel is on now, right? The microphone. Excellent. She's doing so good with it. How's everybody doing out there? The chatter board, everybody's doing their own thing up to the day. That's awfully nice. Debbie Parson, freezing up on Facebook. Change your channel there, Deb. It's everything here is going at 100%, so we're all good. 2 hours into this is just nuts. I can't believe that I'm doing another 10 hours. We do have some time for lunch. What are we doing for lunch today? Did we do lunch?
Leftovers.
Leftovers. Oh, it's that ricey dish, right?
Yes, the kook.
No, it wasn't even couscous. It was bulgur.
Yeah.
Whatever bulgur is. It's a grain. I made some bulgur the other night. It was interesting. Thank you, Roger. Good sync on this end. Yeah, I'm not sure what the whole bulgur thing is, but we made it the other night. Bulgur and red peppers, and I got a burger in the fridge. That's what I'm going to have. I'm excited for that. So as I mentioned, me and the girls, we spent a lot of time... I'm just going to see what key I do this. I wasn't going to do this song, but I decided to do it because... Oh, Deb, you're over on YouTube. Good for you. Okay, I'm going to do this one in the key of B today. So yeah, as I mentioned, the girls were very, very good in, they learned all the lyrics for the first 3 Bob Dylan records, the greatest hits of George Jones, some King Crimson. They really loved, they used to love King Crimson. I used to put on the Discipline record, and Thilo and Jinjeet and Indiscipline and stuff would come on, and they'd shake in the back of the car. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't really sing along because it was crazy, but all these crazy time signatures and stuff, and while I was driving, I'd act things out with my right hand so that they could watch a little puppet show that went along with the music. They used to love that. King Crimson to a back of the hand puppet show by me. Real interesting entertainment for the girls back on our road trips. I got a couple more donations coming in there. We're at about $450, which is absolutely perfect. Thank you all very much. Every penny helps. This is a song now. As I mentioned, the girls learned all the songs that I liked. One of the artists that they really got into, and they used to ask for a lot, was Slade Cleaves. And Slade is a favorite of mine. He's got a new album out called Ghosts on the Car Radio, which is amazing. Every record by Slade Cleaves, there are no duds in the bunch. I look at my record collection. I've got the 6-string bass solo project. I've got the variety show players. I've got Bad Intent. I've got my solo stuff. I've got the Goats. And every record just kind of sounds different. And there's the collaborations, and then there's the Ron record. And it's like, they all sound different. I listen to Slade Cleaves. Whatever Slade Cleaves record you put on, it sounds like Slade Cleaves. It's just amazing. I wish I had that continuity in myself, but I don't. So I've got to learn to embrace that too. I'm a amorphous blob of genre identification. Sherry had a pawn shop, band of gold, sink full of dishes and a love grown cold. Along came a boy as pretty as the devil. She took his hand, the whole thing unraveled. There's no turning round, it's broke down. Billy took a ring and he jammed it in his pocket. Went downtown, tried to hawk it. Deep in the bottom of Lake Pontchartrain, there's a love note carved inside a wedding ring. Broke down, torn and shattered, left in pieces like it doesn't even matter. Broke down, torn and afraid, there ain't nothing left you can give away. There's no turning round, it's broke down. Who can tell me where love goes? Maybe down where the Black River flows. There's no turning round, it's broke down.
Baby in the back seat, another on the way. Cigarettes melting at the end of every day. Spends her nights waiting for real life to start. She's listening to the sounds of her double-crossed heart. Broke down, torn and shattered, left in pieces like it doesn't even matter. Broke down, torn and afraid, there ain't nothing left you can give away. There's no turning round, it's broke down. On the other side of town, two lovers lay still, cigarettes smoking on a windowsill. There's a picture locked up in an old suitcase. Billy closes his eyes, but he still sees her face. Broke down, torn and shattered, left in pieces like it doesn't even matter. Broke down, torn and afraid, there ain't nothing left you can give away. There's no turning round. There's no turning round. There's no turning round. It's broke down.
Little broke down for you there, ladies and gentlemen. Slade Cleave's song. Alison, I'm going to ask you to put up the photo for a moment. Is that photo handy, the telethon photo?
Yes.
Just put that up for a second. I'm just going to stand up because I have to come over and just push a button here. It'll just be a second. Here's what's happening, ladies and gentlemen.
I put this on. Next.
Yeah. So that's the recorder. So try not to hit that stop button.
Yep.
Because when you do it, it stops recording.
Okay.
Okay, we just lost a little bit of it. And now it's back.
I was gonna ask you about that.
Yes, I just looked over. You can come back to me here now. And is my microphone? The microphone is on. Yeah, microphone is on. Excellent. Okay. Yes, Alison was moving buttons there, and she hit the stop record button for the hard drive, so we just lost a little bit there. But that's okay because I can grab it off of another platform. Oh, there's so much technical stuff here. It's 11:58. We're getting back to the top of the hour again. That Slade Cleave's tune, by the way, it's called Broke Down. It's from an album called Broke Down, and I think that album is a really good starting point if you're looking to get into Slade Cleave's. Although my favorite record, I think, if I had to choose one, would be Everything You Love Will Be Taken Away. I don't know why that's one of my favorites. Maybe because Stephen King did the liner notes, so it has a special place in my heart. But that's a whole thing there. So.
Noon. It's now noon.
It is now noon. We are getting into the noon hour. Oh my Lord, let me see what we got happening now. What's the noon hour all about, Alison? Oh, the evolution of the studio. This is fun. Okay, like I said, we started this thing. I used to do the Whiskey Wednesday show at the pub. And it was just a place to go drinking on a Wednesday night and try out new songs and new arrangements and have some fun with a small group of people. And when COVID hit, we decided, well, Caitlyn was here with me one night and she said, why don't you do a live stream? And, I didn't know how to do it. She said, I'll show you. I just got to press record on Facebook. And that's what we did. The first night was just on the couch. And then it has turned into... me with one mic, and then I wanted reverb, but I couldn't be overturning the reverb on and off like Alison is, so I had two mics. So I had one mic close, and I had another mic a little bit further away with the reverb on it, so that when I was talking between songs, I would talk at this level, and it wouldn't pick up the reverb. And then when I was singing, I would go to a louder level, and the reverb would be picked up. So I was doing all these old school things, and then I found a program that I could use two phones, so I could have two angles. And then I wanted to mix the guitar a little bit more, so I bought a little board, and then the band started coming in, and it just continued sort of evolving. Technologically, we went through a 7-phone iPhone setup directly to a company called Switcher, who used to do allow us to do the switching with the 7 phones. And then we had moving phones, of course, with gimbals, and it just kept evolving. Anyways, so when I watch these videos, I find it fantastic. So for the next hour, if you're interested in, sort of the live streaming setup and what's happening in the studio, we're going to go through that. Now, the videos are labeled 1 and 2. We're going to play them 2 to 1 because 2 is upstairs and 1 is down here. So if you're following along in the telethon guide, which you may have, check it out. So here is the evolution of the studio part 1, which is the upstairs stuff. Thanks for coming out. If you were just here for the music, that's really cool. I'm going to do a bit of a tech run through of how we run the Whiskey Wednesday show, just to keep it on file and have some information for people who are looking to do similar things. There's lots of bands and musicians out there. And if it wasn't for COVID, I'd be having everybody in the studio here doing their live shows from here. It's actually an idea that I have for a sort of venue coming up soon. And I think it'll be a really cool thing to do. But either way, I just helping out by showing some of that. And then after, I'll take any questions on sort of, gear and posters and things that I have around, the records, stuff that people often ask about. So we'll do a little walkthrough. So as you can see right now, I have in my ears these things here. So I'm going to take them out. So these are called in-ear monitors. IEMs would be the the term for them if you're looking them up online. They are basically a very very high fidelity and high resistant impact drivers to music. Can you use them as like a regular pair of headphones? Absolutely. I listen to them. I use them when I'm walking with my iPod all the time. They're great. It's a really good investment. You can get them for like, you can get them for $70 or $100 at Long McQuaid, or if you get into the more professional ones that you're using on where you need a much better driver and sound isolation and stuff, you get into some of the bigger ones that range from the $300 to $1,000 range. These are some mid-grade ones. They work great for me. I absolutely love them. They're nice little things. And I'm laying them on top of. So these are just plugged into a little mixer over there that I'll show you so you can see how I got. We've got a couple of mics, a little, it's an AKG acoustic guitar mic. That's the one that I've been using for the acoustics for a while. It's actually Neil's. It's quite a lovely sounding guitar. It works on a ton of things, but it's it's the C451 is the number on it if anybody's looking for that. It's a really nice, I found it in the studio. It's really good for acoustic stuff, and I actually use it on my guitar amp on the trainer over there as well when I'm recording with the Gretsch. So it's a beautiful mic for that. This is the Slate. This is the Slate microphone. There's a number and a name for it. I'm not sure what it is. It's I heard about it. It comes with a bunch of, if you use Pro Tools or Logic or any sort of audio suite, it comes with plugins that allow you to emulate microphones. But the way that they have this is set up as like their flat bass line, so that then they can reference all these other EQ curves against it. Slate are one of these companies that I find is way ahead of the curve when it comes to all the technology stuff. I recommend everything that I've used by them. Some people might say, because when I started doing the Whiskey Wednesdays last year, I was using a Neumann, a U87, I think it was, and I loved the sound of it. And I tried this, and I went, I can hear the difference when I isolate and compress and do all this stuff, but is it like, I don't know, this is a much more affordable choice. And if you do run it through the plugins, you can get all kinds of cool mic emulations out of it too. I just use it straight. I love it as a microphone. So that's what I do for the two ends on the channel. So you have a basic, the audio, I'll go through it first, and it's for those of you who don't know, I'll make it as simple as I can. There's a basic path. You have the microphones, which have cables coming out of them. The cables then go into a mixer. In my case, I'm using a digital mixer over there. This is my Pro Tools rig. If you want to just shine that over here, Caitlyn. This is the session that I have for Wednesday nights, and you can see I'm just using Tizzard and the Gretsch right now, those two microphones. So there's just two mics in there. So my two microphones, I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. Let me just check and make sure. I'm going to turn this one on. Hold on. Where's Neil's, folks? Can you hear that now? Is that better? Hopefully that's a better audio now that I'm away from those mics. If it's too loud, tell me. So the mics all come into the Pro Tools rig.
These are the interfaces, and then it gets processed with just as you can see, a little tiny bit of EQ, and then just a touch of reverb. If you don't have sort of something like this, and you're dealing with 2 microphones, and you don't have sort of sends and stuff, put one microphone in the back of the room with the reverb on it, so when you're talking, it doesn't sound all reverby, but when you sing louder, the reverb catches on the second mic. It's a little trick you can do. So it's a basic 2-mic audio setup for this. When the full band is here, we have a bunch of, a full setup. Everything is mic'd up, and we don't always plug the bass amp in because of the rumble from it. In this environment for a live show, you don't really notice the difference between a microphone bass or a DI bass that's been, put it through a miking amp type thing. So that's all cool. So we usually shut that off because then the cameras shake. Camera shake is something we've been dealing with for a while here. I'll get to the camera stuff in a little bit. A basic setup on the mics, kick, snare, hat, nice overheads. Just got those Aston overheads. They're really neat. I quite like them. I'm not much of a guy on things. I know the basics of stuff, so don't ask me any questions on mic curves and stuff because I won't be able to answer. So that's the audio. So then the neat part is, this is where what I couldn't figure out was, okay, I've got my audio going into my computer and I've got it coming out my speakers. How do I get it? So now how do I get it to into Facebook? And of course, when you're using an iCamera, if you go to Facebook Live with it, you're just using the audio from there. So I had to find something that worked as an in-between. So this unit here, thank you, Caitlyn. This iRig down here, see this thing here? This is an iRig by IK Media, I believe, the iRig Pro. So I take my 2 outs from my computer, which would go to speakers, and I plug them into the left right there, and then this plugs into my iPad, which then does the broadcast of the show. Now, from the iPad, you can see, I'm going to move this one here for a second. Is this one still connected so I can do a demo with it? Okay, so from the iPad, which you're looking at now, Caitlyn? So we're in a thing called Switcher Studio right now. Switcher Studio allows me to set up different iPhones on the same wireless platforms. Like right now, you're looking at the phone that Caitlyn is holding with the gimbal, this one right here. Now, if I press this, now you guys are looking at this camera here, which is Neil's cell phone set up over in the corner. And it's just on a little blank tripod by itself. So when I'm speaking, Caitlyn just throws that one on. And then when she wants to move again, she throws this one on. Now I'm just going to throw on Caitlyn's phone for a second, so you can see Caitlyn. I want Caitlyn to hold the gimbal up. Let's see where Caitlyn is. There she is. So this thing here Caitlyn has is called a gimbal. Just kind of move it around a bit, Caitlyn. It's just an electronic device that as she moves it, the image stays straight. So she can do all this neat camera work almost by just sitting in a chair. Look at how happy she is. What do you think for bangs, folks? Pretty cool, eh? Okay, so back to Caitlyn's gimbal video there. Again, she's going to get mad at me for that later. So we've got Switcher Studio here. So Switcher allows you that. And before we had the gimbals and that sort of movement, we were using static cameras. And you can put as many cameras in here as you want. So Steve had a phone, Allison had a phone, I had a few iPhones. So we had about 7 phones just around. And then Caitlyn, just through pressing buttons, would go from one camera to the other. You can also put media in here that will show up as video, like there's the video. And you can turn that off. I'm not sure how you turn that off. How do you turn that off? 1, 2, 3. See, I don't know much about this. This is Caitlyn's job. Anyways, so this is the application called Switcher Studio. There is a monthly subscription on it, but I would not be able to do this show here the way that I like to do it without it. From Switcher Studio, it goes to another company called Restream. And Restream then collects the signal, buffers it so you don't get interference, and then they redistribute it to as many platforms as you want. So that's how I get it to Twitter, YouTube, my Facebook page, my 3 other Facebook pages. Anyways, a bunch of places. So you can broadcast to multi-places at the same time. So that's kind of that. So we went over the cameras. I'm using iPhones, and there's a lot of great software out there that works for that. Yeah, I should probably take a look and see if there's any general questions. Or is there anybody even left? Okay, good, yeah. So Steve Dag is watching. Sounds good. Okay, the mic sounds great. Nice acoustic sound. Okay, good night all. Spending some time with you. Love to see you, Betty. Okay, so anybody have any, can you recommend a brand? The Shure IEMs are the ones that I use. They're great. but there are lots of others. I'll post a link for what I have there. So okay, so we've got basic. You can have a one camera thing. Like when I started doing these shots, these shows a year ago, it was one camera. I put it on a tripod. I actually taped it to a mic stand, and Caitlyn put a light on my face, and we broadcast live, and the sound wasn't bad, and the video wasn't bad. But after doing it, you know, week after week, I've spent some time getting it together. So this is still the gear that we're using now. If anybody has any questions, let me know. Minimal setup. What are we talking about? If you want the most cost efficient setup, is buy a, you know, go to this here, Caitlin, this mic stand, or this is one of the stands. I think it was $12 on Amazon, and it's specifically designed for an iPhone. Order that for yourself, put your iPhone on it, press play, and or press record and go live. That's the simplest and cheapest way to do it. Anything you spend after that is money that you're investing into a luxury hobby, because it is a great thing, but it's a lot of money to get into if you want to get things going really good. So yeah, that's the simplest way. Next way, a 1-channel or 2-channel interface, or a small mixer with 1 or 2 microphones, as I showed you, and that's a pretty simple setup, and you can broadcast straight from that, or into something bigger, like I have, where you get into the, you know, sort of $500 to $1,000 preamps and stuff like that, and it gets quite expensive. But at the same time, I'm not using any of that here right now. I'm just using a Focusrite 8-channel preamp. I've actually got 2 of them, but the small one is just an 8-channel. That's only a couple $100. You can get yourself a preamp interface for a couple $100 usually, with 4 or 8 channels, and they're all, you know, they're pretty good for live broadcasting. They're great. Or get a board that has something that's going to just pump it out for you. Lots of nice little powered boards. I bought the what was that thing, that Mix 24? That's what I use for live. It's also another Tascam, the Tascam Mix 24. Great board. And I was doing the shows here. I could put 24 channels right into that, and just come out of that right into this little thing here, bypassing the computer altogether. It's an amazing thing. Tascam, and I think they have a Model 16 right now, which is a smaller version of it. Really cost efficient, great little recorder and mixer. Okay, any questions? Android is the same idea as far as I know. Okay, so any other questions about the gear and stuff before I start sort of doing the room walk here with Caitlin? Okay, so what's that?
The lights.
The lights? Oh yeah. Again, these lights come from. Lighting is pretty important, but I really don't have the lighting down, as you can see by my blue and red hat tonight. These are little tiny lights. Again, I think they were $12 each, and they come with, you know, 4 color palettes. They're really ugly, they're really crappy, but you put them in a corner, and they kind of do what they're supposed to do to make something look and feel the way. Like when we're rehearsing, I face them into the corners, and it feels more like a club than anything else, which is where I'm used to living. So let's see where we are here. Okay, nice to see you, Kristen. I'm glad that you enjoyed and that you made it out today. So let's walk through here. Some people were asking about guitars and stuff. I'll tell you what I can about stuff. This is actually Neil's. I think it's his 62 replica. Yeah, it's his 62 Telly replica, which I believe was for sale for a while. Not that I'm trying to pitch things for sale tonight, but it's a beautiful sounding guitar. Needs a soldering job on the inside switch right now before I can use it again. But it's a great little thing. This is a great little photo of me and Neil walking in a windstorm in Newfoundland on one of our first gigs. It always brings back memories. These things here, by the way, if you're running a studio at all, if you look around the room as we go around, you'll see these panels everywhere. We've got them in the corner. They're totally sort of absorbent, and they're filled with a insulation, and they change the way that frequencies move around the room, therefore making the room a little bit better sounding, so that you can hear things better. There's less room ambience. I don't know, sometimes when you're doing home recordings, you'll hear like a, you know, as you turn things up, you get more. That's just room noise, and you can get rid of a lot of that by treating a room professionally. I had a guy in Peterborough come down. He did this room for, it was pretty cheap. He was just getting out of school and setting up shop, so it got done pretty cheap, but he did a great job. If anybody wants his name or number, you can reach out to me. I can set you up on that. Okay, while we're over here, well, we've got the pile of mess, which every studio has, usually with some old booze around it. Yeah, that's a maple whiskey, really sweet for sipping. Humidifier. It's gotten really humid right now, but that's one of the most important things to have around when you have acoustics. I'll walk you through the acoustics here. This is my J200 sort of thing. It's a Taylor. I use it instead of a J200, and I absolutely love the sound of it. This guitar is beautiful. I got it through a very dear friend years ago, and it's one of my favorites. It's got a perfect time and place, but it's almost too, sometimes it's almost too delicate to play. I'm afraid I'm going to scratch it. This is another one of Neil's. This is an interesting one. This is a bit of a Frankenstein. Telly strap put together with those Seymour Duncans. Everything's push-pull on it. It's a really, really neat little unit. Again, just one of Neil's sticking around there. Oh, we've got Gibson's. What is? Oh, that's Neil's. Yeah, another one of Neil's in there. Oh, I forgot he was playing that. That's his 339, I think. And that's my 51 J45. I don't know much about numbers and ages and all that stuff. When the guy bought it, it was a 51. It's been restored. It was in a fire, so the top was rebuilt. Plays really nice. I absolutely love it. I've recorded most of my last few records with that one. We've got this one here. This is one that Caitlyn was playing for a while. She really likes this one. What do they call these? This is the Fender Carbonita, I think. Carbonetta, something like that. It's a really nice, semi sort of acoustic sounding thing, semi-electric thing. Mr. Grant's bass. This thing is just beautiful. This thing has been through the war. And this is Mr. Grant's, and he plays it like a, you know what he does. But I love having that here too. I'm going to move on through the studio. Some posters, the old original Whiskey Wednesday stuff. And then some artwork from Johnny Cash taken out with the concert ticket. Some Tim Lee art. Jam in the Trees, which I was lucky enough to be a part of a few years ago with some great people. Just an amazing sort of semi-bluegrassy type thing. Down in North Carolina. It was great.
That Telecaster is called a Cabronita.
Cabronita, okay, yeah.
And someone said, "Who's Neil?"
Oh.
Hi, I'm Neil.
That's Neil over there. Neil's the guitar player for Music for Goats, and he's the one who's been taking care of us for a couple of years here. So, and then this is just a little, this is originally where the drums get set up, but the couch is here now. It's the most uncomfortable couch in the world, but it does pull out if a member ever needs to sleep here. This thing is cool, this trainer. I use this for conferences. When you have to do like little 20 to 100 seat rooms with acoustic guitars and you want to have a bass player. This small block by Trainer is unbelievable. It's lightweight, it punches, we've used it so much. It's just an incredible piece of gear. And I know a lot of bands out there are doing the conference thing, well, when we get back to doing it, you know, once all this crap is over with. This is my Gretsch. My Gretsch is, yes, the Newfoundland flag, of course, hangs. The Newfoundland flag hides the closet of shame, which every musician or studio has. Just a lot of things that are cases and stuff like that. So, Newfoundland flag, my pride and joy, hangs and covers that. This is my Gretsch that I got for Christmas a few years back. And it has changed my life towards playing guitar. Everything about what I do has changed because of this. I've never ever played anything like it. I'm getting to know it more and more every day, and it's a one of a kind, made by one of the people at the custom shop, and it was a one-off that made its way to a Canadian store through a raffle out of one of the NAMM shows, I believe. And I saw it and fell in love with it, and then it appeared Christmas Day, which was amazing. So I love this. This is where I do most everything. And I'm doing it through this amp right now. This is an old Trainer amp. I've got two massive 15s or 12s. I think they're 12s. They could be 15s. I don't even know what this stuff is. These are things that have come my way. This used to belong to Joe Kelly. So when Joe died, Terry reached out to me and said, you know, how about you put my dad's amp in your studio and put it to use? And I've been using it ever since. I just love it. And it just so happens I'm endorsed by Trainer, so everything else that I use, modern stuff, is all Trainer as well. So I just love that. It sounds brilliant. And this cabinet, even though it's big, is light as a feather. So it's a great mix. And I turn it on and it sounds great. I don't even know what I'm doing secret-wise. There's no secrets. Turn it on. It sounds good. Excellent. Up above it is my 29 Regal. That's what I recorded Lost and All with. Beautiful little parlor guitar. Feels like a ukulele when I play it. Real tiny thing, but it's got a massive sound. And then the poster from Merlefest 2017 when I played there. That was an amazing night. Great memories there. Amazing weekend. I mean, geez, what a time. Yeah, it was a great show. And then part of my Trainer Watchmen rig, that's the 410 with the YBA 300, which is a massive tube amp, and I love it. I usually pair that with another 410 or a 18 as well for Watchmen shows. But it sits here in the studio and gets used by Mr. Grant when we're actually tracking. We don't use it for the shows because it's too much vibration, but when we're tracking, we want the bass tone, so we get that out of there. And then, the Matt McPhee guitar back here. It's got the Newfoundland 1944 penny in it. That was an acoustic guitar made by Matt McPhee from Newfoundland for me years and years ago. It's a beautiful little thing, but it needs some work. And it sits there and reminds me of Newfoundland all the time. Assorted pedals. Every studio has random things. Some of it's rare, some of it's not. Even the stuff that's not rare was owned by somebody or other. So I don't have a lot of it, but I got enough that I can get done what I need to. The fiddle that I bought in Volgograd, Russia, when I went there with Growl. I think I paid $70 US for it, which is a lot of money. Above that is Clarissa Cox's portrait of me, one that she did for her book. Philadelphia Folk Festival, 56th anniversary. That's the one that I played at. And I absolutely had a wonderful time there. Met so many great people, and that was my first time at the Philly Folk Fest, and what a time. Next to that is the little Newfoundland mummer that I think I got from Neil's sister. Those little weird blocky things you see, those are diffusers. They're strategically placed there. They break up the sound again like the other things, but in a different way. It allows the room to have it's a small room, but it allows me to get different sounds in different places. Again, I don't know a hell of a lot about it. I just kind of know what sounds like what where, so that's that. We got some more Trainer gear here. This is the Trainer. This is a little acoustic amp that they have with like 3 inputs in it. I've done 100 seats with just that. You plug a microphone and a guitar into it. Then there's a few more Trainer things here. There's I think it's the YGA3, and then there's the 212 down there, and a Dark Horse. This stuff is all amazing gear. We got more guitars on the wall. The one up on the far corner in the right there. Hold on, I'm just gonna turn the light. This is the one that Peavy built for me when I played the Tonight Show with Thornley. I showed up in my dressing room, or showed up in my hotel room the day that I checked into my hotel in LA before we played the Tonight Show. So that was kind of cool. It was nice to be endorsed by such a great company for many years. Fantastic. Another Gretsch is a 12-string that we haven't really had much chance to try out yet. Just a little. I'm sure we'll always need 12 strings. So. Lots of memorabilia around the room. That's the Whiskey Wednesday 7-year anniversary because it was on Halloween that year. So we did. Cassidy did the little posters on that. Hope you can all still hear me fine. What's this? Oh, this is my original telly. This was one that I got from. It's another one I got from Matt, and then I got a cranium neck from Peterborough, which is a really nice solid neck, and that was my main one in KTBI. This is the one that I used when we were doing all the guitar stuff, which was fun. Merlefest and Johnny Cash. Oh, this thing here is very interesting. This is Ellie Kelly's her accordion, her button accordion. Another part of the Kelly heritage, which I keep here in the studio. I don't play it. I will someday get around to figuring it out. But I love having it. It puts a real smile on my face every time I see it, which is quite neat. And this is the, I don't know what you call this, the wall, I guess. We've got Silent Radar, McLaren Furnace Room, In the Trees, and Slow Motion Gold and Platinum records, and then is that a Thornley Gold for Come Again? I thought there was another one. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Anyway, some Gold and Platinum records. I might not have them all up. They're great. I'm really proud of them. I am. I don't have them all. Up in the other corner over here, we've got some more portrait work from Clarissa.
Ron Hines' first single of Sonny's Dream up there, and a little crappy mandolin just for sketching out ideas. And then there's the studio, which is basically just a Pro Tools rig. I am using these Dyne Audio speakers, which I love. All Focusrite preamps. I'm using the Liquid Sapphire 56 and a Octapre, I think it's called. They work really well together. It's older kit, but it works. Through my big tower that I was told can never be fixed, and now runs like a charm, thanks to a gentleman in Mississauga who, if you're looking for computer repairs, I can send you his way. A few bits and pieces of stuff on my desk that are really not of any interest, I don't think. But that's kind of it. And then there's Steve's drums, which I kind of bypassed because they're in the center of everything. Well, that's it. That's the studio. That's where I live. That's where I spend most of my time. See if I got any questions here before I... You ever how you get that nasty crunchy bass sound running high? Yeah, Rod, that's a SVT, SVT tube amp. One of the original, one of the SVT first Pros before they went classic. You get that thing and you punch it up nice and loud, you will get that bass tone. It's amazing. Yeah. Thank you. So is there any other questions here? Do you play the fiddle? I've been trying for years. No, I don't. That red stripe has been there for weeks. That's Steve's. Yeah, we've got the red stripe there and the little pub bottle as well. Those are just things, Steve drinks the red stripe, so we left those there. Little pub, little, showing little props for my favorite little living room in town here. Okay, have the Garnet amps. Yes, I don't have a Garnet currently. Joey's got some. They're great. I absolutely love them. Again, I'm not such a gearhead. Thing is, I'm still learning how to play guitar, but that Gretsch, that thing has a sound. It plays. I hate to say it plays itself. That sounds so cheesy. It does its thing. It does its thing when you play it, and you kind of follow where it leads you, and it doesn't lead me to putting all kinds of effects on it. So I'm just enjoying it right now. Maybe I'll get there eventually. And when I do, I'll call Joey and ask him all the secrets. He's the guitar wizard. Okay, well, folks, that's it. If you got any questions, or if you are doing setups and you're looking to get into this stuff, you can feel free to email me, drop me a line somehow on the internet, and I'll send you a list of whatever equipment I'm using, or if you need something in specific, if I know about it, I can help you out. Thank you all very much. You take care, and check out the podcast. I should have it up this week sometime. You can start listening as well as watching. Anyways, have a good night, folks. Love you all. Cheers. Bye.
And there's the audio. Excellent. Wow, what a trip down memory lane that is. Holy crap.
Yeah.
And when I think about all the things that I put together, thank God for YouTube and the internet for being able to research these things. That entire first studio setup was sort of knowledge that I had with recording and doing research, finding things like the iRig, Switcher Studio, these things that allowed me to do what I did for the first year. Took an awful lot of research online. Now, there was a period of time where last year I was getting ready to record the record. Steve had just finished his surgeries and he was ready to do a little bit of playing. So we moved. At that time, we were mostly doing trio stuff, as Steve had been very sick for most of that year. So I set up the studio upstairs to record the record because I needed to get the drums done. This was a chance between Steve's surgery and he had a little break between surgeries where we could actually get the drums recorded. So we went in upstairs and we recorded all the drums and I had everything set up and we did the bass and drums upstairs and all the bed tracks. It sounded really cool, and I didn't want to disturb what was happening up there for the Wednesday, so we ended up drumming down here. I think I did a solo down here. I think the first few times were just me in the living room here solo. I thought, well, we'll just do me down here because it'll be easier. And then we switched it up and we moved down here. Now, then when we decided to keep it down here was when I reached out to what was his name at AV Shop Canada? I can't remember his name. Kevin, I think it was. Kevin at AV Shop Canada. I'd been seeing ads for AV Shop Canada, on Facebook and everything for years. So I figured it was a trusted name. So I reached out to him. This guy turned out to be amazing. an amazing resource on how to get into a professional switching system, what I needed, what I didn't need, all of the adapters, cables, the switcher, how it all works. He was so absolutely insightful and helped me, and he's still helping me. In fact, the money that we're trying to raise today and over the next week is for a new camera setup that he has outlined for me. So I'm really looking forward to that and working with him. But really, really nice guy. He turned out to be really cool. So when we came down here and we got into the switcher and all that stuff, life changed a little bit, and you're going to hear about that in this video right now. So I'm going to look over at Allison again as she reaches over to start the video. Here we go, part 2.
Hey folks, welcome to the new Whiskey Wednesday studio. This is how it starts. A chair and a guitar and one mic. And it has built from there. Give you a little overview here of what we've got going on. Give you a little run around the studio. So we have taken great strides to get this all working. And I'm going to give you a quick run through of it here. This is the board. This is a Tascam M24. It's a lovely board. It's great for doing live shows. It's got an analog compressor and EQ section, which is really nice. But it does have this little hard drive built in over here, so you can record all your tracks simultaneously, then export them or mix them in this if you want to. So what we do is we have 6 channels of audio going in here, which is not a lot. And what we've done with the mics, for the most part, we're going with a sort of a more of a far mic'd view rather than close miking. You know, the vocal mic is a good sort of foot to 2 feet away from me. The same with the guys with those 2 mics there. I use this for the banjo just because I can move that in a little closer. And from here I have access to all of these mics to drag them a little closer to me if I want a more close thing. I can even just use my foot to push them out when I'm not using them. The beauty of this setup is that it does keep a nice clear walk space here for the musicians. As you can see, we are in our front office or the library of the house. This is where our washer and dryer is, but in the only scene that shows the washer and dryer is one that shows a reflection. And there you go. And when you see the reflection, you just see the flag. So we've been careful to cover the angle so that you don't know that we're in the laundry room, but now I've gotten rid of that secret. We have kept one square right here. That is where the long tooth lager keg is going to go. Other than that, everything is where it is. We got Neil's position with his guitar. We've got an amp for him there when he needs to plug in. I'm here with my guitar, 2 guitars, electric and acoustic. The trainer is going into just a 57 there into the board. Mr. Grant is using this amazing trainer amp, which has a DI out on it. It's a 6-inch speaker. The small block 106 is one of my favorite guitar amps for, well, tiny bass amps. And we're using the gold tone band guitar as well. So that's the instruments we're using. Mics are pretty standard. There's an Apex, a Rode, this Lewitt I love, an SM57. I'll probably bring down some of my more high-end mics, but right now they're being used to record some drums. So this is the bookcase, which contains my youth, some stuff around. So all of that comes over here into the Tascam M24, which is a lovely unit. Out of the Tascam M24, it gets mixed. Now this is where it gets interesting. How do you get that sound out to the internet? And how do you get the video out to the internet? Well, you take your mix from here, using your headphones out, go into mic in on the ATEM Extreme. Now this is the newest piece of hardware that we've got. This is called the ATEM Mini Extreme. This gives you 8 channels through the back here of HDMI inputs. What I have done is I've taken each of our old cell phones. You can see I've got a bunch of them around the room, and I've framed them for every person. So let's go back a little bit. The ATEM has a HDMI out, which goes to this television. And as you can see there, you can see all 6 of the cameras, the statuses of recording and broadcasting. Up in the top right, you can see the program. So as I press buttons here, these buttons here, it goes from
each camera. And the top right, where the cameras are changing, if I put it on program view, you'll see the whole thing. And then we can go from camera to camera, put in an automatic fade so that it's a little smoother in the transitions. And what you see on the screen above there, which is what Barry is watching, that is what will be broadcast. So we have 8 inputs of HDMI going in here, of which I'm using 6. Those HDMI inputs are coming from cell phones using Filmic Pro, which is a really nice piece of film software. It gives you lots of control over the balances and stuff pretty easily, which the Apple camera does not. It also has a HDMI clean output built into the software, so you can use one of these dongles, keep your phone charged while sending an HDMI output. And the HDMI output, sorry, we just had a glitch there. Allison got a message on her phone, which I'm using because my phone is up there, and it stopped the recording. So we're recording again. So you take your iPhone, you can have up to 8 of them, and you plug it into this little dongle here, splits it to HDMI and sends it power, so you don't need to worry about it going out. And then it comes over to here and you do your switching from there. Pretty straightforward. Your audio comes out from your iPhones and plugs into this as well. And you can control your audio. It's on mic 1, you can turn it off or on. So if Barry needs to mute the band when we're playing a video, he just turns it off if he wants to be on while we're playing. And you can adjust the volumes up and down through there. There is a proprietary software, which I will open now so you can see what that looks like too. It's amazing. You've got switcher controls in here, and then you've got your media bank controls in there, your audio, so you can see which channels are running in audio and which ones aren't through your HDMI. And then you've got your camera controls if you happen to be using a Blackmagic camera, which is amazing as well. So we've got our audio mixed. It comes into here nice and clean. Remember to check your gain stages all the way. The headphone out is pretty hot, so you might want to, like over here, I had to bring the mic gain down by about, what does it say? By about almost 30 dB to get it to sort of sit at a nice level. So that's good there. And then you've got your changes over there as well. Pretty straightforward when you're on a record. You just hit record. I am recording to look at this thing. This is the new Juggler, the Delkin Juggler. This is a 1 terabyte drive. It is the fastest thing I've ever seen. It plugs in, it records hours and hours and hours of video. So you press record and that records whatever's coming through the camera directly to you. You hit on air and it'll broadcast directly to the internet. I did have to reach out to Eastlink and get them to come put a new box down here, which I plugged in via Ethernet cable. Blah, blah, blah. I know this is a lot of boring stuff. For those of you interested though, it makes a lot of, it's a pretty impressive thing because it took a lot of figuring out to get this gear together. Thanks to the folks at AV Shop Canada. Kevin Snow helped me out with all this stuff. So we've got the M24 going into the A10 Mini. We have all of these cameras going into it. One of the things that the A10 Mini can't do is play back videos. A lot of people get a dedicated video player. What I have done is I've taken my oldest cell phone, I put the 3 videos on it, the intro, the begging for money, and the outro video. And if I've got that plugged into channel 8. So if I put it on channel 8, you'll see that it comes up on the screen there. And as soon as I play a video, boom, the video starts playing. And, no, that's not a video, sorry, here we go. Boom, the video starts playing and the audio is going in as well. So there's the way that the video switching works on this. Again, it's just an old cell phone plugged into an HDMI and into one of the channels. So you can save yourself a ton of money on buying one of those, sort of Stream Decky type things that you fill with media and play it back if you've got another cell phone. So, I mean, that's kind of it. No, it's not. Hold on a sec. Let me just make sure I've covered everything. You don't need the software to control the A10. It can control all of itself, but the software does help to make its tweaking. And of course, I'm running the ART voice channel. I've got my mic, my main mic plugged into that. I find this to be a really nice tool as well. So let's just take a look at some lighting here. I bought these lights, 2 little lighting things that they're on very low. There's just the 2 of them here. And when I mix them with a little fill from a blue or a red, come on. Oh, I just have that one unplugged. Blue or red light filling in on the side a little bit. These are beautiful lamps. They are fairly inexpensive. It is the ICANN brand, recommended again by Kevin at AV Works. So when you're sitting here, you see, it's still pretty nice. There are cameras around, but they're small, they're tiny, they're not invasive. It's a really nice place to sit, to play music. It's fairly roomy, which is also really good. We got some basic lighting in here, which isn't blinding. We've got the TV monitor, and then we've got all of the flowers and plants and other stuff around. I think I've covered most of my issues here. These little dongles here, you can get them from Apple. I think with tax, they're about $100. I got them on eBay, 3 for $75. They do get a little hot. I'm not sure how long they're gonna last, but I'm gonna try them out for a while because, you know, I do need 6 or 7 of them here. Again, these clamps are the iRig, the clamp for the from the IK Media. They work really well. You can put your phones on mic stands or whatever you want, or you can buy a dedicated little stand like this one here, which is pretty cheap, or a little desk stand like that one there, which I use for Neil's. One of the important things, one of the hardest things to do is cable management. As you can see, I've spent a lot of time getting the cables so that on the floor there's just the one cable going from my amp and the one cable going from the ATEM over to the TV monitor. Those cables get wrapped and put away when there's no show happening, so it keeps this place clear and clean. This is the cable table. This is where I do all my power from. It's a lot of power to come out of one source, and splitting it all up is pretty important. Now, as I said, these little dongles and stuff gets hot, and these phones actually run quite hot because of their because they're doing so much processing. So I like to have everything. At the end of the night when I come in, I have all this set up, all these powers. One switch turns off everything that might overheat. My dad was a fireman, and I grew up unplugging everything in the house. I can't do that anymore, but I do have the one switch, and on specifically high OCD days, I actually unplug this one bar right there from the other one, and that way nothing in the room is plugged in. I have one extension cord back here that has 2 things plugged into it, controls my guitar amp, Mr. Grant, and these lights up here. And then over here, I have one power bar that I can turn off. So at the end of the night, when it's time to shut down, there's one turn off there, one unplug there, one turn off there, and there is no power going to anything. There you go, Dad, it's all safe. Anyways, welcome to the new studio. I hope you enjoy the new broadcast. We are tweaking information as we go and tweaking, you know, lighting and all that stuff. But this gives you an idea of what we're working with. The ATEM Mini Extreme, 8 channels of HDMI input, fully switchable. You can use your iPhone cameras. I will eventually move up to Blackmagic cameras so I can get some movement and stuff going. Any type of mixer will do. We are using the Model 24, as I said. Anyways, folks, I hope that's all good. And of course, we keep this giant 810 here because when we're playing really quietly, it's nice for Mr. Grant to shake the room. Just kidding. No, we don't use that. That's my touring rig. Oh, and I have one camera back here for the wide shot as well. So from up here, you get a nice wide shot of the room. I hope you all have enjoyed this. Welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday News Studio. Cheers.
And I'm back. Allison's doing so well with it. I just need to remember to mute. Yeah, it's another great look at the room, man, and the way that we've developed. Now, I do want to talk for a minute. I was, you know, coming from a family of 4. We had, you know, iPhones, and then of course, you know, Telus gets you on the upgrade plan, and the kids want the newer ones. So we ended up having some older phones in the house. Neil had an extra phone. I think Steve had a phone. And of course, everybody in the band had phones. So, you know, we would just put the Switcher app on the phones and use it. Now, do I recommend iPhones as a solution for live streaming? Absolutely. It is the easiest and best way to do it. You can just do an iPhone straight with, you know, in a quiet room. The mic on the iPhone is just fine to do it. You can get something like the iRig and plug a professional microphone into it. iRig also comes with some software peripheral stuff that goes on your phone. There's a little reverb unit and a mic selector and stuff like that. They're not high end, but they're really good for doing that job. So you can add a little bit of reverb into your signal and stuff, which is great. Now, that being said, if you're going to get into a live stream setup, do the iPhones still work? Yes, they do. They are problematic though. The iPhone doesn't export HDMI. So if you're going to use a professional switcher, you need to get a camera software app that exports HDMI, and that can cost you a few bucks as well. They get really hot, and they sort of burn out. You know, I have had 3 of them sort of go down over the course of the 2 years.
However, everybody's got phones, so it's easy to do. So that's kind of a cool thing. And they connect by Wi-Fi. There's all kinds of great things about them. However, after using the iPhones for a while, and as you can see from that video and from some of the earlier videos, the light saturation is not great. Sort of things get blown out really easily. Details get lost. It's not as sharp as you'd like. I found these ones here. These are called the OBS bot cameras. And this is a really nice camera. This is the 4K, and you can see it comes in a box like this. Of course, the box is always huge when you consider the fact that this is the actual camera. It's just this little tiny thing that fits right in the palm of your hand. I'll open it there. A little tiny lens. And this is a beautiful camera. It's a 4K camera. Again, it's by OBS BOT, which I guess is pronounced OBS bot. Really fantastic little company. It's not focusing there. Oh, I got the focus locked up over here. Sorry. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these little cameras, and they're a couple $100 each. They are great. There's a piece of software that comes with them that allows you to control them. You can do color balances. You can get everything. You can get the 4 cameras all equal, so they all look the same, which is what we strive for here. So they've been a nice touch. And what I'm going to be adding to the studio, one of the main goals of the telethon is to be able to bring in that movable camera that I've been wanting for a while. It's a fairly big expense. It's about $5,000. But it's one camera that will stay sort of as our main camera, and I'll be able to move and tilt and pan and do everything all at Barry's control. And that'll be the main camera, and then we're going to keep these OBS cameras for all our static shots. So it's going to change the look and feel of the show, which I'm really excited for. So that's that. Is there anything else down here that's changed? I mean, the room has changed a lot. We're now that we've sort of settled in here, it's changed a fair bit. So I don't know. This is the right place for now. We might move again yet over the winter. We're talking about maybe a move to a space that's about 15% bigger than this. It'll just give us enough room. We're just kind of on top of each other in here right now. I know you can't see it. It looks huge. But yeah, we're really kind of quite on top of each other. Another 15 or 20% of room space would be really nice. So we might move over the winter. Hope everybody's doing well out there in listening world. We are into hour 3 of the 12-hour Whiskey Wednesday Telethon. I think we're at $500 or so on the donations. Thank you very much for sending in stuff. I'll tell you a little story before I play the song. This is a song called If You Were Wrong. No, I'm not playing If You Were Wrong. I'm going to play Where Were You? I wrote this at a time when this is sort of when I decided to not do commercial rock anymore, spend some family time, write some folk songs. And I had the term career suicide had been thrown around a lot. And thank you, Joe, for the donation. Yes, best of luck. I hope you win the guitar too. Yeah, career suicide was being thrown around a lot. You spend all this time getting to a point where you're with a label band and you're signed and you're touring and everything is behind the machine, and then it just doesn't feel right and you decide to leave. And yeah, it is sort of weird to walk away from what you work so hard at and to sort of change your life up. Career suicide was not the way I looked at it. Career survival, I think, might have been a better way to look at it. And that career suicide, I mean, it set me on this journey where we are now so that I can sit here with the, however many people here are watching today and play songs for you and beg for money in the key of C. Actually, we're going to beg for money in the key of D. But this is a song that was written during that time for somebody who, somebody I thought would be, I guess you could say I had misinterpreted their authenticity and their general state of mind. There's a song called Where Were You? It goes like this. Look how far we've fallen down, sitting in our empty rooms. Look who's falling down again. I can't be there for you.
You threw it all away. You watched it all go by. Where were you when I needed a friend? Where were you? Where were you? We sit around so long, waiting for something to do. Things aren't that bad for me. I'm just feeling a little sorry. You threw it all away. You watched it all go by. Where were you when I needed a friend? Where were you? Where were you? You watched it all away. You watched it all away. You watched it all go by. You threw it all away. Where were you when I needed a friend? Where were you? Where were you? Where were you when I needed a friend? Where were you? Where were you? Oh, a little bit of Where Were You there. A little bit of Where Were You. That is an older song from way gone back. We've got 6 minutes left to kill in this time. Anybody's got any questions or anything? Have I missed anything? We're talking about raising money on a Sunday. Sunday beggars. Sunday beggars. I'm a Sunday beggar. I'm a Sunday beggar for sure. Lynn Scott, that is a huge cat. I know, Lynn. God, Allison's picture with the cat is getting more response than the fundraiser. Yeah, 95 comments there already, Allison.
No.
On you and the cat. Yeah, and let's see how we're doing on the live stream. Oh, 2 comments. No, I'm just kidding. We do have the Watchmen Hour coming up in a minute, and everything is looking good here online. I'm just going to check and see here. Oh, oh my goodness, we've got more donations here. Oh, who is this one here from now? So Jillian Lucy, thank you very much, Jillian. Dad would be proud. And Lenny Everson, thank you very much for donating. Yes, Jeannie, we got the Watchmen Hour coming up. You're going to like that. James Dolph, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being a part of it. I appreciate that so much. I got a returned email from somebody. And then this one here is, oh, Joe Murray, thank you very much. Oh, this is great. We got lots of people coming in. Thank you so much for helping out. We've just hit the 100 messages today on Restream chat thing. That they would give me a little gold cup here on my screen so I can see that I've reached a milestone. Isn't that great? We have about 5 minutes before the Watchmen. And the Watchmen. You guys know the Watchmen, right?
Yeah.
My life is a stereo. Kinda cheaply made though. What songs do I know? Whatever happened to my friends? Whatever happened to the likes of all of that? I like being here, but I'm all out of stuff. I don't know the words. I know the bass line. I know the words, but I don't know the bass line. I actually don't even know how the guitar goes. That's the wrong key. It's actually here. That sounds more. My life is a stereo, kinda cheaply made though. What songs do I know? Whatever happened to my friends? Whatever. That's always a fun one. Little bass
bass line. I like this bass line. And Joey plays a guitar line that maybe something. Anyways, we're going to talk about the Watchmen. You're going to see the Watchmen. It's going to be a lot of fun. I got where am I now? We're at 3 minutes. 3 minutes to kill. Are you keeping me awake? You're not keeping me awake, Deb. I am awake. I will be. Mine will be in the mail. Oh, cool. Yes, Debbie doesn't do e-transfers, so she'll be sending me a check. Thank you very much, Deb. Yeah, no, you're not keeping me awake. I'm just, it's the weirdest thing being on a schedule. I'm not used to schedules. We've got now we're at 57. So I got 3 minutes of massaging to do here. I'm not quite sure what to do. I've checked my email in front of all you. I know how thrilling it is to watch me check my email. If you guys are watching this here, you can press the share button at the bottom and please send it to the people that you think might like the show or friends of yours that sometimes watch that aren't here. Send them the reminder. That's all cool. Constantine, thank you. Costa, thank you for sharing the post. And Barry as well. Looking forward to seeing everybody really soon. We are getting into the 1 hour, top of the hour time, so I'm going to start talking about what's happening here. Have I missed anything up to this point, Alice? Am I staying on track with...
Yes,
I am, eh? Okay.
For the post drop.
Let's put the poster up and talk about this for a second here again. What do we got here? We had so many posters put up. We had so many posters. Yes, Jeannie, you did pre-donate. Thank you. She pre-donated. That's pretty awesome. So this is, it took so long. We went through so many different posters before we chose on which poster would be the day poster. And this one is it. It talks about where we are. Look at that. We're already sort of 3 hours done. The first 3 things, I've got them crossed off my list here, which is fantastic. Please support the Whiskey Wednesday show. Sounds a little grovelly, but that's okay too. Prize winners chosen October 4th. Yeah, so today is the actual 12-hour telethon day. Over the next 10 days following the telethon, I'm going to be cutting it up and putting it out, and people can donate if they want to. On October 4th, I will be drawing live all of the prize packages, and we'll get that all sorted then. And what's that?
I'm gonna get a container.
Oh, Allison's going to get a little draw box and everything, so it'll be fantastic. Again, thanks to Yorkville Trainer, Epiphone, Spirit Leaf, and Longtooth for everything that they did for coming together to help the show, make the show a success.
And it'll be $50.
And yes, if you donate $50, if you donate $10, you get into the draw. But if you donate for every $50 you donate, if you donate like 100 or whatever, you'll get another name in the draw. So if you donate 100, which seems to be a common number, and 50, 100 gets you two in there, and 50 gets you one. 500 gets you 10. 2,000 gets you 40. I think that's right. And we got a goal of 15,000 here, but we are setting out to be one of the most unsuccessful telethons in history. 12-hour telethon with a $15,000 goal. And I'm thinking that we're going to land, I'm not going to say, but I think we're going to break the goal. We're going to break the goal today, ladies and gentlemen. With your help, we can do it. Anyways, it is the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, September 24th. It is beautiful outside. I am in my studio with no sunlight coming in because it changes the lighting in the cameras. My name is Ken Tizzard. This is the Whiskey Wednesday Show 12-hour telethon. We are raising money for those of you just coming on the top of the hour. We're raising some money for upgrades in the studio and show maintenance. We have done 2 hours or 3 hours. We're going into hour 4 now, right? We are going into hour 4. We've done the gospel hour. We did love songs and Our Girls. We did the evolution of the studio, and now we're into the Watchmen. I went to the Watchmen's, where was it? It was the big street party last year in Winnipeg. We headlined it, which was an amazing time. It was us, Biff Naked, I Mother Earth, and it was a really, really cool day. There was another band on the bill. I'm trying to remember their name. They were a local Winnipeg band, and it's not coming to me. I feel awful. Sorry. But I did talk to you about Hello Fiasco. Sorry, I knew it would come to me. So the Watchmen, we had a great time, and
I decided to make a little movie from that weekend, as I've done before in the past with some trips to Newfoundland and stuff. And I decided that it would be important to make a little documentary.
That's the second half. The first half is the boys.
The second half is that, and the first half of the video, it's just one video, right? That one, it's a 40-minute video, so I get to go have a sandwich. But I'll still be on the message board, so keep with it. So in this 40 minutes, you're going to see the interviews with each of the guys, Sammy, Danny, and Joey. Their requests, and Danny's going to perform. I believe we chose Tank Park. I was doing 2 songs. Excellent. And then we've got the Watchmen recap from the Watchmen video in Winnipeg. So it's a really fun thing. Please enjoy it. Share it with your friends, please. Again, that's sort of the only way to get it out there is for people to hit the share button, share and say, hey, Watchmen stuff happening. Be really cool. Allison, let's get the Watchmen rolling. Here you go, folks.
Always sound, just need a place to rest my brain, where I feel safe.
Mic off.
Hello.
Welcome, Danny Graves, to the Whiskey Wednesday show. This is a little segment we call What Are You At?
Sounds Newfoundland-esque.
It is pretty Newfoundland-esque, yeah. Danny Graves is the singer for the Watchmen. He's also a solo artist. He's also the singer for Doctor and Serlin Graves. Got a bar in Toronto called Motel.
Motel bar, yeah. It's the Queen West area of town, and it's been decimated over the last couple of years, but we've clawed our way back, and things are pretty good now. So people are drinking with a vengeance. So that's good for business. So, Tank Park Salute that I might play tonight is a Billy Bragg song, very sad Billy Bragg song that I thought would sort of be a nice moment to speak of the war-torn, heartbreaking stuff going on across the world, but now across the world is right exactly. Here, you know, you see everything. So so there's that. I've been rehearsing that. It's hard to get through sometimes, about 50-50. It breaks me up. Happy Whiskey Wednesday, folks. I just learned this song.
Kiss me goodnight and say my prayers. Leave the light on at the top of the stairs. Tell me the names of the stars up in the sky. Tree taps on the window pane. That feeling smothers me again. Daddy, is it true that we all have to die? At the top of the stairs is darkness. At the top of the stairs is darkness. Close my eyes and when I looked, your name was in the memorial book. What had become of all the things we planned? I accepted the commiserations, all your friends and your relations. There's some things I still don't understand. You were so tall, how could you fall? Like a pale moon in a
sunny sky. Death gazes down as I pass by to remind me that I'm but my father's son. I offer up to you this tribute. I offer up to you this tag park salute.
And the Sterling Graves record, that was out last year. You didn't get a chance to really tour it or anything because of the vid, but
Yeah,
happy with that record?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the record. It was nice to do a record when when you're just doing it to put out a record and just to make music and make something from nothing, as I like to say. And I don't even really know if there was ever a chance we would tour, because a lot of the guys in the band, like the drummer and the bass player, like they're busy they work at Joey's place, and they're pretty instrumental to his business. So I didn't really think that would ever happen, but that even made it easier. It's like, all right, let's go in the studio and
make a record with no expectations.
Yeah, with nothing, and it was very organic. It was sort of, you'd say, hey, you want to come by, and sing one of these tunes, and I'd say, hey, there's an old tune, you want to put some rock and roll on it, and that's what happened. And songs that, some were new that we wrote together. I think maybe one or two of them. That it was like sort of a me and Joey thing, and the other guys too. And then some that have been around that are older than like my kids, and like just sort of been sitting there, and I've just been tinkering with it and changing words and adding parts and doing that kind of thing. And it was really nice to get some of those, realized in a studio way. Yeah. I think we sold maybe 15 copies, so there's 15 happy people out there, I think. Well, I hope.
Hopefully.
maybe 7.5, I don't know. But again, yeah, it was a real great experience, and it just sort of felt like, that might be the last record I do. I hope not. I hope that
I
there's.
don't think so.
I
know it feels like that every time I do a record.
Yeah,
so it's like.
Yeah, like I bought a really nice pair of boots, and it's like, these boots are gonna last forever. I was like, these might be the last boots I ever buy. Like they might be taking me feet first out of my place, wearing these boots. So I wanted to get a nice pair,
I gotcha. Well, it's always good to plan for the ultimate destination,
The ultimate nap.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning into the Whiskey Show. Thanks for Danny Graves for sitting with me. Daniel Graves.
Yeah,
as you go professionally.
How long you know me for? Granted, I've changed it, but
I
I like to go with the birth certificate thing,
I wish I had done that, because now WestJet won't let me board because my vaccination passport is different than it says Kenneth.
Oh, really?
And my plane flight says Ken. So
Yeah,
that now I have to go see an agent tomorrow to get checked in. I'm like, what the hell? Anyways.
Well, at least it's not Richard and Dick, right?
True enough.
All right.
Well, Gavin, Daniel Graves, singer for the Watchmen. That's how I know him best, and also a long-term friend. Thanks for coming by the show. We appreciate
Pleasure.
it.
Enjoy.
Check out Sterling Graves.
Sure.
You remember when we first started, how I took your hand in mine. I leaned in under the streetlight, swear to God that we stopped time. Then came the sacrifice of victims. Broken hearts lay on the ground. People told me that I was crazy, but some things just can't be bound. Now leaving you would be a mess, so I guess I learned to love you less. Now you got
want it. Fancy labels I can't read. When you want something, you take it. Well, you took the best of me. There's a safety room inside you, locked up secrets with no key. I have to say that it's impressive how you justify your needs. And now leaving you would be a mess, so I guess I learned to love you less. There's no denying what we've created. Sun-kissed hair, eyes like the sea. Go on, take your nights of mystery. I'll stay here and watch them breathe. At least we got this understanding. You've got yours and I've got mine. You're steadfast in your resilience. You'll always be just fine. And now leaving you would be a mess, so I guess I learned to love you less. Now leaving you would be a mess, I guess I learned to love you less.
Welcome back to the Whiskey Wednesday show. I'm sitting here with Joey Serlin, who is the, what's your official title at Vapor? CEO, owner, president, king?
Owner, chief creative officer.
Owner, chief creative. And that's Vapor. That's Joey's lifeblood outside of the music that he plays with bands like the Watchmen, which we work on together. Serling Graves, you put a record out last year.
You did? Yeah.
You've always been the most incredible businessman. I mean, the Watchmen, for those of you who don't know, the Watchmen existed for a long time as a pretty major business, even though me and Danny and Sammy had really no idea what was going on. And I remember, like, on so many levels, you would try to explain to us, everything from like the pie of publishing through to, the pipe and how, money comes down and converts. And you were always so good at building the business. I mean, as a songwriter and a musician, you were always, top notch. That was. But on the side, your massive skill was this building a business.
Yeah.
And now, how many employees you got working at Vapor?
I think around 32. Yeah.
How many? Just one building?
We have a Vancouver.
You have Vancouver also?
Yes. And
Toronto.
we had 2 locations in Toronto, but an opportunity came over to consolidate it. So we closed our East End location, and now we're all in the West End and Spadina, Adelaide. We have 5 studios there.
Yeah. And you're in control of the entire business. You know every detail of it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we still get to play music, which is always great.
Yes, of course.
And you've got 5 kids, including the label?
That's the 5th kid, yeah.
The label being, Joey also owns a record label called Fifth Kid Records, and they put out the Watchmen live record.
Yep.
And East of Avenue, is that
yes.
what
Yeah.
Yeah.
East of Avenue, and then and then the Sterling Graves.
And the Sterling Graves record, yeah. So you've got your hands in so many pies.
Yeah.
Well, at this point in our lives, it's pretty nice to be able to sit back and still do nice sold-out shows at the theaters like this. And I don't know. I think as far as what do you act goes, we've kind of caught up.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything from the world of Joey Serlin?
I don't think so.
You still playing Magic the Gathering?
No, I'm not. No, I am not. But I wish I had some of those cards because
they're worth a lot.
Yeah, they're worth thousands. Some of them. And yeah.
So, Sammy, I'm going to ask you the question, just to kind of get up to speed here. What are you at? What is Sammy Cohn these days? I mean, I've known you for the majority of my life at this point, but for the people who are tuning in, who's like, "Oh, this is the Watchmen drummer." Well, I thought he had long hair when I watched the Boneyard Tree video. It's been a few moments since then. So, what are you doing? What's the story?
With me is, I still don't take it for granted that we get to do that. Let me turn the tables, because I know how I feel about it, and what it means to have been doing this, or to be able to do this for 30 years. Why do you think that we're able to do it 30 years in? How the hell are we able to do this?
I mean, honestly, there's a few realities here. You know, the 30 years that we spent, the majority of those 30 years, we didn't make a lot of money. You know, I mean, we could have, you know.
Hey. You weren't getting big checks sent to you?
I know you and Joey and Danny got all the big checks. I understand that.
Shit, man, this is horrible. This is a real scoop on Zoom.
I know. This is we're uncovering a whole mystery here.
I thought, and they must have just bounced all those checks.
I know. Wrong address or something. Yeah, there's a pile of checks waiting for me in Toronto on Adelaide Street.
That's funny.
But the money, you know, I kind of see that as 25 years or 20 years of planting seeds. And, you know, now those seeds have grown into, you know, at the time we were planting seeds to, you know, young people that had no money and could afford $6 or $8 to go into a club and see a band. That audience now is stuck with us for 20 plus years. And they are an audience that don't mind spending good money to go to a nice venue and watch the band and support us. And that allows us to do it now, you know, from a financial point of view. It's much greater than it's ever been, because those seeds have turned into something. Right. And I know for me, I mean, the drive for me is I just love I don't play rock and roll anymore. You know, I play country and folk and all that stuff. I love getting on the stage with my 810 bass amp and fucking hammering through those songs. It's so much fun. And we do it. You know, I've been invited to play with other bands, and I have played with a lot of other bands, but outside of the Thornley stuff, when it comes to rock and roll, you know, we do it better than anybody else. So, you know, all the other times I do it, I'm kind of like, this isn't the same. It's not the same. So I love coming back to that. And I will probably never have that with another band again.
No, you won't.
So the history and everything that we have and everything that we've laid out, that to me is so valuable. You know, it's I love the fact that we can go out and do, you know, what we do when we can. And then it's just a matter of people scheduling. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's fantastic. I love it. You know, I know that the four of us have been together for so long. And I mean, you and Danny are cousins, for God's sakes. You guys have known each other since you were infants. So, I mean, the amount of bitching and kvetching that we do amongst the four of us is unheard of between any other circle that I have in this world.
Never stops.
But at the same time, that's because we've got so much history and so much passion for what we've done, right? And what we still do.
You and I, as far as a rhythm section are concerned, we never talk about it. I don't speak to you that often. I don't come for dinner. I don't, whatever. But we go right back into it as far as what we've kind of built, the two of us, which is really unique. You know, we look at each other at one time. I was thinking about this when I was jogging the other day, because I was thinking about our conversation before Brighter Hell, to get the one. We look at each other for that 1 second, you know, because you're usually fucking, you know, you're usually off, you know, on something. It's usually you, and but otherwise, it's just completely inherent. You know, it's like it's just complete muscle memory. Even if it's not, if we stray into some sort of improvisational territory, I totally trust that you're going to just follow me, and vice versa. And I tease you about being, you know, super busy as a bass player. You know, that's the running joke.
Exactly.
But the truth is, it wouldn't work any other way, because I feel like I play sort of to the best of my abilities. I'm not a technical drummer. I'm not a technician. I'm a groove based meat and potatoes drummer. And somehow, I don't know if this is by design or organically, it matches really nicely with your style, which is, you know, more technical, and it just works. So yeah, we're lucky, you know. It's a
really nice. I've always been amazed at the bridge that me and you and Joey create for Danny to stand on, you know, like and like you say, you are really about groove time and just sort of keeping that pocket nice and deep. I go a little outside, you know, sort of every now and again with a little bit of extra melodicism or chordal stuff. And then Joey kind of paints it all together. I don't think that a lot of bands understand the amount of work it takes to get that. You know, they hear bands doing it and they kind of go, oh yeah, sounds cool. And even if they analyze it, they go, yeah, cool. But how do you get to that? I mean, how many hours did we spend working on a 4-bar bridge for Bicycle? You know, for example, like, I mean, that would have probably been us for days at the rehearsal hall playing the same 8 bars over and over again until we each had a part that complemented each other. That process is really, people will never have an insight into that. You don't know it until you've been through it. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
5 o'clock, something like that. I don't know. It's the middle of the friggin' night. 5 o'clock. Neil's on his way to get me. Head down to Toronto. Go to the airport. I have a hand over the camera now. Go to the airport and head out and head to Winnipeg. Hi, Neil.
Hi, fellas, come on in.
Howdy.
Howdy.
How are you doing today?
Everything's fantastic.
Excellent. It's a pretty damn nice day, eh? Here we are on site.
Day in the pig.
A little bit warm, but I'm okay with that.
That's okay, yeah, warm.
Warm is good.
It is indeed.
Good evening, morning, afternoon, something.
Let's do it.
Hey, hey. Hello, Neil.
Yes. Okay. Hey, Ken.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good.
You looking good? Been working out. Yeah, good for you, buddy.
I should work out too, but I'm just.
You're good. I know. Hello, Damon.
Hi, Ken.
Just start something and figure it out.
Looks like Hello Fiasco are on, just taking the stage. We're gonna walk over and see what it looks like sounds like from there. It's still only 6 o'clock. It's gonna be a long night, lots of fun.
And I also met all of the times all across the great nation that I got to see the Watchmen. The guys got to see them. Let's hear for the Watchmen tonight. This is our last song. We are Hello Fiasco. Thank you for listening. Our debut album, Find the Shoreline, is out. This is called Worried Sick.
finished high school, and it's a miracle that I tried to go to UW until I was a
Yes, it's rare. Every now and again, I will eat fruit. It's rare. So this is the dressing room. It's a festival show, so it's not really a full dressing room. This is the inside of the Burt. This has always been our dressing room. A few little extra changing rooms. I love this theater. It's a great spot. It's the sort of green room for after we have meet and greets and stuff. Oh, look, there we are there on the wall. What else we got here? Good Lord, everybody's been here. Such a great theater. Oh, Social D up there, look at that. Would have been a great show. John Prine, our Garfunkel, Brian Ferry, that would have been cool, 2017. I didn't even know he was still around doing it. Lots of great stuff. It's a beautiful theater. A lot of great parties in this room late at night. I'll walk you down and show you the sort of, when you leave the dressing room, you go down this nice, crazy set of stairs. Not really crazy, it's just a set of stairs. I just like to make it a little bit more exciting. Turn right. Still hear Biff naked out there in her set. And this is the stage. She's black right now because there's nobody here, but look at this theater. This is the empty Burt. It's just a gorgeous spot. Look at this. You've seen my videos from here before. They got people right up to the rafters in this place. It's just awesome. Lovely, lovely theater. Been here many times. Looking forward to being back here again. But tonight, it's the backstage for all the bands. Biff's on stage now, where Puppy is downstairs. I'm Mother Earth will be here shortly. Not quite sure where Hello Fiasco are. But a little backstage tour there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, George Thorley was here as well. Oh, look at that. Social D signed. Nice. Nana Muscuri. Anyways. And this is what we're doing tonight. The Burt Block Party. Watchmen, I'm Mother of Biff Naked. It's going to be a good time. Okay, that wraps up the backstage tour. Cheers.
Not quite starting this down. Take my body. There are no wrong. Not quite starting this side. There lying. These words won't. Not quite starting this side.
We are backstage.
This is Howard freaking Manshine.
Let's go.
These guys are my best friends. You guys have best friends? Does anyone have best friends out there? A bit like a C- again, guys. I'm sorry.
What, you guys can't figure it out?
He got his color but he got a voice from his mom. Enjoy the rest of the show.
I didn't say he could talk. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so that's my dad. So what I want you to do is say oh ho. Okay, so I'm gonna count to 3 and you gotta say oh ho. 1, 2, 3. All right, he knows what that means. So, because we're such a big deal, we got a ride from the Burton County Theater to like 50 yards away. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna walk. I'm not gonna walk. I don't know how 100 yards in. I'm not gonna do that. So on the ride, I figured I wrote this song and I want to play it for you. I don't usually do it. I usually like to time test it, grow test it, all that stuff. But I feel that you guys are worth the new ideas. So I figured C minor was the right key to do it. Here it goes. Tastes like strawberries on the summer evening. And it sounds a sad song. I love the stereo. I love the boy. What songs do I know? I love the stereo. Gotta treat you guys. All right, so we have a bit of a special guest. Slow that down. That's Ken. So we're bringing up a very special guest to play the bass guitar on a couple of tunes. He's the bass player who he recorded our first record with us and toured dangerously across this great and wide land. Pete Later, come on, don't make me say it twice. Ken has been gracious enough to give up his patch cord, and we love him for it. And I was saying, I said, you can't wear shorts. I used to wear shorts all the time, and it's just like, fuck that, you can't wear shorts. Nobody takes you seriously if they can see your knees. You know, it just doesn't work that way.
Short pants. Short pants. Guys, don't these guys sound amazing? Fucking awesome.
All right, so we're gonna do a couple tunes, and you're gonna love it. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. All right.
Neil, it was fantastic again, man. Thank you. Cheers. And just like that, it's all over. Here we are, out where all the people were. How you doing, Neil?
Absolutely great.
Was that a lot of fun or what?
Had a blast.
Yeah, it was a good time. Here's the stage. There's the Bert. Turning down the lights. I'm hoping my dinner is still in the dressing room. Remember I showed you the video earlier? My little plate of dinner that I put aside. I know. We'll see. Okay. Oh, why don't you guys all just stick with us for the whole walk? I know it's a bumpy ride here. I'm carrying my guitar and my bag. Neil's carrying a poster.
Yeah, well.
I'm just kidding. Oh my. And just like that, I'm crossing the street. How much fun?
The street. Sounds good, hasn't it?
Yeah. This is a crazy roundabout corner situation here. It's pretty wacky. Hey Neil.
Yeah.
My shoulder's dislocating, man.
Oh, jeez, I remember.
I know, I got my bass here and that.
You know, you were the one that insisted.
I know.
I thought
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
They'll be here for a while.
All right. Upstairs.
Upstairs we go. Hey, Shwani. Oh, take care, brother. Put some cream on your sunburn, man. This is Neil going up the stairs.
Oh, shut up.
How's the stairs now? Look at these calves, ladies and gentlemen. 52-year-old calves. And back at the dressing room. Oh, man, the dressing room is far away from the stage. Usually it's, look at that. Usually the dressing room is like right there. See, I put a note on it for myself. Tiz after show. I don't know what this is. I went down to have a chat with Biff Naked, and they were serving her dinner with her bandmates, and they said, "Would you like some for later?" And I said, "Sure." Ooh, it looks like lasagna, and oh my God, that's like 10 servings of lasagna. Well, let's use plates just in case anybody else wants any. Fun time. There's Neil about to eat. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can find a
I think
fork.
we got one plate.
I'll go grab another plate. Okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Cheers, folks. It turns out this stuff we're eating is like some homemade vegetarian. Is it like cannelloni or something, Neil?
I guess.
Is that what they call it?
I think so.
Like the tubey things filled with cheese?
It's damn good.
Good Lord, this is amazing. Whoever made this. Yeah, thanks to the promoters here. Boom, there we are. Playing a little game here with Alison, the spooky face. Mute. The spooky face game. Am I back? I am back. And with that, another donate link. Oh my God, the donate link is on fire today. We are over 500, which is great, in our long road to 15,000. We'll see how that goes. Where are we? We just finished like an hour of Watchmen stuff, didn't we? That was crazy. That was crazy. I love the interviews with the boys. Very nice interviews with the boys. Actually, I really liked my interview with Sammy. It was kind of a cool chat about music. Danny and Joey, we kept it a little bit more formal in it, what they're up to. Sammy wanted to talk about the tunes, which was cool. Yeah, I found that pretty interesting. Serlin and Graves, yeah, they have that record out. It's a great record. Everybody should get it. It is on vinyl too. I believe they have 11 copies left, so reach out and grab one of those. Also, I was going to say, yeah, Danny is on the road with Big Rec for I think 5 or 6 weeks on their North American tour, which I think has 5 dates in the States, and the rest of it's all Canada, or it was when I looked at it. But I think I don't know if Danny's doing the American stuff with them or just the Canadian stuff. But keep your eyes open for that if you want to see a really cool 90s throwback show. Big Rec with Daniel Graves opening up. It'd be a great time for you to go see that. So check out your local listings on all that. Watchmen, as you know, I don't do Watchmen covers. I find them. I've explained it before. It's too hard for me. When you go through the writing and the crafting and the hours of development of a song, and things get so ingrained into your fiber. Like when I listen to a cover tune, say I'm doing a Tom Petty song, I'll listen to it. I'll learn it the way that he wrote it. Listen to different varieties of it, live and stuff. Learn all the things that he went through with it, and then I'll just adapt it to my own. Because it's a written song, it's finished, and I just adapt it to my own. But when you're writing a song out of thin air, or getting blood from a stone, as we used to refer to the Watchmen, it leaves there's an awful lot of time. Like I say, you can spend a day on a bridge, which is eight bars. You can spend weeks on a song before it finally comes together. And when you're working as a band that does finally come together, and you've got your arrangement, you've got the creativity, you've been part of the lyrics, you've been part of the music, you've had, you know, everybody's had their part in. And then to take that and then redo that process again of learning it and making it my own, so to speak, it's hard because it's already my own. But the my own part of it has to do with Joey, Sammy, and Danny being a part of it. And same with the Thornley stuff. It's just kind of, it's a different thing. So that's why I generally don't do Watchmen covers. But I will today. I will do Kill the Day. I'll play this one for Jeannie because she quite likes it. So I pulled it out today and I realized that I'd forgotten how to play it. I mean, I know how to play it on bass, but... So this is an old song. This is off... I think this is off Brand New Day. Could you let me stay here today? Won't know I'm around, won't make a sound. Just need a place to rest my brain, where I feel sane, okay. And I won't be in the way if you find, let me stay, 'cause I feel good today. I like all the stuff you've got around, the fact you can't hear a sound, it's great. Outside, it looks so great, and that's okay. I don't mind great, 'cause I feel good today. And if you want to kill the day, you can always hang with me, 'cause I feel good today. You think I'm funny, you think I'm strange. If you'd seen what I'd seen, you'd feel the same. Just let me lie here. Okay. And if you want to kill the day, you can always hang with me, 'cause I feel good today. Yes, I feel good today. There you go. If you want to kill the day, you can always hang with me. That makes a lot of sense here on a day like this. That microphone is after growing in size. Yeah, no, that's a little Watchmen tune. We don't do it very much. We actually did it at one of our last shows, which was weird, because, like I say, we don't generally do that song. But it has come up as of recent, so that's kind of nice. Where are we? We're at 12:50. We're at 1:52. Oh my God, we're 2 hours in. We've only got 8 hours left. Wow, I can't believe there's only 8 hours left of this. That's amazing. Where are we here? We've got the...
6 minutes.
We've got about 6 minutes to kill. I'm not going to kill it. I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to, because we've got another big hour coming up. The, I'm going to see if I can remember this one. There we go. Look at that. Oh, it's so nice to have lyrics. Okay, so this is not a Watchmen song, but the Watchmen were highly influenced by this band. And when I say the Watchmen were highly influenced, I mean, yeah, we were highly influenced by lots of stuff. We never, ever sat around, you know, sort of really listening to music together like you would think when I say, you know, we were influenced by it. I mean, we all had great sort of musical backgrounds coming into it. Sammy had an incredibly versatile background of pop songs and knowing every songwriter in the world and every band and all the information. Joey came from a great background of blues and rock, and Danny came from a weird background of more obscure singer-songwriter stuff, really melody-driven stuff. And of course, I came in, you know, from a punk rock, pop, 80s sort of bass playing thing, and together we ended up creating what the Watchmen was. But there are a few bands that we all agreed that we liked. You know, Nick Drake, we were all big fans of. REM, we were all big fans of. And I say that these bands impacted us because they did. We were all listening to those albums as they came out. And, you know, those were great moments. We didn't sort of sit around and listen to REM and together and kind of go, oh, we want to sound like this. But I know that they had their way about it. Anyways, I'm going to try this one. I haven't done it in a long time. We tried to get the schedule. We had a 12-hour schedule today, and we've got it within minutes, and we erred on the side of caution. And, of course, my verbosity in conversation depends on my mental state, and it is sort of 1:54 in the afternoon, so I'm just kind of in that I should be looking for a nap state of mind. But that's not going to happen, so my long tails might be a little shorter than usual, so pop in a few songs here and there. In saying that, here's an REM tune that I haven't played in an awful long time, and I hope I can remember it. I think I can remember it. Walls are built up, stone by stone. Fields divided one by one. And the train conductor says, take a break, driver 8, take a break. We've been on this shift too long. And the train conductor says, take a break, driver 8, take a break. We can't reach our destination. Still a ways away, still a ways away. I saw a treehouse on the outskirts of the farm. Power lines have floated so the airplanes won't get snagged. And bells are ringing through the town again. Children look up, all they hear is sky. Bells ringing, and the train conductor says, take a break, driver 8, take a break. We can't reach our destination, but we're still a ways away, still a ways away, still a ways away, still a ways away. Way to shield the hated heat, way to put myself to sleep, way to seal the hated heat.
She is selling faith on the go-tel crusade. Locomotive 8, Southern Crescent, hear the bells ring again. Feels the weed is looking thin, and the train conductor says, take a break, driver rate, driver rate, take a break. We can't reach our destination. And the train conductor says, take a break, driver rate, driver rate, take a break. We can't reach our destination. It's still a ways away. It's still a ways away. Oh, it's still a ways away. And it's still a ways away.
Well, REM in honor of my friends in the Watchmen, something I knew that they would like today. I doubt any of them are watching, but if you happen to be Joey or Sammy or Danny, I know they have very busy lives. Okay, so we did driver 8. We're at 158. Look at that. I have 2 minutes before we start the evolution of Ken Tizzard. Oh, this is such a strange thing. So this is an interesting set of videos here. We have 3 videos coming in. Part 1 of this video is not quite yet. Part 1 of the video is early stuff, and then it gets in the mid stuff, and it gets in the late stuff. So there's all kinds of interesting changes. I was younger in the beginning. I had less facial hair and more hair on top of my head. And as I go through it, I see an evolution of age and songwriting, which is neat. So as we prepare for the top of the hour right now, I'm going to watch as it rolls over to 2 o'clock. We're going to be talking about a bunch of this stuff. Let me see if I can get these in order here. Oh, so hard. Order. What was it? 1, 2. Oh, I get confused here. That's later. That's later. That's. Oh, I think I got them in order. It is still 11:59, ladies and gentlemen. I can't move until it changes to 11 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock now. Welcome to the 4th hour of the Whiskey Wednesday show. Is this the 4th hour? 11, 12, 1, 2. This is the 4th hour of the Whiskey Wednesday show, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting in. This is the 5th hour of the Whiskey Wednesday show. Oh, I'm so confused. I've been here for 5 hours. No, I'm just kidding. It's the start of the 5th. Thank you again for tuning in. For those of you dropping in some money in the tip jar, thank you very much. We are doing this little telethon to raise a bit of bread to get some new cameras and such, so we appreciate that. This next hour is about the evolution of Ken Tizzard. So weird, so weird. Ken Tizzard, the artist, that is me. I don't know where we started. We started with this thing here called Quiet Story House. This was Quiet Story House, an introduction. This is an album of originals and covers. It's got some, like Mad World was on there. And there's a Nick Drake cover. The rest of it is all, this has like early versions of If You Were Wrong, Take a Chance, All Because of You. These are songs that were on that one. Really interesting album, but it was a 6-string bass exploration record, which was kind of weird. From there, I picked up my acoustic guitar and we went on the road with my wife and kids every summer. And when I was in Banff, I think it was. No, that was Alberta. That was the glacier in Alberta. When we were on that trip, I wrote Lost in Awe. This has Cover Me is a popular one from this. That was about it, actually. It's a great record. Lots of acoustic-y stuff that I don't do much anymore. A couple Bob Dylan tunes on this one as well. That's a nice one.
So stop there because we're going to do the video.
And then the video ends there? Those are the 2. So now this video is going to give you a little insight into those 2 albums. So check this out.
Do you want to talk about the making or after?
The making of which?
Because of You?
Oh, of All Because... Oh, yeah, All Because of You is in this. That's right. And this was directed by...
Pilon.
Yeah, Alex Pilon. He was doing something at Loyalist at the time, I believe it was. He was doing a college course. But let's just check out some of these young videos. They're fun. We went up to the Marmora Mines, Alex and his brother, and we recorded this thing. I didn't know what we were doing. It was my first time shooting a video, without
outside of, on my own, and it was an interesting experience. But let's check out some of the early videos. And there we go. It's all because of you. I never said it, but I wanted to. It's all because of you. You say it's not because of me. I'm just being what I need to be. What else did you want from me? Besides the pain, nothing lost, nothing gained. And if it takes you a lifetime to figure out, I'll be waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you. You left a letter on the bed, scratched beside the cigarettes, telling me the things you do for me. I never wanted to believe, never wanted anyone to see the mess you'd left behind for me. Besides the pain, nothing lost, nothing gained. And if it takes you a lifetime to figure out, I'll be waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you, for you. It's all because of you. I never said it, but I wanted to. It's all because of you. Because of you, because of you, because of you. Besides the pain, nothing lost, nothing gained. If it takes you a lifetime to figure out, I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting, I'll still be waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you. Sorry for the way that I came home, the restless road I brought with me, the time awake came back to haunt me, a helpless, hopeless place to be. What you missed out on doesn't count, it's what we did. I don't even know who remembers you or not. We all grew up and went our separate ways. You could have been one of those few friends who's still with me today. Lost in awe, broke down, stripped bare, lost friends along the way somewhere. Did my best just to get myself back home. 'Cause out here I can't see clear, still deaf with the ringing in my ears. I do my best just to get myself back home. And
thank God you came. Say to you, where have you been? Where have you been? When it's falling, it's falling, it's falling, it's falling apart. Where have you been? Where have you been? Where have you been when it's falling, it's falling, it's falling apart? I don't like you anymore. If I could wash you away, I would stand naked and bare at the front of a hurricane. We don't talk much anymore. I guess there's nothing left to say. I hope you're keeping warm on a long cold winter's day. Lost in awe, lost in awe, lost in awe, lost in awe.
Scary face again. Good Lord. I'm sorry, what a trip that is. Who's that kid in those videos? Holy crap. Are you guys out there? Are you guys in listening world? Did you recognize that? I don't know who that kid was. Wow, what a nice time. It was neat seeing the 6-string bass too. Ben Finley has that bass. He has actually my 6-string PV and my 5-string modulus. Yeah, he does really well, really good things with them. But it's nice to see the 6-string there. Yeah, what a treat that was. That was a really interesting time for me. I didn't... I remember when I sort of decided I was going to do something different than what I'd been doing. I decided it was going to be a 6-string bass singer-songwriter album. And I remember as I was writing the record, and as I was getting ready, I got really excited about it. And I was like, I felt like I was under pressure. And I remember I was sitting down here. And I had this window is where I used to look out, and taped to the windows, I think it was on that side, I had a sticky that said, "Do it before somebody else does." Because I was convinced that somebody else was also making a 6-string bass singer-songwriter record, and I needed to be the first to do it. Anyways, there was no rush. There was nobody else competing with me. I was all alone on that island. Yeah, I I had a really good time making the record. John Wynot mixed it and made it sound like a record. It's called Quiet Story House for a few reasons. Well, A, we live in the story house, but B, the Quiet Story House, the baby, Cassidy Caitlyn was just born. Was Cassidy born too? Yes. The girls were home and they were both really young. And I think Allison was even nursing one of them at the time. It would have been Cassidy. Sure. So like at 8 o'clock at night, it was quiet house. So I'd come down into this room. I didn't have a door on it, but I'd sit there and I had an SM57 mic. That was the only microphone I had, and I had a 1-insert preamp. So I'd plug in my old acoustic guitar with 5 strings on it, and I'd play a little bit of guitar, and I'd play some bass. And then I'd sing really quietly into this microphone, trying not to wake anybody up. So at the end of the day, I call it Quiet Story House album because we live in the story house, and it was quite damn quiet here. But it was an interesting record. The reviews were amazing. Brian Borsowski from Now magazine gave it 0 stars and said, "Dude can't sing." I thought that was a really good first review out of the gates for a new artist after being exposed to so many things before. Allison's pushing buttons. She's thinking, is red mean on or off? I know. Some of the lights is like when you press it off, it turns red, and other ones when you press it on, it turns red. I wish there was a uniform on that, but anyways. So that was a great record to do, and then Lost in Awe was when I started playing acoustic, and we went. That was just me, and I recorded that. I went down to me and John Wynot went down to Blue Rodeo Studio for a week. And we locked ourselves in there and just recorded those tunes. And Dave Mowat came by and put some harmonica on. John put some keyboards on a couple tracks, but it was mostly guitar and voice. It was a real quite a nice record. After that, I started to put together a band called the Variety Show Players. And the Variety Show Players were myself, Ken Layton, and Dave Mowat. Ken Layton played drums, Dave Mowat played harmonica, I played acoustic guitar. There was no bass. Mostly because I hadn't found a bass player that I liked what they did. During the time of the variety show players, I did come across Mr. Ken Grant, and that was when I started working with him. Now, I don't know if Ken Grant is actually on this record or not. No, this is just the trio. So this is John Wynot mixed it. Guest musicians Curtis Chafee on mandolin, Terry Tufts on background vocals. This was a weird record that we made. And this was the three of us, that's right. We went out to Ottawa, Almont, Ontario, worked with Ken Friesen. We were just originally doing 3 songs. We ended up doing the whole record. It's called Between the Lines. And when it came out, I kind of didn't like it. It had the 4 songs we'd done with Ken, which were very high-end, polished, produced things. And then it had some sort of stuff that I wasn't really happy with, and then some rock stuff, and there was some country stuff. And when I kind of listened to it, it didn't feel cohesive. And as we were getting close to releasing it, the band was changing to Ken Grant was coming in. Ken Layton wasn't sure if he wanted to do shows regularly. And it was just kind of, there was like a lot of turmoil. So I just kind of, I put up a post saying I've got a couple of these albums. I think there was only 100 of them or something made. And that was all I did with it. And I have about 5 copies left in a drawer there. It is a really cool record. It's got Time to Remember on it, which is a great rock song. It's also got like Wasting Away on it, which is another great rock song. It's got the early version of Drunk, Stoned, and Broke on it. But it also has the studio recorded versions of Weight of the World, This Town of Mine, On Your Mind, and Someone to Stand Beside Me, which are fucking great tunes, and they sound really good. So all in all, this was a good record, and it was fun and interesting to make, but it was during a very transitional time. So it never really got out there to the world. And then after that in the evolution, so now I've got this record out and I'm playing around as a trio, and Mr. Grant is just starting to get in with us, and then all of a sudden this guy named Dave Fisher starts showing up at shows, and I end up hanging out with Dave. Ken had some things happen in his life. Ken Layton, our drummer, he had to stop playing with the band. Dave Fisher was there, so enter Dave Fisher. And now the trio is myself, Ken Grant, Dave Fisher, and Dave Mowat. So we start jamming, and Mowat's not sure if he wants to go through. There's a lot to rebuild getting a new musician, and we had like a 80-song set. It just seemed like it wasn't really working. We weren't doing the bluesy, rootsy thing as much. Fisher was more of a rock drummer. We really started moving a rock environment. And I was just discovering pedal steel, because when I was doing this record, I'm going to go too long now, aren't I, Alison? No, when I was doing this record, I was working on The Selfish Giant at West Bend, and I was playing with pedal steel, just learning how to make noises with it. And after that, I decided I was going to be a pedal steel player, and I was going to take that pedal steel and plug it into a distortion box and a delay, and then run it back to my big Trainer 215 cabinet with my Trainer Bassmaster head, put on the distortion and go with these big 12-string chords. And oh my God, did I ever do that? Wow, it was insane. So me and Fisher and Grant, we had a great time. We rehearsed like 4 nights a week. We got drunk, we rehearsed, we got high, we smoked way too many cigarettes in Dave's basement. It was just it was like being teenagers again. And we had an excellent time making this record. We did do some re-records of, I think, Weight of the World, Someone to Stand Beside Me, This Town of Mine Again. There's a lot of stuff on this here. Again, John Wynot produced it. We went down to Blue Radio Studio. We had a blast, and this was a really cool record. And this brings us into a different time in my life altogether, which you really need to kind of see. So I think in this next video, we have some stuff from this era, right, Alison?
Yeah, we've got trailers and This Town of Mine.
Trailers, and this was also the official full video for This Town of Mine.
That you made. Footage from town.
That I made from walking around town. And is the thing, the live thing, is that in this video too as well? Okay, so we'll be back. This is 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you shortly, and we'll talk some more about what's next. Cheers.
Drunk, stoned, and broke, and I don't know if I'll see the sun tomorrow. And if I come down from this place, I hope that I might never see your face again. Throw back another round to drown away my sorrow. You know I'll hate myself tomorrow. Good God, I need it tonight. Good God, I need it tonight. Well, look at you, my world stops turning. No secrets I can't hide. In a crowded room, you stand out shining. There's something here I can't deny. 'Cause I want and I need something that I thought that I could never be. There's a woman curled up softly near that sleeping someone. Some things never stay the same. And in the morning when I wake, I find I'm sitting stumbling. Don't think I even got your name. And it don't matter to me. Why should it matter to you? It don't matter to me if what you're saying, if what you're saying is true. It's alright, you're here with me tonight. It's alright as far as I can tell. It's alright. You come to mind, and it makes me search for something I can't find. And then it disappears, the pain and all those tears. I know that sometimes you still find me on your mind. Many miles apart, trying to make a brand new start. It's not been easy, but I'm still doing fine. I'm thinking about you and I'm still on your mind. And I see tomorrow come and I'm still wasted. I'm wasted today. I'm wasted away. I'm wasting time. And I will die for you. And if you think there's nothing wrong with that, then what am I supposed to do? Am I getting through? Time to remember. There's something to be said for familiar voices. Something to be said for familiar choices. Something to be said for what me and you can do. What we get to do. My back hurts from carrying the weight of the world. I need a night in the city with an old-fashioned girl. A little living sometime. That time just tells. I came here from the city, trying to find some peace of mind, to get myself on track and buy myself some time. This town is growing on me. Here's a song for all to hear. All the faces look familiar, but the names are so unclear. In this town of mine, in this town of mine, I find myself so easily reclined here in this town of mine. At times it seems so distant, and at times it seems so strange. The places they remind me of places that I've been. So deep the roots are growing through my kids and to my friends. All I think about is being here, it takes away the pain. In this town of mine, in this town of mine, I find myself so easily reclined here in this town of mine. At times this town's a mistress, gives me all I need and more. Someday I'll say goodbye to her and walk right out the door. In this town of mine, in this town of mine, I find myself so easily reclined here in this town of mine.
This is our last song for the evening. This is the first song off the new CD. It's called Time to Remember. I wrote this after reading a book called The Cellist of Sarajevo, and it goes like this. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken, and I hung my head and cried. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got me in your sights, but I will play for you, and the sadness leaves your eyes. Am I getting through? I can't bear to ask forgiveness, so I'll just sit for you forever and a day. Am I getting through? Time to remember. I will play for you. And if you like this song, then tell me what to do. And I will play for you.
There we go. Scary face again. I need mic on. Mic is on. Okay. Oh, I thought we had the whole video there. I was so excited. I was like, oh, cool. I want to see the rest of this. That was weird. Joe Murray, I'd like to get a challenge out. If 10 people donate $50 each in response to this channel, I'll date. Oh, okay. If 10 people donate $50 each in response to this challenge from Joe Murray, he will donate another 100.
Very cool. If anybody's coming on board and wants to donate $50, put in the note Joe Challenge.
Perfect.
And then I'll. Oh, look at that, Joe! We just got $10 $50 things. That's great. You can throw in another $100 now. I'm just kidding. I haven't actually checked recently, but we're still a little bit short of our $15,000 goal. I think we're at. Oh, there we go. What does this one put us up to? 520.
Okay.
Excellent. We're creeping along there, ladies and gentlemen. We're creeping along one step at a time. You know, it's funny. I see these radio hosts for some of the Canadian radio stations and some of the NPR stuff in the States. They have like month-long draws or month-long things where like every show has to like speak about their thing like for a certain amount of minutes every hour. And these poor VJs just trying so hard to pull money out of people. That's what I feel like right now. Anyways, it's all good. We know what this is all about, especially the core people who are still here. People just dropping in and lurking by. You don't know this, but we're here for the people. We're here for ourselves. We're here for our sanity on a Wednesday night. It would be great to have money to make it easier, but it's not important. We're going to keep doing it either way. And it is nice to get support. And a lot of the regular watchers every week, you know, they drop in 20 or $10 every week too. So that always helps. So we are now moving into, we are still at the evolution of Ken Tizzard. Ken Tizzard being me. And that last little bit you saw was Time to Remember from Maxwell's, Ontario. And that was a really good time of our life. We were just getting out doing some shows. The album was out. Me and Fisher and Neil, me and Fisher and Grant at the time were getting along really well. We had a show that was going good, and then my back went south, and then you know, time took over, and we moved on to different things. But it was a really fun time. It was really fun. Thanks to Fisher for being a part of that. We have to go into now the last part of the evolution of Ken Tizzard. And this is when, what happened here? Bad Intent was going, Bad Intent was going, Bad Intent was going. Fisher got moved to Kingston. Was there a time? I'm just trying to think of the interim. Fisher was in Kingston. We had agreed we'll do the odd show. I can't remember what happened. He was getting really busy. I was doing Whiskey Wednesdays, and then this drummer showed up. That's right. Steve just showed up at the bar one night. No, hold on a second.
You do No Dark, No Light.
No Dark, No Light. I did that before. Who's in Do No? Oh, right. This was the transition. Right. Fisher was in Kingston. I was writing No Dark, No Light. And Fisher didn't have time to learn the stuff because he was getting the new stuff. My buddy Mike Billard, who lived close to him, Mike from Newfoundland, some of you know him. Hey, Mike Arnold, yes, we did have good parties back then. I just saw your face in the video. It reminded me of that. So I called Mike Billard and I said, I got this. I knew Mike could come in and do it. He's a sort of a session drummer. He knows what he's doing. So me and Mike and Mr. Grant went down to Sli-Fi Chapel and recorded No Dark, No Light. I had met Brent from Sli-Fi the summer before when I wrote the song for Frank Myers, and I recorded it down there, and we shot the video down there. And this album is, it's 5 songs about Newfoundland, 5 songs about Ontario, even though there's 13 songs on the record. I'm going to say 6 and 6, and then 1 extra one about both places. The inside cover, the gatefold, is a Paul Kinsman photo from Newfoundland, and the outside cover, again on the gatefold, is Roland Wilhelm from Northern Ontario. So Ontario and Newfoundland, well represented on this record. This one has stuff like Waste Your Time fairly well, The Devil, Home, Mud on My Boots, all those happy favorite songs. And this was really nice. It was nice to work with Noah. This was the first album that I had Noah master for me as well. Which was great, and working at Sli-Fi was fantastic, and it was a great record to do. I really quite enjoy that. So this became me for a while. This was when I kind of finally, after doing all those other records, this was the record where I kind of went, I feel like I found my sound, not knowing that there was going to be another record that wouldn't sound like this. Do I talk about the next record now, Allison, as well?
All the rest.
Talk about all the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, so then moving on from there. So after I did this one, then I went on tour with Ron Hines. I wrote a lot of this one while on tour with Ron. Ron was a huge influence, as you all know. And then I recorded this one here. This is Ron Hines. Ron Hines remembered a collection of Ron Hines songs called A Good Dog Is Lost. And that cover photo was the first gig
The first gig that I went to with Ron, we were driving out to Marystown. Boomer was driving, and Ron was asleep in the passenger seat over here. And that's his hat up on the dash. He'd always throw his hat up on the dash. So that was what I saw going to the first Ron Hines show that I ever played. Great record, a lot of fun. After the Ron record, I still wasn't really ready to start writing again. I'd been through a lot of life changes with Alison. A lot of huge sort of shifts. Alison had gotten sick. We didn't know what we were doing with the MS. We didn't know how it was going to impact our life. I didn't know if I could still tour. I didn't know if she could still work. We didn't know what was going on. So during that time, most everything that I wrote was kind of throwaway stuff because it was more like therapy. And I didn't really feel like I had a new record that I wanted to share at that point, and that's when COVID hit. So what I did was I reached out to some of my friends all over, the world, and I got this album here called, it's Ken Tizzard and Friends. Again, if you're on YouTube or or Spotify or iTunes, you have to put in "and Friends." If you put in Ken Tizzard, you won't get this record. It's the weirdest thing, the way they separate it. But this has a lot of friends on it. It's got Mike Turner from Our Lady Peace produced it. It's got everybody on it. We all know who this is. Alison's got the video. It's going to show all that. And of course, the wonderful Tim Lee artwork cover, which you're all familiar from seeing here in the studio every day. Absolutely love it. There is also a Live at the Little Pub album, which I didn't do any videos for, and it was just sort of came out a while ago. And there was also the Christmas album, which sort of didn't really get pressed, but they're available on digital. I might have some copies of them left, but and that brings us up to sort of where I am now. The next album is coming out. It's tentatively called Pain Free Living. We are 3 singles in. We have seen the single for End of the World, which we shot with Steve. Since Steve has passed, we've started retracking the new record with all of his drum parts, and we put out Drunk, Stoned and Broke, $1 a Day, and Pain Free Living was the recent one. I like to get high. So this is where we are now. This is where we've been. Let's take a little video recap on what we got here.
My reflection in the mirror isn't who I used to be. The person that you left behind isn't who I see. My lips, would you run so far? You'd be impossible to find. If I told you what was really on my mind. If I could find the words to write the perfect song, and I could play it just for you, arrange a melody so beautiful and sweet to the bone. Said a crowd had gathered at the scene, trying to take a piece of everything you'd ever been. Oh, don't be sad, we were blessed for what we had. Those days are gone and the memories cast in stone, and I know I'm not alone, and it chills me to the bone in this place called home. It's been a long while since I left this town, and it's been too long since I wrote things down, and I wanna see you dance again. When you lay your head down and you're tired and it's dark between your sheets, and you close your eyes and dream of a place where we might meet. Fare thee well, fare thee well. Sun goes down over Wichita Falls. I've seen the best and I've seen them all. That day's and nothing more beautiful to see. You wring your hair and you drape your clothes. those sunlights, your silhouette shape exposed. It's clear you're bringing out the best in me. Why you wanna waste your time with me? So if you feel like you've been cheated and the truth gets thrown apart, then you know that you've been playing with the king of broken hearts. You know that you've been. Tonight I felt the rain and I just got wet. I was sorry that you came and then you left. So I went outside for a smoke and a whiskey and a toke. I felt the rain and then I just got wet. This place called home. You can't lose what you don't own. The deepest ties you'll ever know, right here at home. Just one frost away, it's been a good year. There's lots of good rain in the ground. I can never take away your pain. For murdered son and lost love stain. And nothing's ever gonna be the same again. Nothing's ever gonna be the same again. See you standing in your night dress. Did I get so close to feel the beating of your heart? If I kissed you, would I find a sweet return? One sudden clarity for a love that could never burn. If I kissed you, would I find a sweet return? If I told you that I loved you, would that be wrong? Does it make it any easier if I sing it in a song? On golden shores we'll hold each other once again, or in the depths of hell we'll suffer through the wars of men. And if there's nothing more, then I'll say it once again. You made my life as full and bright as any man. Don't shed no tears. My reflection in the mirror isn't who I used to be. The person that you left behind isn't who I see. With every moment growing shorter still, the space between the lines allows a little chill to go inside. The chill will blow inside, and that's all gone. It's never. I am here all alone. Your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And these nights get so long, and the silence goes on, and I'm feeling so tired. I'm not all that strong. Fairly well, fairly well. I'll see you again in heaven, or I might see you in hell. On golden shores we'll hold each other once again, or in the depths of hell we'll suffer through the wars of man. If there's nothing more, then I'll see you once again. You made my life as full and bright as any man. Oh, you made my life as full and bright as any man. Oh, baby, you made my life as full and bright. devil lives in St. John's, Newfoundland. Some say she's a woman, some say that he's a man. It might be gambling, might be booze, drugs or women, brand new shoes. But the devil lives in St. John's, Newfoundland. In the corners, in the darkness, you can see him walking. In the corners, in the darkness, you can see him walking. In the corners, in the darkness, you can see him walking. In the corners, in the darkness, you can see him walking. In the corners, in the darkness. You can see him walking.
Good dog is lost. Stood a sign above the counter at the corner store with an address and a phone to call. Still in all it said, a little bit more it said, hey there stranger, well I can hardly believe some of that I love that much has run away from me. And if you find her, you can only Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. And your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And these nights get so long, and the silence goes on. And I'm feeling so tired, I'm not all that strong. It's 100 miles to town, Sonny's never been there. And he goes to the highway and he stares at my notoriety. I'm the man no man wants to see. Still it's better to be famous for the wrong I've done tonight than to be nobody all my life. Did it all for fortune and for fame. Now I'm the man. I shot and I killed Jesse James. Everybody knows me now for sure. Every meal's a feast, every empress is a whore. And it's better to be famous for the wrong I've done tonight than to be nobody all my life. See his face forever in my dreams. I see me shoot him with a gun. It was a gift from him to me, and I did it all for fortune and for fame. Now I'm the man. I shot and I killed Jesse James. Everybody knows me now for sure. I ain't saying that you treated me unkind. I could have done better, but I don't mind. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. Won't you come back, my darling? Each night I pray on bended knee, and the train conductor
looking for New England. Oh, tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Your new sensation. I don't want to reconnect my old relations. I don't want to hear your frustration all the time. It doesn't take a genius to see that she's a girl. It doesn't take a genius to rule a broken world. It doesn't take a genius to ignore the facts all of the time. No sense in asking, is this the end of the world? We'll know it's over when it's done. There's so many ways I pictured in my head, but I never saw that one. Drunk, stoned, and broke, and I don't know if I'll see the sun tomorrow. And if I come down from this place, I hope that I might never see your face again. Push back another round to drown away my sorrow. You know I'll hate myself tomorrow. But good God, I need you tonight. Good God, I need you tonight. Have another toke and slip quietly to understanding nothing. I was walking down the road when a stranger passed my way. It was empty in his business eyes. He made no move to step aside, he disregarded me. His brain was bleeding compromise. It would be a rude awakening if I knocked him down and stole away his shoes. There's no place that I'd rather be, and that place is anywhere here but next to you. Well, you'll work harder with a gun at your back for $1 a day. You'll trade away your years to fight the fears they feed you for $1 a day. I like to get high, I like to get higher, I like to get more high than I was before. I like to get stoned, I like to get stoneder, I like to get more stoned than I was before. 'Cause I don't have the perfect job I dreamed of, and at times I can take it for a while. And sometimes I take small things for granted, while other times all I can do is smile. I like to get high, I like to get higher, I like to get more high than I was before. I like to get stoned, I like to get stoneder, I like to get more stoned than I was before. 'Cause I don't have a moment to...
Microphone back on? Yes, I can hear it. Oh my, the evolution of Ken Tizzard. What a trip it's been. I can tell you from experience. What a trip. And I don't think my back hurts any more or less than it should. I mean, it's been hurting for a long time, but I think after all that evolution, it's in a pretty good place. Well, that sure was fun. The other thing that I was thinking watching those videos, how long do we have before the top of the hour? 4 minutes. The other thing I was thinking when I was watching those videos was, I've been very lucky in my musical career to work with great musicians around the world, great professional musicians and great semi-professionals and amateurs. And looking back through all these little live clips and sort of just working with different musicians, like you forget, like at one point in the West Bank clip there, Allison's like, "Oh, who's the guy with the long hair?" I'm like, "Oh, that's Christian Tanner from I'm Mother Earth." Like he was out playing drums with me for a little bit, and like these things that you forget, little brief encounters that you have, Dave Mowat and Ken Layton and me back in Newfoundland playing at the Ship Inn when Banjo Billy got up on stage. All these things are coming back into my mind today, and it's really sort of a really nice. It's a nice set of memories. I've been really lucky, and I can't stress that enough. What a pleasure it's been for everybody that's been there to listen to me make music in some way. And Joe Murray, I see the goat, in some way, shape, or form. For as long as I've had. I don't know where the goat is. I didn't put it anywhere special because it's not actually Whiskey Wednesday, but oh, I see it too now. Yeah, you can't see it.
Yeah.
I know where it is. You can't see it. You're looking at something else there, Joe, because it ain't in frame. we are currently. We mentioned Rod Wills earlier today, and happy birthday, Rod! I'm gonna dedicate this next hour to Johnny and Rod and Dean and all my punk rock friends from back home. Actually, the three of them have passed, and there's been others as well. But I will dedicate it out to all my punk rock friends. Growing up as a punk rocker in Newfoundland was a gift for me, anyways. It saved me on so many levels. Just a great time. Amazing people helped me, find my place in the world. Helped me to sort of focus and channel my angst through music and skateboarding. And I will never have enough good things to say about any of those people. And we played a lot of punk rock growing up. So it does kind of come out during the show, the punk rock. Every now and again, we'll do a punk rock night. And Neil and Mr. Grant learn a couple punk rock tunes, which is always funny. I'm going to do a couple for you right now. We have 1 minute till we get to the top of the hour. And I'm just going to look for, what did I... Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, I've got them all right here. I'm so smart. I'm all ready for the next hour. It's 2:59. And I am ready for the 3 o'clock hour to start. Oh, okay. Right on the stroke of 3, we're going to try this here again. My iPad keeps going down, even though it says it's being charged. That is concerning for me. So I'm gonna have to take a look at that shortly as well. I don't know what it's doing that could be so taxing on its system, but
Top of the hour.
it is the top of the hour, right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, look at that. It is the top of the hour once again. It is 3 o'clock in Campbellford, Ontario. We are 4 hours into the 12-hour Whiskey Wednesday Marathon Telethon. It's not a telethon because there's no phone involved, but we couldn't think of another word to the begathon, the buskathon, I'm not sure. But we're about $750 into our $15,000 goal. That is a dream goal. That sort of that covers advertising, cameras, and all the expenses for a year. I don't need to ask for money for another year. So we're at the top of the hour. This is the beginning of the punk hour, and this will happen for the next 60 minutes. Or so. We've got some great interviews coming up with some of my punk rock friends from back home, John Pastore and Mike Heffernan, and I'm going to play a couple tunes for you all as well. So with the Whiskey Wednesday show, we are here again. For those of you just tuning in now at the top of the hour for the punk hour, we are holding the telethon, 12 hours. Thank you for tuning in. We've got a bunch of stuff, great stuff behind us. Evolution of the Studio, Love Songs, Our Girls, The Gospel Hour, The Watchmen, stuff like that. Evolution of Ken Tizzard, that's me. The evolution of me. We showed it all there today, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it all. Now we're going back to my punk roots with a little bit of some punk rock tunes. This is the very earliest punk rock tune ever written. Full of angst. Hatred. Ready when you are, Allison. I was a stranger passing through your town. I was a stranger passing through your town. When I asked you for a favor, good Lord, you turned me down. Yodelay. Well, if you see me walking, hear me talking by that railway track. If you see me walking, hear me talking by that railway track. You can bet your life, sweet mama, I won't be coming back. Well, honey,
Honey, I'm so lonesome, I don't know what to do. Honey, I'm so lonesome, I don't know what to do. The way you treat me, sweet mama, well, I hope you're lonely too. Well, I rode the Southern, I rode the L&M. Well, I rode the Southern, I rode the L&M. If the police don't get me, I'll ride them again. Well, please, Mr. Brakeman, don't put me off your train. Oh, please, Mr. Brakeman, don't you put me off your train. 'Cause it sure looks cold. Nothing is gonna rain. Well, I'm running, police on my back. I've been hiding, police on my back. It was a victim, police on my back. And the victim, he ain't coming back. I've been running Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I've been running Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. What have I done? What have I done? I've been running down a one-way track. They will catch me if I dare drop back. Won't you give me all the speed I like? 'Cause I'm running, police on my back. I've been running Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I've been running Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? There we go. What have I done? This little Clash tune called "The Police on My Back." "Stranger" was the song that went into it. I didn't know who wrote "Stranger." I think we traced it back to the Jimmy Rogers Blue Yodel. He's one of the Blue Yodels from the Jimmy Rogers sessions back in the 20s, I believe it was. Once again, as today's Whiskey Wednesday Telethon is a reflection of the Whiskey Wednesday show, it is important to remind people that don't watch the show on Wednesday and might be watching for the first time. Most everything I say is not true, or is partly true, or somewhat true. But everything I say has a ring of truth to it. Oh, we got a couple here. We're going to do one more and then we're going to do the video, right, love? Is that what we did? Okay, let's do this one here. Oh, this one is fun. Stiff Little Fingers. Anybody know that band out there in internet land? Stiff Little Fingers were a band that I fell in love with in the early 80s. Band from Ireland.
punk rock band. The album that got me was Inflammable Materials. That was the album that got me stuck into it. Pretty heavy, but I'm just trying to remember how it goes now. Okay, I have just taught myself the song. See, that's how we roll here on the Whiskey Wednesday show. Little stiff little fingers for you, ladies and gentlemen. I could be a soldier, go out there and fight to save this land. Be a people's soldier, paramilitary gun in hand. I won't be a soldier, I won't take no orders from no one. We'll stop the fucking armies, killing isn't my idea of fun. And they wanna waste my life, they wanna waste my time, they wanna waste my life, and they've stolen it away. I could be a hero, live and die for the important cause. A United Nation or an independent state with laws and rules and regulations that merely cause disturbances and wars. And that's what we've got now, all thanks to the freedom-seeking hordes. And they want to waste my life, they want to waste my time, they want to waste my life, and they've stolen it away. I'm not gonna be taken in. I said if I just join, I just can't win. I've heard that story many times before, and every time I'm going out the door, still they come up to me with a different name and the same old face. Well, I can see the connection with a different time and a different place. No, they ain't blonde-haired and blue-eyed, but they think that they're the master race. They're nothing but blind fascists, brought up to hate and give lives to waste. And I wanna waste my life, they wanna waste my time, they wanna waste my life, and they've stolen it away. What they wanna do, they wanna waste my life, they wanna waste my time, they wanna waste my life, and they've stolen it away. Oh yeah, they've stolen it away. Oh yeah, they've stolen it away. There we go. Little Wasted Life by Stiff Little Fingers. How you doing over there, Alison? You holding up all right? Okay, Jack looks comfortable hanging out and sitting on you, which is very good. He hasn't moved much. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to jump right into the punk rock reflections here.
This next little video is going to take you on for about the 25-minute mark, and this is all the, well, not all, but some of the punk rock stuff we've done in the last while. Check this out.
Outside there's a boxcar waiting. Outside the family stew. Out by the fire breathing. Outside while we wait till face turns blue. I know the nervous walking. I know the dirty beard hangs. Out by the boxcar waiting. Take me away to nowhere land. There is a wait so long. There is a wait so long. Here comes your man. Here comes your man. Big shake on the boxcar moving. Big shake on the land that's falling down. It's the wind makes a palm stop blowing. It's a big, big stone fall and break my crown. There is a wait so long. There is a wait so long. Here comes your man. 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 I'm gonna end every song like that tonight. When I'm walking, I strut my stuff. I am so strung out. If I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go out like a blister in the sun. Let me go out. Big hands, you know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end and she is starting to cry. Let me go out like a blister in the sun. Let me go out. Big hands, you know you're the one. When I'm walking, I strut my stuff. I don't even know why. If I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out with my girlfriend. She's at the end. She is starting to cry. My girlfriend, body and beats. I don't even know why. When I'm walking, I strut my stuff. I am so strung out. If I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. Let me go out like a blister in the sun. Let me go out. Big hands, you know you're the one.
Is that the end?
That is the end.
You're having so much fun.
Mr. Graham was just having a blast there.
Go around another time or two.
Under the arc of a weather-stained board, ancient goblins and warlords come out of the ground, now making a sound. The smell of death is all around. Then a night when the cold wind blows, no one cares, nobody knows. I don't wanna be buried in sacred place. This ain't a dream I can't escape. Molars and fangs that quicken up bones. Spirits move along the tombstones. And at night when the moon is bright, someone cries something ain't right. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. The moon is full, the air is still. All of a sudden, I feel a chill. Victor is grinning, flesh rotting away. Skeletons dance, I curse the day. And at night when the wolves cry out, listen close and you can hear them shout. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. I don't want to live my life again. I don't want to live my life again.
Cool. That was fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to have on the show with me today an old friend from Newfoundland who I haven't seen in a long time, John Pastore. Now, when I met John, I think we all called you Johnny back then. Does anybody call you Johnny anymore?
Not really. No, it's funny, but I mean every once in a while, but not like back then.
Well, because I saw it's all John on all of your media, and I thought we all called him Johnny, I'm sure, but that might have just been Chris Jarrett because he was always, doing what people didn't want to do.
Right.
It might have been just him annoying you when we were around, but Johnny was part of the hardcore scene that you've all heard me talk about. So you were early on into the sort of collecting of punk rock memorabilia, as it was happening in the early 80s.
Yeah, definitely, and certainly records. I mean, that I still have all the records that I bought, when I was a teenager.
You do? Wow,
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
Still have them all, which is crazy. I never sold anything, so.
You're so lucky. I'm on to my third, if not fourth, collection. I lost the first one when I left Newfoundland, and then I lost another one during a breakup, and then I'm rebuilding again now. But yeah, I'm back buying all the original, well, not original, the repressings of Minor Threat and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty expensive to buy the originals of anything these days. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm sure. And you've got all that stuff, eh?
Everything that I bought when I was in high school, and as soon as I left, I still have it all. So originals of everything. Oh man, that's the retirement plan.
So okay, so we have a little bridge to gap. We're at your house, we're jamming. I'm in awe over these punk rock posters that you've got with SNFU and the Asexuals and DOA and all of these other things. And then our paths split. You went to Montreal, I went to Toronto, and from Toronto I went on tour. In Montreal, you went to wherever you are now, which I believe is New York City. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I went to England for a year first, and then to New York.
Okay, and now you tell me about Outer Battery Records. Is this your brainchild and your business?
It is, but it's me and Dave Sweetapple.
Okay, so Dave is in with you on this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's Dave and I.
Oh, very cool. I have very fond memories of Dave as well. I've told everybody about this massive punk rock Atlantic Place circuit, but there was also this little side circuit of elite punk rockers. And that was Sweetapple, Jarrett, Pastore, and Armstrong, I believe, was the other one. And you
Right.
folks sort of had your own little world of punk rock, and the rest of us were sort of ingratiated every now and again into that world. So it's you and Sweet Apple doing this. That's very cool.
And we were going to call it Battery Records, but that already existed because Dave and I both grew up in the Battery, but Dave grew up in the Outer Battery. So that's where the name came from.
Okay. It's a fantastic name. Okay, I got another question for you.
Sure.
I grew up listening to a bunch of music. I fell in love with punk rock while skateboarding and meeting all you guys downtown. The scene and the culture was electric, you know, for lack of a better word. It was such a great time in my life, and I think for all of us, a very memorable time. And I know that those formative years, you know, certain impressions can stick with you. You know, the type of music you listen to, certain movies you saw, things like that. And I know that, you know, bands like Stiff Little Fingers, Television, Minor Threat, Husker Du, DOA, SNFU, you know, you name it. Those were the bands that were impacting all of us back home in the scene. And I remember the change, like when COC became popular and the sort of shred metal came in and the speedcore and all that stuff. And the transition from DRI being a punk band to a metal band, I think would probably be the right word.
Yeah.
I kind of lost interest in the hardcore scene. It seemed like, you know, the bands that I was into were sort of folding out and the new stuff coming in. And then years later, I talked to my kids about punk rock, and they're dealing with, you know, Avril Lavigne saying that she's the pioneer of punk, and you know, bands like Sum 41 taking all the credit, while Chai Pig is still alive, living as an addict on the street in Vancouver.
Right. Yeah.
It's been such a weird change in sort of the origins of punk, which were actually before when I got into it, but from that really seminal time when I was into it in the late 70s, early 80s. And then in the last 30 years, it's become I don't even know what, but I still listen to, you know, every time I go into a record store, I go to the punk section and, you know, always the metal section because they put the punk in with the metal because they don't have a punk section. And I'll find, you know, the old Suicidal Tendencies albums and stuff. And I love that stuff.
Yeah.
And every now and again, I try something of the newer punk, you know, aside from Off, of course. Off is in a different category.
Yeah.
But I try some of these new punks, and there's some cool stuff, even like the Bronx, you know, like, which is like, yeah, that's cool. But it's got so much flavor of modern production and rock.
Right.
That I'm not finding anything that has that sort of sound. So the question is, does that still exist? And where does an old punk rocker like myself, where do we pick up on what's new and current that has that sort of sound and value to it?
You know, I don't know. I'm sort of in the same position as you because, I mean, I think recording technologies are so far advanced now that you would have to try to go retro to make it sound like it did for us. So I think, because even a little band can do something with Pro Tools where you're like, oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
And so I think it's so easy to sort of clean up that sound, while half of what made the sound for what we were listening to is because we couldn't make it sound any better if we wanted to, or any slicker.
Exactly.
You know? And that's where the charm of it was. But now, I don't really know, because it's the same thing. It's too slick sounding, or it's just not right to our ears.
John, thanks for coming out and spending some time with us and reconnecting with me and telling me all about the label and what you and Dave have been doing. Say hi to Dave for me as well. I wish you all the best with everything, keeping punk rock alive, man. It's nice. It's nice that there's people like you still doing that. So. For one of Jackie's favorite artists of all time, when we were young, she used to have posters on her wall. Last night a little dancer came dancing to my door. Last night a little angel came pumping on the floor. She said, come on baby, I got a license for love. And if it expires, pray hell from above. Because in the midnight hour, babe, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more.
more, more, more. She don't like slavery, she won't sit and beg. But when I'm tired and lonely, she puts me to bed. What set you free and brought you to me, babe? What set you free and how'd you hear about me? Because in the midnight hour, babe, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. In the midnight hour, babe, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. He lives in his own heaven, collects it to go from the 7-Eleven. He drives all night to collect his fare. Just as long as it don't mess up his hair. I'd walk the world with you, babe. 1,000 miles with you. I dried your tears of pain, babe, 1,000,000 times for you. I'd sell my soul for you, babe, for money to burn with you. I'd give you all and have nothing. Just to have you here by me. In the midnight hour, babe, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more, 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 more. In the midnight hour, babe, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. More, 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 more. Ooh, a little dancer, she want more, 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 more. Oh yeah, a little dancer, she want more, 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 more.
Oh, thanks for jumping in on the end there, boys. That was nice. That was good. That was fun.
Well, if you like to gamble, I tell you I'm your man. You win some, you lose some, it's all the same to me. The pleasure is to play, makes no difference what you say. I don't share your greed, the only card I need is the ace of spades, the ace of spades. Playing for the high one, dancing with the devil, going with the flow, it's all a game to me. 7 or 11, snake eyes watching you. Double up or quit, double stakes or split. The ace of spades, the ace of spades. You know I'm born to lose and gambling's for fools, but that's the way I like it, baby. I don't wanna live forever. Get the joker. pushing up the ante. You know you gotta see me. Read 'em and rape the dead man's hand again. I see it in your eyes. Take one look and die. The only thing you see, you know it's gonna be the ace of spades, the ace of spades.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, I'm chatting with old friend here, actually not really old friend. I'm chatting with Mike Heffernan, author and friend. And when I say old friend, I mean, we come from the same circle from 30 years ago, but we missed each other by just a couple of years growing up. I think you're a little bit younger than me, are you, Mike?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so we missed each other by just a few years. And after I left, Mike became a big part of the scene. With a lot of bands that I wasn't really around for, like Bung and Potbelly and all that stuff. So, Mike, you are a Newfoundland author, eh?
I most certainly am. Let It All Fall is, you know, it sits right amongst those books like Please Kill Me by Legs McNeil and also Everybody Loves Our Town, kind of like the official history of grunge in Seattle. And I wanted that to Let It All Fall be very similar to that. What was unique about Let It All Fall during the interview and research process, I realized that there was a real groundswell of political activism that was happening in St. John's. And I knew it did exist because I grew up in the 80s and in the early 90s. And I was aware, obviously, of the Peace Accord and the causes that were prominent during that time. And of course, you know, looming in the background of my book, but also that era, is the carbon moratorium. So there's a whole bunch of political, social change that happened in St. John's in the 80s and 90s. And that's kind of the backdrop of the book. But essentially, it is a rock and roll story. But what's unique about St. John's is this massive existential crisis that we were going through. Actually, the title, Let It All Fall, is Bung did a song, Let It All Fall, but it was actually a Mike Wade tune.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love the line, which I use in the introduction, you better get up on the table because the rock ain't always stable.
Yeah. It was a really fascinating time, and there was a great core of people sort of spearheading it. You know, the punk rockers were kind of hanging out and skateboarding and making music alongside of this activism that seemed to be coming a lot from, you know, a small collective of women, actually, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Sheila and Dana and the gang, and they always had something going on. You know, they were always doing something. And because of their association with us as friends, we always ended up getting behind their things. So it looked like a punk rock groundswell, but it was actually the punk rockers, I think, were just kind of there. We just happened to be a good little soundtrack for what was happening.
Of course, this is also the era, right, of Northern Lights, Ain't Gonna Play Sun City. Political activism or was part of the broader musical culture, right? Like We Are the World. Everyone knew about the starvation of the Horn of Africa. Yep. Everyone knew about nuclear proliferation. And it's also the era of Thatcherism and Reaganomics and austerity and all those things. So usually punk rock is a reaction to political repression, right?
Yes.
And austerity. So those things, you know, go hand in glove. But and of course, Newfoundland is a very conservative place as well. But you were mentioning about Sheila, and they were I don't know if you recall, like they all these cities in North America were pronouncing, oh well, Toronto or Vancouver, we're nuclear-free zones, and you know they said to John Murphy, the mayor, oh, wouldn't it be a great idea if St. John's was a nuclear-free zone? And he was like, yes, that's a fantastic idea. And little did they know, NATO nuclear submarines were refueling in the St. John's Harbor. So they
Oh, Well, Mike, I appreciate you doing it. It's an amazing part of the culture.
Thank you so much, man. I couldn't have done it without generous people like yourself.
Oh, well, we all want that story to be told. I think like myself, we look back on those years very, very favorably. And to have somebody want to capture it in any sort of detail at all is fantastic. And the way that you've done it, interviewing everybody and letting the narrative unfold through their words. There we are again. I love the way the light is reflecting off the bottom of this, creating a little blue hue. It's from the iPad, unfortunately, so it's not going to be a full-time thing. We went to see Jim Jeffries on Friday night down in Kingston. Fucking unbelievable comedy. But he had a mic. I'm not sure who it was by. I think it might have been a Neumann, but through the cage of the mic, the inside was treated in red. So you'd see a little red hue coming out of it. It was really, really quite pretty. Anyways, enough about microphones. The punk rock stuff, man, it's I'm going to use a vinyl comparison here. Like, punk rock is really about giving so much back. It's about, people who, it's not just about this. This is sort of a generalization, but there's a large, punk rock bands don't make a lot of money. They don't. The biggest punk rock bands in the world don't make a lot of money. The punk pop bands make a ton of money. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying the punk that I listen to, I buy records. Records nowadays, $38 to $60 for a record in a record store. You get the new, whatever the new record is on the labels. It comes in and it's slick looking, but it's just a record in a sleeve. But it can be $58, $68. It's a lot of money for a record. But I'm picking up these punk records as I'm restoring my old collection. And these people, they're doing albums for $30. Like this 7 Seconds, I picked this up recently. This is called The Crew. 7 Seconds are one of my favorite bands from way back then. So I'm like, oh, cool. This is an album called The Crew. It's really neat. I just got water on it. I look at the back. I go, that's cool. It's got all kinds of information. This will be great. And I pick it up. I get home. It's a gatefold. Gatefolds cost a fortune to do. This is an album that I bought for $28, I think. So I pull out the sleeve. Beautiful, nicely printed sleeve. Nice vinyl inside. Nice weight to the vinyl. It might be 180, but I'm not sure. But then they've got this pull-out. I'm like, oh my God, it's not just a pull-out, which is amazing, but it's an entire book that goes along with it. Like, look at these pictures. And this is on nice stock paper. This isn't cheap. This is heavy magazine stock paper. And this is like a complete history of it. Like, it goes on and on. I just skipped through a whole bunch. Like, it goes on and on. The punk rock community is about sort of self-preservation, because it is such a small, tight community. But these bands, they've dedicated their lives to stuff that never made money, but they made a lifestyle and they made an impression. And I love it when I go out and I get even when I went to the Off concert, $25 tickets. In a time when $60 is the cheapest ticket for a bar band, and you're going to see Off, one of the world's biggest punk bands for $25 in Toronto. It's amazing. I love the punk rock culture. I love the attitude. I love everything about it. And I love recollecting the punk stuff on vinyl, because they always have all kinds of cool treats thrown in. I bought a Dead Kennedys record the other day, and I opened it up, and there was a bunch of CD sleeves from old CDs that they're not going to sell, like all the CD inserts inside the album. They're just like, oh, treats, that's cool. And I also recently bought the DOA live at the Chinese Theatre from Vancouver, and also Talk minus Action equals 0, I think it's called. Talk without Action equals 0, something like that. 2 great new DOA albums. Or I don't even know if they're new, but they're new to me. And I just saw last week Joey Shithead was in Toronto playing at the Bovine Sex Club. And he was doing a Joey Shithead solo tune, and I thought, oh, that's cool. I'm going to have to call Mr. Cam Carpenter and see what he thinks about that. Ready? You peer through the darkness, billy clubs aim. They smash you once or twice till you don't look the same. You
got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, you got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, the enemy, the enemy. They rope you to a time clock to keep you on the line. And now you're losing the pieces of your mind. You got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, you got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, the enemy, the enemy.
This is the instrumental section of the song. I wonder what Joey did for the solo. He might have talked. Would he have thanked his heroes, his comrades, Jello Biafra, Bob Mould, Dave Grohl, people like that? Maybe not. He probably just went right into the last verse.
The newsmen are lying, drawing lines black and white, making you believe it's your brother you've got to fight. You got to know who the enemy is. The enemy, you got to know who the enemy is. The enemy, I say you got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, I say you got to know who your enemy is. The enemy, the enemy, the enemy, the enemy, the enemy, the enemy, the enemy.
Little DOA for you there with the enemy, ladies and gentlemen. Message board is slow down. I guess we've said hi enough times in the first 4 hours. You can only say hi so much. It's nice to see everybody still kicking around. We got a long way to go. We still got we got the musical hour coming up, which is a chance for me to go and get Allison in bed actually for the night, because Barry's going to be back to do things after, but she's going to be in for a little bit because she's been up now and she's in pain. Get a little food going, and we've got all of our musical guests to entertain you starting at 4 o'clock, which is in 12 minutes, and we've got William Prince, we've got Dave Gunning, we've got so many people. I just named two, but there's so many of them. You know, it's going to be a fun time. But before we get to that, there's a couple of things. Again, thank you for tuning in, and thanks to the sponsors for helping out. Church Key. No, Church Key wasn't there this year. Church Key, Fogelrig, and what's the other one in town? Church Key, Fogelrig, and Focal.
Yes.
Church Key, Fogelrig, and Focal are the new ones in town. I got to get out and speak to those people because they all have nice beers. Lucas Longtooth, of course. I'll be switching over to a Longtooth from the iced tea now shortly as we move into the dinner hour. Maybe I'll even get dressed again. Ooh. Costume change. We do have the band coming in here. That'll be a little bit of a change of setup too. I think everything is all ready. We're all rolling. We just got to keep this machine going now. I just checked recently. We're at about $800 on the tally. Thank you very, very much. It is definitely going to help. As we move into the evening and the band comes around and we do some more of the guests, musical and non-musical. Hopefully we get some more people dropping by to say hi. In the meantime, I was going to play this song for you. So we're talking about punk rock, and, you know, I grew up as a punk rocker. Yeah, that's what I was. I identified as a punk rocker. But there was a lot of stuff that always sort of crossed over, I felt. And this was kind of the singer-songwriter, folk singer stuff. You know, like I always loved Husker Du's Too Far Down because it was a beautiful acoustic song, you know, about being depressed and suicide and all of these things. And it's an absolutely lovely song, but it's very punk rock. And that got me to listening to, you know, some John Lennon solo stuff. And I remember the first time I heard this song, I kind of went, "Oh, this is as punk rock as it gets."
Unfortunately, I've never really heard a punk rock version of it, aside from Green Day. And I'm not going to say anything about that. That's cool. They did a great job of it. Play this song in bars every now and again, and some younger kids come up and say, I love that Green Day song that you play. And I say, nothing. Because it's foolish to correct people on stuff like that. It's also fun to watch them go around and tell other people about Green Day's new single, Working Class Hero. Why stop the idiocy? Ready when you are, Elson. Send this one out to Sammy Cohen today. As soon as you're born, you make me feel small. By giving you no time instead of it all. Till you're so fucking scared you feel nothing at all. Working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. They hurt you at home and they hit you at school. They hate you if you're clever, they despise a fool. Till you're so fucking crazy you can't follow the rules. Working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. When they've tortured and scared you for 20 odd years, then they expect you to pick a career, but you can't really function, you're so full of fear. Working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. Keep you doped with religion, your sex and TV. You think you're so clever, classless and free. But you're still fucking peasants as far as I can see. Working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. There's room at the top, they're telling you still. But first you must learn how to smile as you kill. If you want to be like the folks on the hill. Working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. If you want to be a hero, well, just follow me. Yeah, working class hero for you all there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a moment at the end of this hour to play a song that I'm not actually playing today, but it's a song that I like. It's a song about Newfoundland. When I think about punk rock and skateboarding, I remember the St. John's Harbor. That's where I hung out and
myself and Clark and Mike Bueller. Mike was on his BMX most of the time. Danny Thomas, Chris Jarrett, all the gang. John Pastore. We'd hang out there and skateboard because there was flat land there, flat concrete. The Atlantic Place steps, of course, our main hangout because there was people walking by and we could bum cigarettes and quarters from them. But when we wanted to go for a shred, we'd go down on the dock. So I'm going to play this one here and dedicate it to Clark tonight. Clarky, my buddy. There we go. Hey, Lindsay. How you doing? Good to see you, Lindsay. Honeyman Sarah. Now that she's all grown up. Lindsay, mommy, baby, husband. She's a woman now. Lindsay. Lindsay was our manager's assistant for a while with the Watchmen, and she ended up just becoming a part of the team. I think she came on as a co-op. And she ended up being part of the team of Management Trust and helping the Watchmen with everything we did for many, many years. And she has since moved on in life. Now she's married with child and all that stuff. So congratulations, Lindsay, on all that. It's nice to see you. Some stopping by. Okay, so at the end of the hour, I'm going to end with this song here. This is for all the skateboarders back home who can't go out on the City Harbor anymore in St. John's. City Harbor lies behind the chain link fence. You can see it from a distance. You can even feel the wind. But you can't walk out on that dock and stand beside the sea-torn freighters. Sense those stories of the lives that live within. You can't have it the way it was. Have to take it as it is. Those times have changed, those days are gone. Those days are past but not forgot. You can't stop the winds of change. Forever in your mind, self-same. Oh, don't be sad. We were blessed for what we had. Those days are gone. The memories cast in stone. And I know I'm not alone. And it chills me to the bone. In this place called home. You can't lose what you don't own. The deepest ties you'll ever know. Right here at home. Down Water Street, the storefronts changed a few blocks north of Everblane. To fight against this hurt and change and waiting game. How many words can twist and burn like spark to hay? No further down this hurting old time road we'll stray. Have to take it as it is. Those times have changed, those days are gone. Those days are past but not forgot. You can't stop the winds of change. Forever in your mind, self-same. Oh, don't be sad. We were blessed for what we had. Those days are gone. The memories cast in stone. And I know I'm not alone. And it chills me to the bone. In this place called home. You can't lose what you don't own. The deepest ties you'll ever know. Hurts so bad to let you go. And I thought that I just came to say hello to this place called home. The City Harbor lies behind the chain link fence. You can see it from a distance. You can even feel the wind. Feedback shake there at the end.
This is so backwards.
So I know. So Allison missed the reverb on that one. So sorry about the dry vocals there for a moment, but that's okay. I know it's a weird back ass thing. That's why all this gear is so hard to learn. Every company does things differently. You think it all works together. You think like red means on.
So when the light's on, it's actually off.
Yes, because you've activated the mute. You have turned on the mute. That's the logic behind that. I know, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's the head of a sound man too. It's like it's also a weird place to be. As we approach 4 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a real treat. Now, the next 2 hours are a lot of fun. I'm still going to be here, and I'll be commenting, and I'll be watching with y'all. Although I do need to go and make a little bit of food. This is the musical guest hour and the non-musical guest hour. So this is all the guests. I didn't realize, I thought I just chatted with a few people. I'll be back.
You'll come back to introduce the
Oh, yeah. I'm still going to be here. I'll be back to reintroduce the non-musical. We're doing the musical guest first, which is a little bit longer than an hour. It's an hour and 7 minutes, so it's just a little bit of an overlap. But we really wanted to get everybody in. And it's 3:59, so we're just about to start on that one. We will wait until we get to the 4 o'clock hour because, we run a tight ship here.
I'll start her comfortably at this age.
Oh, no, there it goes. It's already started. So we're back to Ken and we'll stop. She pressed the button. She pressed the button. Oh no, she was just supposed to get it ready. Okay, so anyways, it's almost 4 o'clock, so I'm going to do another reintroduction for those of you who are showing up at 4. Also, we're cutting this throughout the week, so at the top of the hour, we'll need a little introduction saying what it is again. And I'm just spilling my guts until it becomes 4 o'clock. It's 3:59. Why is this down to 11% and it's been plugged in the whole time? Again, I got to look at that, see what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4 o'clock. We are at the top of the hour. This is hour 4 of the Whiskey Wednesday 12-hour telethon, which has been going on now for 5 hours. We're going into the 5th hour. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, we're going into. Oh my God, we're going into hour. I don't even know where we are. We're going into hour 6, I think. I'm getting delirious, lady. We're almost halfway there. This is the musical guest hour, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in this far. We are raising money to keep the show going. It is a weekly live stream. It happens every single week. We have musical guests. We have interviews with all kinds of interesting actors and personalities. We play songs. We tell stories. It's a great way to escape for an hour every Wednesday in the evening. We want to keep this show going. We want to do some upgrades. So we're looking to raise a little bit of cash. So thank you for those of you who have contributed. If you haven't, the link is right there. It's in the messages. You can see it. We're going to jump right now into, we've got William Prince, we got Dave Gunning, we got Ben Kaplan, we got Julian Taylor, we got Susie Ungerleider, we've got Chris and T, we got Lenny Gallant, we got so much stuff. You're going to check it all out right now. Here we go.
That takes a lot. I'll start her comfortably at this age. Okay, here we go.
Run just like you're scared. Run just like a gray dog. Run just like a deer. Something in the bushes staring at you. Staring at your beatings, feeling like you do. One-way rider, one way down the road. Baby, I'm right beside you everywhere you go. Once upon a victim, circumstances too came to take a hold on everything you do. First we follow leaders, next we follow fools. Now we follow footsteps sneaking up on you. One-way rider, one way down the road. Baby, I'm right beside you everywhere you go. Yeah, I'm a one-way rider, one way down the road. Baby, I'm right beside you everywhere you go.
Thank God that was the slow version.
Thanks, Neil. That was a slow version.
I know.
That is.
And this one goes out to Katie, as usual. Oh my God, that dog. You guys can't see it, but he's just right on his back.
It's on, yeah.
Paws up.
He enjoys that.
I like it. That's relaxed. So real, so certain there was no holding in. 'Cause how can loving someone so pure ever be a sin? Summer solstice night when I told her how I feel. Ever since that moment, life's got so surreal. When I said I love you, oh, when you said it back, and then you kissed me, well, and just like that, no way of explaining how I could ever feel. Well, just knowing your love of mine is so very real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Well, 4 years in, now you're gonna be my wife. Yeah, nothing this good has ever happened in my life. And I can't believe I was once so scared of jumping in. 'Cause now I'm truly living in heaven. When I said I love you, well, then you said it back, and then you kissed me, and just like that, no way of explaining how I could ever feel. Well, just knowing your love of mine is so very real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Here we go. Summer solstice night when I told you how I feel. Ever since that moment, life's got so surreal. And I said I love you, yeah, and you said it back, and then you kissed me, yeah, and just like that, no way of explaining how I could ever feel. Oh, just knowing your love of mine is so very real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Just knowing your love of mine, just knowing your love of mine is so very real, so 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 real. Thanks, guys.
Great song.
Thanks for jamming that
So
one.
much fun to play along with you. Wow, that's just brilliant.
Well, you can call out the sheriff and the highway patrol. There's a fool on the highway running out of control. It's fast like a hot women, sure won't leave me. twice. His share wouldn't come 11. Please set this poor boy free. You know, I wish hard living didn't come so easy to me. And I'm downtown, I'm messing around. I got my mind in the lost and bound. Step inside, don't be shy, 'cause every pretty woman's gotta take you to ride. Well, won't you give me a shot of high octane juice? There ain't a cure for the honky-tonk blues, and if I come up with one, I'll have a unity. You know, I wish hard living didn't come so easy to me. I'll go around one more time.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
And I'm downtown, I'm messing around. I got me a my spliced and found. Step inside, don't be shy, 'cause every pretty woman got a ticket to ride. Well, when my tires are flat and I'm just out of gas, I always swear that the next one passed. I wish that a promise didn't break so easily. You know, I wish all living didn't come so easy to me. You know, I wish all living didn't come so easy to me. You know, I wish all living didn't come so easy to me.
Oh, that's a beautiful song. Where'd that one come from? That's
A Texas songwriter by the name of David Halley.
Information, help me please. Give me California on the line. I left my baby on the western far horizon with a tear in her eye and a half-finished bottle of wine. I took a job out in New York City. I've been working like a dog on my rhythm and rhyme. But oh, how I long for a million margaritas and a beach bike ride. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. Yeah, here I sit like some old forgotten statue down on 7th Street, getting covered in snow. But oh, how I long to feel the sea, the warm sun shining bright at the golden hill. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. Let's take a little trip down to Encinitas. Your brother and Kitty are gonna come down to meet us. And oh, we'll have such a grand old time. A million margaritas and a beach bike ride. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. Let's buy a little place down in Laguna. We'll sit on the sand and watch the sun go down. Maybe I'll take you out dancing. Put a buck in the jukebox, we'll kiss and sway. I live in New York City, I'm still on California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. Information, help me please. Give me California on the line. I left my baby on the western far horizon, with a tear in her eye and a half-finished bottle of wine. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time. I live in New York City, but I'm still in California time.
All right.
When I wrote you that letter, you'd already made up your mind. All my words were written in vain. When I called you up that day, I was only calling up to say hello. But goodbye was the word that you'd been thinking about for days. Didn't know that you were going to leave me. I wish I knew the way to make you come home. What can I do if this is right for you? Been perfect for you, though I think I was back at the start. You have no more patience for me, so now I guess we'll both just drift apart. All those times I wasn't there, the times you thought I didn't care, I hope you can believe I thought of you. 'Cause you were everything I needed. I've been selfish and so self-absorbed, I thought that you were waiting when I reached the other side. Last night I put my arms around another woman's waist. The touch was sweet but bitter while we danced.
song number 2. This one's brand new, so I'm probably gonna screw it up, but don't worry, everything's cool. This is called Brave New World. Oh, this brave new world is full of cowards and liars, Holocaust deniers, all second guesses, second amendments, but who'll defend the new defendants? We say this brave new world is not for the faint of heart, for the lovers of a starving artist. It's for the rats and the worms and the snakes and varmints and those that can't keep their rage in their undergarments. Now I just have to ask if you're an anti-fascist, then yeah, you do the math. We're gonna dance in the ashes till compassion is a fashion and live with open hearts. We're gonna weaponize affection, gonna march in a new direction. Yeah. Ashes to compassion is a fashion and live with open hearts. We're gonna stop that infection, gonna march in a new direction. Till this brave new world is somewhere on the map. Yeah, no one has to ask, oh, what's the answer? That's the question, a ballot or a bullet or an insurrection. You gotta plant that flag and make some choices, raise some hell and raise your voices. Your voices. Your voices. Your voices are belling a bomb. Brave New World.
You were my summer baby, shining in the sun. Well, I guess you couldn't wait to smell the roses, my beauty little one. My 29-week wonder, born after the 7th month. You had my heart wrapped up in your tiny fingers as they wrapped around my thumb. Tuesday morning, 1,000 balloons came floating around my room, around my room. Little baby, it came so small and early, but not too soon. We're over the moon. Tuesday morning, 1,000 balloons came floating around my room, around my room. Little baby, it came so small and early, but not too soon. We're over the moon. You were my summer baby, shining in the sun. I looked up, and suddenly you're 10 years older, my beauty little one. Now that the summer's over and rain falls from above, I hope you know that all that once was green is golden, just like you, my love. You, my love.
Okay, our next song is by Fred Kirby, who wrote the song in 1950. And he did a lot to promote, you know, the government's line in the Cold War, and became known after doing a bunch of shows as the Victory Cowboy. And this particular song is called When That Hell Bomb Falls.
Won't you listen, my dear brother, for it's time for us to gather. God is getting mighty angry for the sinful things we've done. He gave us all this blessed land, and this I cannot understand. A weapon of destruction to destroy us, everyone. When that hell bomb falls, when that hell bomb falls, they'll be screaming, dying, praying when that hell bomb falls. Yes, it happened in Korea, where our boys are bravely fighting for the peaceful way of life and our democracy. Have mercy on us, our Lord, I pray, watch over them night and day. Keep praying for the whole world and your help to keep us free. When that hell bomb falls, when that hell bomb falls, they'll be screaming, dying, praying when that hell bomb falls. And the mothers, sisters, wives, and children, brothers are still weeping from their losses in the last war, cold and stare. Have our grace and a helping hand, we know that you will understand. Save us from these heartaches if it be your blessed will. When that hell bomb falls, when that hell bomb falls, they'll be screaming, dying, praying when that hell bomb falls. They'll be screaming, dying, praying when that hell bomb falls.
Downstairs, out there in the parking lot, a couple folded chairs. Down the block was Bedford Park. A lot of my friends went there. Wasn't nothing much, it could have been anywhere. Could have been anywhere. And I've had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving it. Just don't feel like being here anymore. Yes, I've had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving it. Just don't feel like being here anymore. Do you remember Cass Party? First year the Blue Jays won. But how could you forget that Joe Carter came winning home run? Some of us got lost. Some of crazy. Running down Young Street, we were so young. We were so young. You never had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving. I just don't feel like being here anymore. Yes, I've had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving. I just don't feel like being here anymore. In middle school, we all started dealing. That's when I called you, and I was in over my head. Asked you to make a drop. Think about it's all you said. That's when I passed and crossed, and I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. And I've had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving. I just don't feel like being here anymore. Yes, I've had enough. Excuse me, I'm leaving. I just don't feel like being here anymore. My name is Alice, and I was mad at 13. There you have it. Murder 13 from Beyond the Reservoir comes out in October. Thanks, Ken, for the opportunity, and thanks.
Whiskey Wednesday. William Prince here, greeting you from my good friend Ken Tizzard's house, originally hailing from the Treaty 1 territory. What a joy it is to be here with you all, and thank you, Ken, for having me. Appreciate you. This is a song called The Carney, I hope. One half of my two oldest friends took a job till the summer's end. A wonder show and a pop-up tent, kicking dust in every small town. And how to work Indian, few hundred a week ain't that bad, my friend. Don't think he ever picked up a wrench in his whole damn life. Buzzing lights and the mosquitoes bit. Thought for sure that he'd quit. Just as soon as the nighttime hit, well, he proved me wrong. 'Cause by the end of it, the tilt-a-whirl and the zipper zipped, and he had both hands in it from sunup until they tore down. And most these folks ain't like most these folks. Keep in mind that some folks lie. And if you ever need a place to go, just look for the neon sign. Popcorn soda and caramel apples, 3 weeks and all we couldn't stand. Sleeping on a paper-thin mattress, praying for early rain. Fist fight almost went in the fire. Garbage tattoo of barbed wire covers the arms of this kid named Kyle, who swears George stole his weed. Fairground littered with happy families,
Painted faces in cotton candy, the kind of life that would be just dandy, but then who'd run the rides? Guess that's just carny life. 'Cause most of these folks ain't like most of these folks. Keep in mind that some folks lie. And if you ever need a place to go, just look for the neon sign. Most of these folks ain't like most of these folks. Keep in mind that some folks lie. And if you ever need a place to go, just look for the neon sign. Look for the neon sign. Look for the neon sign.
This is an older song, or at least I should say it's been released. It's on an album. It's called I Moved On.
Thanks so much. We are the Young Novelists, and yeah, huge thanks to Ken for having us.
This is for you, Ken. We stood together at the edge of a flame with no sign of rain. walking together, stirring the dust that's been following us. Count on me, I'm counting on you to see it all through like old friends do. I trust every soul in this room as we stare at the ground and put our faith in the circle of boots. The lines on our faces are starting to show. Now we're taking it slow. The sidewalks have cracks that go straight through. Yeah, they're way worn too. Count on me, I'm counting on you to see it all through like old friends do. I trust every soul in this room as we stare at the ground and put our faith in the circle of boots. I saw us laughing with ice water in our veins. To hell with the devil, he was never gonna look this way. Woke in the morning to a telephone ring that changed everything. Now we're back here together, all but one, with arm in arm and heads hung. Count on me, I'm counting on you to see it all through like old friends do. I trust every soul in this room as we stare at the ground and put our faith in the circle of boots. As we stare at the ground and put our faith in the circle of boots. Thanks, everybody.
I look at my face, I could paint such a selfish portrait using various shades of green and green and other choices, right down to the finest detail of the brooding shadows that seem to call out your name. Speaks to you about me. You could reach out and touch me. Speaks to you about me. You could almost reach out and touch me now. Your selfless love gets wasted on this giant subject with plastic skin and weathered frame. If I could have just one single stroke of utter genius, then none of this would have seemed a shame. Speaks to you about me. You could reach out and touch me. Speaks to you about me. You could almost reach out and touch me now. myself. I look at my face, I could paint such a selfish portrait.
Hey Ken, hey everybody. I'm gonna play Terrified. Wake up my girl, I've got something to say to you. I've been knocked down and I don't know what's left to do. I won't live my life like I've lived my life before. I need to spread my wings before I hit the floor. I'm terrified. Terrified. Woke up this morning with my hands across my heart. It's been this way since I decided we should part. It's not that easy as I thought to let you know. I never thought that I could ever let you go. Terrified. Terrified. Wake up my girl, I've got something that I must say before I shed my skin and throw it all away. I'm looking for tomorrow, not for yesterday. Terrified. 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 Thank you. Thanks, Ken.
For you, we've also got a guest on the show tonight who's a very old and dear friend, even though I haven't seen him or talked to him in a long time. But I think when we were together, we spent such a compressed amount of time and space, you know, like literally 24 hours a day, and out of those 24 hours not being more than like 4 feet apart, living on tour buses and hotel rooms and eating together and playing music together. Anyways, I'm talking about Tavis Stanley. He's a wonderful cat. He's been down in Las Vegas, and I caught up with him this week, and we had a great chat, and you're going to hear all about it.
Everything I wanna taste it, I embrace it. Gotta have the patience, dedication, never leave a moment wasted. Chasing greatness, I think it's kinda funny that they slept on me. Here's a couple things they should know about me. No plan B, just a one-way ticket. This is what it takes, that's the difference. I've been waiting for this all my life. It's my time, I never hesitate. I take down, stand my ground. Look at all the valleys that I made.
Too much Nietzsche, too much pot. Hard to wrangle in my fleeting thoughts. If I could reduce them in a pot on the stove, then I would get what I already know. It's hard to find a thesis when my head's full of pieces and I don't even have a tattoo. One thing that I can stand behind, I'll never change my mind. Only thing that's permanent is you. Too much Eckhart, too much wine. Drunken thoughts strung across my mind. If I could reduce them in a pot on the stove, then I would get what I already know. It's hard to find a thesis when my head's full of pieces and I don't even have a tattoo. One thing that I can stand behind, will never change my mind. The only thing that's permanent is you. I won't force it. I won't force it. I won't force it. I won't try too hard. It's hard to find a thesis when my head's full of pieces and I don't even have a tattoo. One thing that I can stand behind, will never change my mind. The only thing that's permanent is you. The only thing that's permanent is you. Only thing that's permanent is you. Is you.
This wall divides us. We're on two different sides, but the wall is not real. Can it be real? It's only made of concrete and barbed wire. Concrete and barbed wire. Concrete and barbed wire. It's only made of concrete and barbed wire. I can't help but losing. Dogs are at the gate. If I'm being Lord, they're mean. There's a wall between us. It's not what it seems. It's only made of concrete and barbed wire. Concrete and barbed wire. Concrete and barbed wire. It's only made of concrete.
Jared was 6 foot tall, 300 pounds. His shoulders were wide and his belly was round. His mouth was the size of a quarter, but he always wore a smile. It was a pleasure to have around when the nights got wild. We were driving in late October in a souped-up Escalade. Two old thugs talking about their feelings and all the mistakes we made. It's hard to know just how you end up wherever you're at till you're driving around with 25 grand and unmarked bills and a big black Cadillac. I ain't chasing that lonely feeling, I ain't looking for a way out. I'm just making the most of what's on my toast, and then I'm choking every single crumb down. I ain't saying I'm a good man, but I sure as hell ain't all bad. I keep myself from wanting what those other people have. Yeah, Jared was a little different. He seemed to see the good in everyone, but never once did he hesitate to get the dirtiest of dirty jobs done. So when I got the call from the big man, I said yes sir and hung up the phone. I stopped the truck to take a leak before I sent him to his final home. With my finger on the trigger, I asked him to turn around. I had to see that little smile one more time before he hit the ground. I told him I was sorry, and I knew he understood. He would have done the same damn thing if he was standing where I stood. I ain't chasing that lonely feeling, I ain't looking for a way out. I'm just making the most of what's on my toast, and I'm choking every single crumb down. I ain't saying I'm a good man, but I sure as hell ain't all bad. I keep myself from wanting what those other people
saying goodbye to Ron. I've been walking around St. John's tonight like I've been under a spell, 'cause I feel like a part of him is still here, making his last farewell. I can hear his voice all over town, in every shop and bar, in every phone call from away, no matter how near or far. We're saying goodbye to Ron. There's a melody down on George Street, dancing on the wind. It twists and turns like a candle, fighting with the fog bank rolling in. And everybody's singing, Sonny, don't go away. You took the words right out of my mouth, told me what I meant to say. We're saying goodbye to Ron. They're tearing up the streets all over town, change is rolling in. There's boys on the bay with a tin can begging for a way to feed the mess they're in. There's no love for the fallen when you're all alone and dry, and you'd sell your guitar for a sliver of peace. Never mind asking why. You sing goodbye to wrong. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Sonny, don't go away. We're here all alone, and your daddy's a sailor coming home. Oh, the cabbie glanced in the back seat, 'cause he thought he heard something there. And he drove to the top of Signal Hill like he had a ghost for a fare. And the radio played No Kathleen and the story of my life. And the wind carried Atlantic blue to the lost souls in the night. Oh, sing goodbye to Ron. And everybody's singing, Sonny, don't go away. You took the words right out of my mouth, told me what I meant to say. We'll sing goodbye to Ron. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye.
And I'm walking over because I'm doing my own switching right now. Allison is... Put Allison in bed. It's been a long time for her to be up, and we got Barry coming in an hour. He's going to take over the switching, so I have this 1 minute section where I get to do everything. I get to do the switching, the mic muting, all that stuff. It's just great. I'm hoping you can hear me. I'm hoping I've done this right. But either way, how are you going to last till 10? Oh, that's well, you know, I've been pacing. Little draws, little sips. I'm going to have some food now. Neil's making a cottage pie. We're going to have that. And then the band is going to be here, and we're going to do like the last 3 hours with the band. We got the Dylan hour, the Hines hour, and the all request hour too. If anybody has any requests, please remember to get them in. We're hoping that after dinner, the nighttime crowd appears, and we keep rolling on this here, moving ever closer to that massive peak of 15,000 that we're looking at. Again, that's a dream goal we're moving towards. You know, we have moderate goals as well, so we understand and appreciate all of your help and support. This next hour, we've got interviews with, oh my God, who do we got? Interviews. I'm trying to think now. Who have I spoken to? Daryl Hurst. I've spoken to Andrew Younghausen. I've spoken to Rick Mercer. I spoke to Mike Heffernan. I spoke to Bill Wilichka. I speak to all these people, and every now and again when I talk to people, I say, "Hey, let's do this chat on the show." It's a bit I call "What Are You At?" So we do a big time in the "What Are You At?" The Joe Challenge, yeah, hashtag Joe. Let me see what we've got here. If we have anybody that's responded to the Joe Challenge yet, I'm not sure. Put in hashtag Joe in your donations when you put them in. And if we get 10 of them, Joe will come up with another $50. I think it was he said. Hashtag Joe when you make a donation, and that will help me count on that. So yeah, so now we have coming up this next hour. This will be another break where I'm going to go have some food, then get the studio reset. It's going to take a little bit of jigging, but you guys won't see it because you're going to be busy watching the interviews. Please continue sharing and letting your friends know. Anybody you want to hang out with tonight, send them a message. Say, hey, meet over here in an hour or so. We're going to watch Ken play some Bob Dylan and some Ron Hines and take some requests. And the band is going to be here, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Again, thank you to the three sponsors of the show, Spirit Leaf, Longtooth, and Trainer Yorkville, Epiphone, for the main prize, the J45. We've got the gift basket worth $250 from Spirit Leaf once again. I showed that earlier. I will show it again though. It's a whole whack of weed. You've got cannabis, you've got a little vaporizer there, you got some edibles, you got some pre-rolls, and a bunch of goodies. $250 there from Eric at Spirit Leaf. And I'll pick that drugs up after. The Long Tooth and the J45. Great time, great fun. It is amazing what's gone into putting this together. Allison has worked so hard on it. I didn't need to acknowledge her. She's gone through hundreds of hours of video and given me all the in and out points to go and grab what we need to put these things together. She's been patient with me, and I don't think we've even had a fight during this time, which is pretty amazing. Oh, no, we did. Oh, no, that wasn't about that, though. What was that about? Oh, I can't remember. It was something I did that was wrong, I'm sure. But either way. Okay, so we've got another exciting hour coming back up. I'm going to walk over, and I'm going to turn my mic off and hit play, and you won't notice the difference. It should take no more than 6 seconds. Let's give it a try. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it only took 3 seconds. Here we go. We're moving into the non-musical guests, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Starting next week, we've got Jeremy Berger. We've been working out the kinks. There's so much that goes into playing here in this old bedroom of ours, and sending it through the air to all of you, and having you listen to it in your homes, on your stereos, on your phones. It's amazing technology.
It's magic.
But there's a lot of magic that goes into making this happen. There's so much stuff going on here, and we're building on it, and it's fantastic, and we're loving it. So I appreciate it. Last week you gave me the chance to try this, and it failed miserably. So we're going to try it again this week. I'm just going to ask Barry a question here. You got any sign of Allison there yet?
I see her.
You see her? Okay, good. I'm going to put this in. Check 1, 2. I can not hear myself through this, can I? Check 1, 2. Can you turn the monitor off, Barry? So I can see myself. I can hear myself. I'm going to join the room now. Boom, there I am in the room. And now we're going to see if my wife comes in. Allison, this is your moment.
Can you hear?
I hear you,
Allison. Hold on.
There we go.
There we go.
Barry's
doing the split screen.
Now
Now he's got just Allison.
I'm trying to.
Yep.
Is it
Is it
working
working
there
there
yet?
yet? Look at that.
Yay!
Oh my goodness. It's our first time.
You guys
You guys
out there can hear
and
see
see Allison.
It's working.
Allison is in her lovely bed downstairs.
How you
How
doing?
you
We
doing, love?
figured out. So something that you need to let your guests know.
Yes.
Yes,
That when
okay.
I'm sitting in the room, you can
Yeah.
hear me. Your guest has to mute their button.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Make a
Make
note
a note
of that for later.
Yes.
So, Allison, what are you doing?
Show us
what's going on. there.
Okay. So, well, I think everybody knows. Hi, I'm Allison, and I thought I would show the room. I thought that would be good because
The room that we keep
literally,
talking about all the
I think
time.
exactly. I think everyone knows that I live literally underneath the studio.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I would take you on a little tour. And what I do is about every month, 5 or 6 weeks, I change up the theme. So of course it's February. So the theme is, I'm going to try to move this, is Valentine's, of course. So hearts. So I'm going to turn the phone. I'm going to show everybody the room.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to try to hold the phone slowly. Okay, so this is beside my bed.
Nice.
And we decided last year not to put our Christmas tree away till Easter. So now it's a Valentine's tree. And
The
if I
tree gets
keep
decorated
going-
about 7 fucking times a year now.
Yes. Well, okay, let's not exaggerate. 4 times. And then I'm going to sort of show our house a little bit. So there's our bathroom, which
Yay.
hopefully soon we're going to renovate and make it accessible so I can use it.
Absolutely.
And then I've got my owls. For some reason, I have an owl collection, but they're cute.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll keep going. So this is the hallway that goes into the front of our house where our bedroom is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Well, you
keep
haven't been
going
for
around.
3 years.
And sorry?
With the bedroom that you haven't been in 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, an exaggeration. It's been 2 years.
Okay, 2 years.
And then there's my plant corner.
Mm-hmm.
So that door there is what goes up to the studio. So we have a front stairs and a back stairs.
Yes.
And then if we keep going, oh, that's
Where's the guitar gone?
what's that called? Okay, well, you couldn't see the stand.
Oh, I see.
So I removed the guitar.
Oh, I see. That's
stand
Tom
that's so
Burgess's
pretty.
guitar stand.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that's where Ken keeps his Gretsch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you keep Neil's Gretsch there.
Keep Neil's Gretsch there. Yeah, it's my nighttime practice guitar.
Yes. So every time we're watching TV, he annoys me by practicing and practicing and practicing.
I certainly do.
Okay, I'll keep going.
Yes, please.
So this room used to be our dining room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to show up first. So there's our chandelier, and it's decorated, and it gets decorated, and it sort of reminds me of being a baby in a crib. You know, like
It's like a
what do you
mobile.
call those things?
It's like a mobile. It's usually
A
got like little
mobile,
elephants and stuff on it.
Exactly.
That's true. Well,
Okay.
that's kind of what it is, right?
Exactly. And then we brought a couch in here so that everybody can be with me. And there's I'll keep going around.
We all sit around
And-
Allison and watch TV.
Exactly. And then there's Rango.
That's Cassidy's lizard.
Cassidy's lizard. And she's been home for about 3 months doing virtual school, but she's
Mhm.
going back to Queens this weekend. Okay, keep going.
Fascinating. Yeah.
And the kitchen. So the basic
Yes.
two rooms on the
I'm
living.
losing your audio a bit there.
Sorry.
I'm losing your audio a little bit there.
Oh.
It's all
Okay.
good. Keep talking. You're back.
Okay, and then so that's the kitchen. And I love being here because I'm literally in the middle of the house. Everybody has to go by me.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was the idea
Or-
of putting Allison's bed there in the middle of that room. Is that, you know, even when I'm cooking and people are over, we're all still around. You know, it's a way of keeping everybody involved all the time.
And then
There you go.
keep on there.
Do you have it? And then there's your pills and all that stuff
And-
there.
And I
Can she turn it all? Is your hand going to allow you to do that? I don't think it is it?
I'm going to try to turn back.
Okay. We spent hours practicing holding the
There.
phone, believe it or not.
Yeah,
There she is.
because Ken got me all because he said I have to hold it or I'm going to have a double chin. So I'm
Well,
like,
No, that's not exactly what I said. No, I said you have to
That's
hold it
exactly what you
above
said.
your face when you're
Am I
using
holding
the
it
camera.
right?
Don't hold it. You're holding it perfect. Absolutely.
okay, there we go. And of course, I've got these pajamas on.
I know
which
that's
are
your sexy
like,
ones, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because okay, yes, they're from Amazon, and they're supposed to be over one shoulder. Like,
I know.
how ridiculous!
Yeah.
But anyways,
They're lovely. They're fantastic.
okay,
And you ate chili tonight, and you didn't get any on your white shirt. I couldn't
exactly.
do
I gave an exaggeration. I didn't have chili tonight.
Oh, no,
we
you
had
didn't.
chili
You're
last night.
that. Like I remember. Okay, love, we're going to sign off
Okay.
here. Barry's going
Okay.
to get rid of you. I'm not sure how that happens. Barry, how do we get rid of her? I guess we press back a camera. Okay,
But
let's
I'm
see
so
that
glad
happen.
it worked.
I know, I'm glad it worked too. Let's see there, Barry. Boom. There we go from that. That's good. I'm going to sign out of this. We're going
Yeah, I
over.
got you.
This is our very first Whiskey Wednesday. What are you at?
Oh,
So
look at
there
that.
he is. Hey, Jeremy. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing just fantastic. You can see me and hear me okay?
I got you. Yeah, you got me?
Excellent. Yeah, we got it. We got it. We're good, Barry. Okay, so I've got you here, which means it's going out to the show. If anybody knows better, just text me or Allison knock on a door or something. I'm assuming it's all coming through. We have Jeremy Berger, product specialist for Yorkville Sound, here with us. But Neil, we've had a lot of fun, and you know, more than anything, it still amazes me how you took care of us all of those years. I mean, just making sure we got where we needed to be, making sure that the flights and the car rentals and the hotels and tour buses and all the techs and all that. And I know you were working with management and agencies and stuff, but
you took care of us on a different level. And people don't understand what a front of house / road manager guy does. You know, you're the first in the venue in the morning, you're the last out late at night. And meanwhile, in the middle of the day, you get us up, getting out of bed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and complaining because our fucking waffles aren't there. You've done an amazing job of that for years.
Well, thank you.
It's been a real.
It's been fun being dad.
Anyways, yeah. Dave Guy's an old friend of mine from back home. He's a musician, a stellar musician, and a great guy. And I was talking to him recently, and he told me he was up in Musgrave Harbor, and I thought, okay, I got to catch up with Dave and see what's going on. So, Musgrave Harbor, what's going on up there? Oh my goodness, I'm seeing me, and I'm hearing you.
And I'm seeing you.
Yeah.
But there's a slight delay, which is a bit disconcerting because it makes me think like I'm having a stroke. So I'm just going to stop looking at me altogether and just look into the green dot. How about that?
That's the way to do it. And
that's the way to do
it. I've got a little delay too, which I find concerning, but disconcerting is the word. So, Rick.
Yeah.
What are you at?
Good. I wrote a book during the pandemic. You and I reconnected during the pandemic because when I was writing the book, I called a lot of people that I was hanging out with in high school and in those early years of doing comedy and music. And you and I were both part of a scene. So we really reconnected during that time, and I reconnected with a bunch of people. So that's what I'm at. Who's doing your switching?
That's Barry.
He's really good.
He is really good, isn't he?
It's really good. The switching is great. It's a great show. It should be on the network.
Oh,
I say the network. I'm old fashioned. Should be on the network.
It is on the network.
Yeah, but the switching is great. Your lighting is great. It's all great. The sound is great. It's a great show.
Oh well, I appreciate that. I coming from somebody, reading your book.
Who knows nothing about sound.
Who knows nothing about sound. No, but reading your book again really reminded me how you guys, especially with 22 minutes, you took it from scratch. You were working out of a trailer. Your set was a desk. You had a very little budget. I've always enjoyed things that come out of that. Most of the most gratifying things in my world have come out of you said it in the book, there was no money, but I was on a show. I had something. And that's the way I've lived my life. And it's fantastic to see that grow. And you've done it so many times.
Yeah, and I realized that my failures have always been well funded, and my successes have always been drastically underfunded. Have you talked to your fans at home about when you did the show with the guy who used to strip and roll around on glass?
Oh, the amazing Glenn. Yes, I have talked about
the amazing Glenn. Okay, that's good.
I've found out apparently he's selling antiques somewhere just out around the bay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he always used to, after he used to strip down to his underwear and roll around on the glass, and you guys would be playing Stand By Me, you, of course, playing bass, Stand By Me. It's one of the greatest bass riffs, and it would just go on and on. I mean, how long would you play the bass for Stand By Me? I mean,
it was 12 minutes, yeah.
12 minutes.
Yeah.
And then he would roll around on the glass, and then he would pull up a stool, and he would be bleeding.
Yes.
And then he would tell you that if you wanted furniture refurnished, look him up next time you were in Foxtrap.
That's right.
I remember thinking, this is like an acid trip. This is crazy. Yeah, you toured with him, didn't you?
I did. At one point, I did an entire summer with him, and at one point he talked to me about being his mentor. He was going to teach me how to do what he did, and shortly after that was when I stopped working with him. Yeah, it just got
because he used to cut himself. That was the thing. That was the disconcerting part.
Yes.
It was like he's rolling around in the glass. You'd be playing Stand By Me, and then you'd go, "Oh my God, how is he not cutting himself?" But
and then you realize he was.
You'd realize, "Oh no, he's cutting himself quite badly." So as a showbiz act, that was a bit of an issue.
It had a limited... The fire always bugged me too, when he'd take the handfuls of broken glass and he'd pour lighter fluid on them, and then he'd pour them over his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and it was weird being on the road with him too, though.
I bet.
Yeah.
I keep those stories to myself just because it was weird as hell.
You were a kid too.
I was 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were all just
16
kids
on the road with the amazing Glenn. That's too funny. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's a big learning curve. It's something that I did after 50, which is weird because a lot of people start in stand-up and then they look for the off-ramp to get to television or whatever. Whereas I was never in stand-up. I did television, and now I've discovered a different off-ramp, and I'm kind of reverting and doing stand-up. But I'm really looking forward to it. There's no doubt about it.
That's cool. This book ends prematurely. Is there a part 2 that's going to get into the other stuff?
Well, I'm no fool, Ken.
Oh, my. Well, Rick, it's been lovely talking to you, man. I can't believe you came on the show. This is like, I got this little thing happening in my bedroom.
What else am I doing? I'm just sitting here in my office, in my jacket, with my ring light on, wishing that someone from high school would call.
I know.
So, thank you for having me.
Are you wearing pants?
I am, but they're not very nice.
Okay.
They may include an elastic.
They'd include an elastic. Some of my favorite people
But
wear
listen,
pants with elastics.
you're a very dapper band. You're wearing a tie.
Yes.
Two of you in the band are wearing ties. You're
Two
a
of us
very
are.
dapper band. And it's so great, even though I don't know Steve, it's so great to see him behind the drums and doing well.
Mhm.
And I love the band, and so I'm thrilled to be on the show.
For those of you who don't know, Daryl is in the business of bringing musicians and the industry together in conference form and in other forms as well. Daryl.
Ultimately, the goal is to be able to help a creator or an artist at any level of their career. And CD Baby is the DIY level. Fuga is, distribution for record labels.
Mm-hmm.
We've got AdRev, which is about collecting, making sure money's being collected properly on YouTube, because often it's not. And there's many other brands in between, but it's really what level are you at? We've got a place. And a lot of the discussions are with the clients is really trying to figure out where are they and where are they planning to go so that we can figure out the right fit. Our goal is actually to make the connections online that leads to in person.
That's great.
Look at
Iris. How you
There's
doing?
Iris. Can you look up there, buddy? This is Iris. You can tell by her name written on the back of her jacket. This is my first and only born child. Hey, she's 4.5. She's pushing. She'll be in a couple of weeks. She'll be 5 months old. And I am Andrew Younghusband. I am 51 years old, just barely older than this person here. Same maturity level, but I'm
Same maturity level. Exactly.
30 years older.
When you texted me a minute ago and you said running late, poopy bum, I wasn't sure who you were referring to.
Could have been either one. It's a crap shoot, as they call it.
How does it feel to be having a child at 50?
Well, I don't have anything to compare it to. It feels really kind of natural and good. Like, I worked so hard and so much that I don't know how I would have been able to turn down the jobs I had.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have been there. But like, I literally wasn't. I always wanted kids, but I was kind of never ready. And then when I met Kate, we were all good. And we met like days before COVID began, and ran away and then went and hid at my cottage in Ontario. And we kind of like started living together immediately. Like literally, we'd known each other for a couple of weeks before we were like living in isolation together. And similarly, last year we came to Newfoundland to hide from COVID, like around Christmas time, and we forgot to leave. So that we stayed here for a year, and then we moved here just a month ago.
Hey, Domina.
Yeah.
Is your last name Domina or Domina?
Domina.
Kate Domina. And she go by Kate or Kat?
Kate.
Okay. She is an artist. I'm going to throw some of her pictures up. I've been
following
her since I met you. Man, what cool stuff she does.
Amazing. She's rep by like
full-time
4 galleries. Say again?
Full-time artist all the time?
Oh, yeah. Full-time all the time. Yeah. When I met her, she was doing 50% of her work was for gallery stuff and 50% was for commissions, people paying her to paint in her style portraits of their families or kids usually. So they weren't like perfect representations of the kids. They were representations of the kids in her kind of weird, fantastical style.
Probably, I mean, out of the entire gang of folks that I know, you've had such a massive, like you headed out, you started in theater and you headed out, you know, at the same time as Rick and Ashley and Christine and everybody. And you sailed around the world on the tall ships. You made a TV show out of it. Then you started the Canada's Worst series, The Drivers and The Handyman, Don't Drive Here. You've had all these crazy TV shows, and you're one of, like, you're a pretty highly rated Discovery Channel artist for all intents and purposes, right? Like you had a massive run there.
I was the guy on Discovery Channel Canada for a while.
Yeah. And you ran that and you ran that and you ran that. And now you make pizzas in a stone oven.
Yeah,
raise your kid and drink jockey in the backyard.
Yeah, exactly. I pared it back a little. You're right. When myself and Mercer talked about this when he was writing his book and trying to figure out how he got to where he got to, and yeah, like luck presents itself often. It's, are you ready to pounce and pounce hard? Exactly. So it's there is an interesting combination. There's undeniable massive amounts of luck, but you got to be ready to realize it when it's there and really grab. And yeah, I'm sure career-wise, since Driver finished 3 years ago, I've been lucky to have other opportunities and I have not even noticed them, or my mojo to grab is gone. I'm busy doing this and I'm happy doing this. And I would hate to be working. There was a period there that lasted a decade where I was really proud to be working 70 hours a week. I wouldn't be proud to do that anymore, wife.
Yes. And you got the one pup or the two dogs?
Two dogs that combined weigh less than this 5-month-old child.
And which one likes to clean the baby's teeth? I saw that video recently. I thought that was
that's Thundercat. Thundercat, named after the bass player. You should appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Thundercat. Mowgli's the older dog, and Mowgli, he's not one of those like angry, resentful dogs of the baby. You know how like people bring babies in and sometimes the dog resents them? Mowgli's like, and after a week he was like, fuck, is she still not left? Like, when is she leaving? whereas Thundercat was just like, wow, we got a new toy. This is awesome. Thundercat loves her. And, like, they sleep together and, wrapped up. And like, yeah, when Thundercat goes to lick her face, she opens her mouth.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
Like
if I open something like a bag of chips, Mowgli will come running because he hears the crinkle and associates it with food. If she spits up, Thundercat comes running because he associates that with a good place to lick. Seriously, he's like, oh, all right, feeding time.
Dog Sarah Calhoun, welcome to the show. We are on Whiskey Wednesday. You've watched the show a few times. It's a small little internet thing that I do for me and my friends, and I do a segment called What Are You At? And we are so happy to have you on today. So I'm just going to start by asking the question there. What are you at, Sarah?
Starting to feel like festival season has arrived. So
festival season, and that's a big thing for you because you are the owner, creator, operator, and woman in charge of the Red Ants Pants Festival, right?
This is correct. Yeah, Red Ants Pants Music Festival.
How many years have you been doing that?
So we are heading into our 11th summer, which is hard to believe that well over a decade has gone by of putting on these events. And it's we're in a town of about 900, and there's 2,000 folks in our county, lots of cows.
Yeah.
And we've had up to like 18,000 people at this little grassroots homegrown event that literally takes place on a working ranch in a cow pasture. So it's fun to see that it's come this far.
Sit on this. How did this go from saying these pants don't fit to, being invited to speak at the White House?
Yeah, just getting really frustrated with men's Carhartts because that's all that was on the market at the time. This was back in the early 2000s, and I talked to some other companies and tried to get someone else to start a line of workwear for women because I knew there were a lot of women in the field who needed this product. No one really jumped at it, and one guy was like, well, if you're serious, why don't you just start your own company? And very naively at the age of 25, I was like, start a business? How hard could that be? And yes.
And I was reading online, you're using proceeds from the music festival to support
endeavors that you're involved with that really a lot of empowerment.
So with the start of the festival, wanted to give proceeds towards some worthwhile cause. And when I started looking around, there really wasn't the perfect fit for a nonprofit that I wanted to target our funds towards. So we started the Red Ants Pants Foundation, which is our 501c3 nonprofit branch for all that now owns and manages the festival as our main fundraiser and obviously our biggest program. But in addition to that, we have these programs that you mentioned, the timber skills training. So those are 4-day carpentry and chainsaw courses for women. We're adding in trailer backing and dovetail joinery, like by hand, using hand tools for our carpentry classes. Those are really fun. And that self-reliance piece, like you're saying, is not always traditionally the women's role, but I think not that we have to be self-reliant, but that if we choose to be, we can be. And I think that's a really important value.
Frank, the Camisos have been so fundamental in helping the Awesome Music Project bring programming through the Awesome Music Hour to kids and youth across the country, through something where we blend creativity and music to start conversations around mental wellness.
You know, a worldwide pandemic, you were what, 19 at the time? Mm-hmm. And you're a 19-year-old who's suddenly locked into your house with your parents, and you turn to music to get through. How did you find that experience of learning how to write songs and writing songs with, just sort of passing the time in your mental health?
I don't really know. I feel like I never really wrote in a diary or any of that kind of stuff. I just never felt like I would be like, oh, dear diary, this is what happened in my life. But then I just found that music a lot of the time allowed me to write a song, and it doesn't have to be exactly about what I'm going through, but I could kind of make up a story or have my own life experiences translated into music that then other people could also listen to and then could maybe also relate to. And
what are you at? It's been a while since we've had a good chat. I know that we've ran into each other a few times at festivals in the last few years, but it's also been a long time since I was down there, and since I had a good chat with you. And we're just coming off the end of the 60th Philly Folk Fest, which just ended, which is still kind of wrapping up. I guess it was this weekend, right?
Yep.
So fill me in on all that.
Well, we just had the 60th annual Philadelphia Folk Festival. It took place the 18th to the 21st of August. We're always kind of that third weekend in August, and we were both in person for 4 nights, 3 days, 7 stages going. I grew up at the Philadelphia Folk Festival. My mom and dad took me to my first one when I was 4 months old. They actually met at the Philadelphia Folk Festival. So if it wasn't for this event, I literally would not be here. So it is incredibly important to me to make sure that it not only survives, but thrives, that it has a great legacy, that it's around for 60 more years. So we're working towards that. And yes, technically this would have been our 61st, but hell, if I was going to waste an anniversary year on 2021. So last year we had a 59 and a half. Okay. And then this year we celebrated our 60th.
Wasn't the 60th last year? Okay, so that's how you got around that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was one of those things where a lot of people told me it was blasphemy, and then I said, oh well, so was electric guitar, but Dylan did it. So
the hippie culture, is that still sort of what that sort of the tenting crowd is called? Whatever that has turned into in a modern age is so friendly and so accessible. I couldn't believe walking around the grounds and people just coming up and talking to me. And after I performed, because I did several stages, just the commentary, I had one artist who painted a picture while I was playing and gave me the picture afterwards and stuff like that. It was a really, really interesting festival you've got down there. And congratulations on the 60th. That's amazing.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you for being a part of our history, and definitely looking forward to hopefully having you and the family down sometime in the not too distant future to do it all over again.
That would be fantastic. I got one of my aunts here, one of my mom's sisters, and there was a bunch of you growing up.
Oh yes, sister.
Yeah, you guys came from a massive family. I remember growing up, every Sunday we would go out to Nan Cranford's.
Ah, yes.
And it was all the kids, and we'd go cracked, and Pop was in trying to watch his TV.
Exactly.
Watching either his TV or his military collection, which always freaked me out because there was a hand grenade up there with a pin in it.
Yeah, I still got a hand grenade home.
Do you?
I have at home.
Oh my God, that used to freak me out.
It was
so
a
much as
lighter,
kid.
actually.
Was it?
It was a lighter, but it looked like a hand grenade.
Oh, see, as a kid, because he had it with a bunch of war stuff on
Yes,
his thing, so
yeah,
I thought it was part
yeah,
of that.
yeah.
Oh,
I
you
got-
just
I got
ruined
that home in
everything.
the
I thought it was a live hand grenade the whole time. That's okay. It was still a live hand grenade for the sake of the story. And I
And
love
me and
this
my
one.
sisters.
Yeah, and you're
myself
all-
and Patsy and Betty and Norma.
Yeah, that's Aunt Betty there, the third on the right.
Oh, you love Betty. Everybody loves Betty.
Everybody
I
loves
know
Aunt
that.
Betty. Good time. So, I want to hear that Peter Gabriel story there as we wrap up.
So this is wild. So I'm in London. I'm trying to figure out why I was there. But I was in London. I was doing a photo shoot, and I was the person getting the photo shoot done. And the photographer is taking pictures of me. The photographer's taking pictures of me, and then all of a sudden my face just goes white. He's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I think I just saw Peter Gabriel," and he's like, "Well, he lives around here. You might have." And this was like an old man pushing a stroller. And I'm like, "I swear to God." So then he was like, he could see how visibly shook I was.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, go find him." And I'm like, "Okay." So I start running all around trying to find this man, right? And I'm literally doing it for like 20 minutes. And then I stop and I'm like, and I look around, there's this man with a stroller at the ATM getting money out. And I'm like, "That's Peter Gabriel." So I go over. I'm like, "Excuse me, Mr. Gabriel," do all that shit. And then I'm not even talking 30 seconds. And he goes, "Well, it's quite obvious you know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. Tell me about you and your music." So I spent a half an hour telling Peter Gabriel about me.
Wow.
And then we took that picture. It was the photographer that took that picture. That's why the photo is so good, because he followed me, right?
That's amazing.
And that was really that was before I worked with Steven Tyler. I signed Steven Tyler to a publishing deal. It was before I worked with Steven. But that moment was like meeting one of my heroes and seeing how gracious someone could be if they wanted to be.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you here on the show, Bob. It's Whiskey Wednesday, and I get to hang out with my old friend Bob Azumi. We were just chatting before we started about his son Darren was a bass player, or learning to play bass when he was still in high school. That was when I met him. And you're saying now that Darren's sort of mid-30s and married and all grown up, and it's been a quick 20 years.
Yeah, it has. Well, he's not quite married, common law, but I guess that's married, right?
He's with somebody. Yeah.
It's funny because it has been a quick 20 years. I was thinking about it earlier, and it was around 2000, 2001 we met.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget. I mean, I miss that spiked hair you used to have. I love those spikes. That was awesome. It must have been hard to wear a hat like this, though, or a hat like you're wearing. As far as I'm concerned, if you stay out of touch with people and then all of a sudden they come back into your life and it's just like yesterday, that's what real friends are.
Exactly.
You don't fret over, "Oh, why didn't you call me?" or that. It's more like, it's great to see you, right?
Yeah. Well,
if I have only one regret of some of those earlier years of doing the, say 280 to 320 days a year, and I did that, I averaged, I'd say 280 to 300 for the better part of 35, 37 years of my career, maybe 38, is I missed a lot of the kids growing up. Truth be known, I'm kind of a competitive guy, and that's why I still fish tournaments, and that's the only reason I started the TV show in the early 80s was to pay for my addiction of tournament fishing. I love competitive tournaments, and I've fished in tournaments since the 70s when my dad ran the first bass tournament in Canada. So let's go back in the 70s. He organized and ran it on Rondo Bay in southwestern Ontario, and I remember winning my first actual bass tournament in 1977. And then in 79, another one, and 80 and 81, and through the 90s and 2000s, 2010s. And now it's 6 decades I've won tournaments, more than 80 of these tournaments. That's what I'm doing now. Is too. You've got a big bike over on Lake Ontario on the New York side.
Yeah.
That was that time I got the speeding ticket on shore.
That's right.
we were off.
I was going to say to the cop, "You think he's going fast here? You should have seen him when he had the boat in the water."
Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's the name of this brewery that sponsors your show?
The one that we're sponsored by Longtooth. Longtooth. They're
Campbellford guy. He's got the shop down in Brighton, Ontario. And yeah, he's been an old friend of mine. I've been drinking his beer forever, and it just seemed to make sense when we got the show going that he came on as the beer guy.
Oh, good. I was hoping that it was named after you and I. So.
Yes, well, we are getting a little long in the tooth.
We're getting long in the tooth, but we're not that long yet.
Exactly. I know. I'm looking more long in the tooth than ever. I decided that razor blades were too expensive, so I stopped cutting hair.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'd say you got another 6 inches to go. You'll be equivalent to some of the ZZ Top crew there.
That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking when the bass player Dusty died a few years ago, I thought I better start. But then they got this new replacement who is awesome. So that position is gone.
But you know what though? With what you've done the better part of your life, and what I've done, even though we're completely different worlds, music and fishing, is we're paying our dues, but we don't know we're paying our dues.
Yeah.
Right? You don't even think about it. You're not thinking about some pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or that. You're just doing it because it's what you feel you're meant to do.
How's Rayanne?
Great. Thank you.
You look fantastic.
Oh, thanks.
Your hair's different.
Well,
I love it.
It's a Sunday due for working in the studio.
There you go.
Yeah.
I want to take everybody back a little bit now because I want to talk about the time from when we met.
Yep.
To the time when you're like one of Vancouver's most famous visual artists, which is now.
Thank
you. When I met you, you had come to Toronto from Lacombe. You were a photographer. You were the photo editor at Music Express. And like when you came in from Lacombe, like were you doing any art back then outside of photography, or was photography your main medium for a long time?
Yeah, photography. I studied photography at a really prestigious program in Edmonton, and I practiced that discipline for 2 decades. Figure out what to do. So I went on a trip, an art workshop to France with an artist named Sherry Pratt. She's a very established, successful British Columbia artist and a teacher. And we went to Paris and we studied art and went to all the museums and galleries. And then we took a bus way up north to a town called Orcavo. And it was in Champagne country. And I thought, well, if I don't want to paint every day, I'll just go taste some champagne. But it wasn't like that. We were in the chateau and there was no transportation, tiny little town. So I had to stick it out.
Right. And
I got hooked. And that was in 2018. And I've been painting ever since.
That's amazing. Welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday show, Mr. Noah Mintz. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to have Noah on the show today. Not only is an old friend and musician who I met back in I'm thinking it would have been, we're head in the 90s, 91 area, or were you guys on before?
Right. Well, it would have been right when you joined the Watchmen. Right?
Okay. Were you guys part of the grunge scene?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We started because of it, basically.
Okay. That's what I thought. I
we
just
were
didn't want to
heavily influenced by it.
Yeah. And you guys were an amazing band for how many years?
From 91 till 97. And when I quit the band, I ended the band.
Yeah.
That was my first week of being a mastering engineer. So it was like, I was like ready to move on, I would say the modern mastering is trying to make it sound as good on as many playback systems as possible. Because there are so many, from everything from a large club to a great hi-fi system, all the way down to a single Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
And don't forget, those are usually mono.
Yes.
So you needed the technical knowledge to make sure it sounds good in mono and sounds good in stereo. But the other thing why professional mastering is so important is an answer that might surprise you, but it's because sometimes we do almost nothing. And we have the confidence to be able to say, oh, this just needs one little bit of EQ. This just needs to go through a tiny bit of compression. This just needs to go through one piece of gear and nothing else. Say that I can take one day and teach you how to master, but it's going to take you 5 years to get any good at it. Every single album that you and I know and love over the past 50 years has been mastered. Every single one of them. And what do they know that we don't know? It's like they thought it was important.
Exactly. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday show. We are here today with artist, musician, creator of oddities, Mr. Tim Lee, and I've been following you and sort of collecting some of your stuff here and there, including this behind me here, which was the All Together Now album cover, which you provided the artwork for.
I was happy to do that.
It was amazing.
Cool thing. Yeah, it was good timing because I had just finished it, and the guy had a beard. So
I know, and it's sort of people say, "Oh, it looks like you." I'm like, Tim, I didn't even have a beard when Tim saw me last. You know, it's sort of
I was
weird.
like, yeah, I was, seeing the future.
Exactly. That's your artistic vision, is being able to paint what's happening in the future. That's a good trait.
Yeah. You know, I'm making a lot of money from doing that. Right?
Yeah, you should paint some lottery tickets.
Yeah, exactly.
Your art at this point is instantly recognizable.
Everything now that I do, it ends up looking like I did it. So it's kind of one of those things where I can't really stop it. And now I have these methods of building a painting and the kind of things that I like. I like, color. Well, usually I like color. This one's not. But I like lots of high contrast stuff, and the style of drawing is kind of just inherent as to who I've become after drawing and sketching so much. And it's like, oh, well, it just comes out. This is my thing. And people say, well, I can tell it's a Tim Lee. And I'm like, well, I don't really have a choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday show. Once again, we have an amazing guest for you. Tonight, we have Cam Carpenter, who I referred to him last week as Mr. Music. I mean, on some levels, he's worked with the Foo Fighters through to Sonic Youth and Sinead O'Connor. He's been A&R for record companies for the better part of going into 3 decades, I believe. He works with Indie Week, North by Northeast. He's worked with Sony, MCA. He's a festival programmer, a film festival programmer. He's a publicist. And that's like, I don't even think that begins to sum it up. How do you describe yourself?
I always think of myself as like an artist relations person in almost everything I do. And that's been my background since day one in the record business. So friend of the artist.
Back in the day where A&R was an actual position that was filled.
Yeah.
For people nowadays, because that term is really kind of lost. What was the job?
They call them A&Rs now. It's like calling vinyls. It drives me crazy.
It's so weird. So what was the primary focus of your job then?
It was going out to 200 shows a year and hanging out in bars, and something would just hit you and you would try to make a deal.
In the 80s, when I first came to Toronto, playing the Queen Street scene, and it was always about, oh, such and such, A&R for such and such is going to drop in tonight.
Yeah.
And there was always there was always somebody in the crowd who was A&R from a label. And it seemed like there was so many of you working so hard, 5-6 nights a week out watching bands, watching new bands, watching your favorite bands develop. And then eventually something would happen. And then that bond became, more than just a guy in the crowd. You were then suddenly the band's main purpose, the conduit between the band and the industry. The A&R of old has been gone for, I'm going to say the better part of 15 or 20 years.
I'd say 10 to 15 years since it really changed. Now people just look at streams and everything else, and they just look at YouTube, and they don't even need to go see bands anymore. That's what I sort of see in A&R for the most part.
What's your impression of that?
I think it's wrong.
Yeah.
But it's a different business now than it was back then. So who's to say it's wrong? If you get 1 million streams on TikTok because you signed that band, then I guess you win as an A&R person. Me, it was seeing a band go from Ultrasound to the Horseshoe to Lee's Palace to the Phoenix or the Diamond Club back then.
Yeah.
Maybe to then Massey Hall, then Maple Leaf Gardens. Like that was the mountain of success for your artist. Then getting a gold single, a gold album, platinum record. And selling out venues across the country, like the Tragically Hip did. To see.
Are you working in A&R with any band, or sort of in that capacity anymore with bands?
No, I still do it. There's some bands who come to me for advice, and if I like them, I'll help them out, like unpaid, and I'll just try to mentor them.
What are you excited about in music nowadays?
The discovery of new music is so easy now, especially with Spotify and Apple to a certain degree as well. I listen to a lot more Spotify. So that's exciting. And I'm finding new bands every day. And hopefully I'll walk into a bar not knowing a band at 2 a.m. at the Bovine and go, oh my God, and have that oh my God moment that we all
Exactly.
live for. Yeah.
That's kind of the drug we keep looking for.
Yes, because drugs are bad.
Drugs are bad. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Music, Cam Carpenter, thanks for being on the show, brother. I really appreciate it.
I can't believe you've had me as a guest, Ken. It's been an honor.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Just a few kilometers outside Hastings, Ontario, you'll find a small dirt road. Just like the other dirt roads in the area, but once you get over the crest of this hill, you'll see that this place is pretty damn magical. We're going over the crest here now into what is the site of the Crooks Rapids Festival. This is a huge piece of land just outside Hastings, Ontario. It's still inside the grounds of Hastings. There's Dougie coming over after mowing the lawn. Dougie is the owner, operator, creator of Crooks Rapids Country Fest. There's their wonderful memorial garden, which greets you as it comes in. Big part of what they do. We talk about this a little bit in the interview. You'll get to hear all about that. Crooks Rapids Country Fest is happening August 25th and 26th, 2023. Massive lineup.
What made you want to do this, Doug? Out of all the things you could have done after music, aside from continuing to play, what brought you into, sort of, it's out of one fire into another? It's not like
just yesterday I was out here cutting, and a friend of mine, Rick Duncan, he was my father's friend. But growing up, when I was a little kid, he always had a party at his house, and it was live bands, and there was a stage, and I was like, oh man, this is, someday I'm going to be on his stage, right? And then as years went on, I was about 14, 15, finally got the opportunity. He's like, yeah, your band's good, let's rock, we'll get them on there. And that right there was like, I was like, I want to have this, you know what I mean, someday. But what happened was I ended up becoming a musician and then touring the world, and then that all went and did its thing. And then I was like, I've always wanted to have a concert or a festival, and so it was kind of a full circle moment again. And here it is. Like me and John Sini, my partner, who started this, when we walked over that hill, like this was like 5 feet of like hay and grass, and there was trees and rocks everywhere, and like we saw this. What I mean?
Welcome to the Whiskey Wednesday show, ladies and gentlemen. We have here today Mr. Bill Wilichka. Bill has been in my life inadvertently since '92, I believe it was, when you started your gig. Is that correct?
Yeah, I started that much in '88, ended up on the air in '92.
Okay.
Helping produce and co-host the country show Outlaws and Heroes. Sadly, it no longer exists. I guess the one good thing about it going away was they transferred me to a regular VJ shift for much. So yeah, that show changed my life. But generally, there's a lot of good stuff in there that I think will satisfy fans of music, maybe fans of much. What was interesting for me is I didn't want the book to be the ramblings of some old guy going, hey, remember the time I interviewed David Bowie? Let me tell you about that time I interviewed Mick Jagger. Yeah. No, the book is full of what I call perfect circles, and that is being a fan of someone like in grade school or high school, having their patches on your jean jacket or buttons on your jean jacket or posters in your locker room at school or in your locker, posters in your bedroom. And then like years later, having a chance to interview every single one of them, every single hero I ever had, and then some.
Yeah, you went through everybody.
And what an amazing position to fall into, and then foster that. And I call those perfect circles. And there are people in Kingston here, where I work now, hosting a TV morning show, that don't know that I had a music journalism past. So the has-been, I think, part is it's self-deprecating. I understand that, but it's a nod to that time where I was national, interviewing everyone that I wanted to, traveling around the world, and then my career went backwards. I started there, and then I eventually found myself to a smaller market, to a smaller audience. But the happy part comes in where I am the happiest that I've ever been throughout my entire life, right at this moment, as I'm talking to Ken Tizzard.
Eric, you are officially the owner of Spirit Leaf?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
You and your wife running it together?
Yeah, well, she's not here right now, but this is definitely
a team effort. Raquel and I, this is something we do together. Although a lot of people know me as the face of the shop, this really is an effort between my wife and me, and then we brought Zara on board as our managers, who's a huge part of what we do here as well.
Right. Yeah. And you guys all moved up you and your wife and Zara moved up from Toronto, right?
This is true.
How are you both enjoying Campbellford? You liking it?
What's not to love?
You know what? We've been here just over a year, and I can't imagine being anywhere else. This is home now. You know what? One of the really cool things that came out of legalization was the ability for companies and growers to research and innovate and develop all kinds of new products. Cannabis isn't just one thing anymore. It's many different things to many different people. Short story, yeah. Like I've loved this stuff, for a long time, ever since I was a young man, and to be in a place where we can open up a business and do this, it's almost like my calling, I would say at this point. To be able to turn this into something that is a living for me and my family, and to be able to build a community of like-minded individuals around us who all have this thing in common, where we all have been able to benefit and have more joyful lives because of this wonderful plant.
I'm on my way back, folks. I'm on my way back. We've got an echo. We got an echo, which means I'm going live. That's excellent. Oh, we got some stuff moved around here. We've been getting the band in. We're getting ready for the Newfoundland section of the day. Oh my God, the notes on this day have just been crazy. I just realized that I might have to recess. It looks like Facebook might be blocking the words weed and marijuana, which is really strange. But let me do this here. I'm just going to put the word test out there and see if Facebook lets that go through. I don't even know anymore. No. Okay, I'm going to check that there, make sure Facebook is still broadcasting. It looks like it is to me, but who knows? We are into hour 7, I believe, of the whole thing, which is just... I can't believe we've done this. What a great thing with the musical guests, eh? And the non-musical guests. What a show we've got. It's amazing what we're doing. I got to say, I can't believe it. I'm proud. I'm proud. Okay, we're going to take you back to Newfoundland. For the next hour, we're going to go back to Newfoundland. And then when we come back, we're going to do the 3-hour mini marathon inside the major marathon, which is the Ron Hines hour, the All Request hour, and the Bob Dylan hour. Those 3 hours will have the band here. So we've got like a 45-minute video which talks about music NL. It talks about all the people that I worked with down there: Sean Panting, Jingzia, Evelyn Jess, Colleen Power. She came out and joined me at the ship. It's got some stuff from the ship in. It's got one of those little travel diary things that I do, like I did with the Watchmen earlier today, and that's a lot of fun. So that's all there. So please enjoy the next 40 minutes or so. Now, after this, there will be an official break. I know this was going to be a 12-hour live stream. It actually is, but I'm going to break the signal just because we've been recording for like 7 hours at this point. No, 9 hours at this point. 9 hours, and I just want to make sure that none of the signals are getting crossed out there between YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, because some of them have different lengths of things. Somebody just said I lost Facebook streams. Okay, so I bet Facebook is, at 6 o'clock, so we started at 10. I bet Facebook has an 8 o'clock limit. So I'm actually going to, right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 17 of you on there. I appreciate you've been there the whole friggin' day. I really love it. I'm going to stop the show now and restart it, just so we can get Facebook back on. Yeah, Facebook must have a 9-hour. I was trying to get this information. The internet is so full of stuff. Anyways, as soon as we come back from this, we'll be starting up with the Music NL video. And it'll be real groovy. I'll give you a minute to jump back on the platform once you get off. Please stick around. Thanks again for your donations. Hey, David, thanks for your donations. We've still got a long way to go, and we got some great stuff. Here's some stuff from Music NL and the ship-in from our trip. I'm going to walk over to the board, do a little stop and restart. So everybody ready? There's going to be a pause. It's going to be an actual hard start. I'm going to wait for about 30 seconds, and I'm going to restart the show. Love you. See you in just a minute.